break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back for week number 4 of the ECAC top 8 plays of the week. Now, at this point, you're probably realizing two things. One, that's right, I'm going to be with you all season long as we jump through the best moments of every week. And number 2, wow, Septilence really only wears one thing when he's not on the clock. And I can't even defend myself with a comfortable outfit. Anyway, without further ado, let's jump into week number 4 and see what these players brought to the table to beat out their opponents and be victorious. Wake Forest was already up a game, there were 4 minutes left on the clock, and they just couldn't find that first point to take the lead and put them up 2-0 in the series. In a final moment of success, Malone clears it from one coast to another and finds an open goal, giving Wake Forest the lead once again.
These Champ 3 and Champ 2 is doing. I mean, seriously, look at Malone making advantages for himself.
Wow.
And he will put Wake Forest on the map. This game number 5 could just go their way.
I just want to say Malone just said, I'm going to show you what a Champ 3 can do. All right, buddy?
On a control map in Overwatch, your team must capture 100% of a point to succeed. 99 just won't cut it. King Rock from Keene University was fully aware of that and didn't just find a Death Blossom. He found a full-blown Death Garden to keep his team alive.
Sound barrier to go away as well, especially now that you have your own. It's going to be a little bit more breathing room. Doesn't look like the Winneco. Okay, there we are. Now it's coming up big. This Reaper has bloomed.
That was just gorgeous amount of patience coming.
GVSU Blue found themselves up by 5 rounds, and it's always better to turn that 5 into a 6. It's incredible, however, that this team doesn't always need all 5. It can come down to just one player and how much they can really GVS do.
Coming with them, it's on.
An illusion.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it.
Corner judges go for 1, 2, yeah, he needs more. And
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in.
Toy Boy is gonna drop
knife him.
right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to another exciting edition of Esports U Live. I'm your host, Paulie Hype, and before we get into tonight's college esports action, let's take a look at what we saw last night right here on the Esports U channel. It started out with the NJCAAE Conference Valorant Week 1, with Hawkeye Community College taking on Bryan and Stratton College, Virginia. It's Valorant Thursday, and first up we had 2 of NJCAAE's premier schools duking it out. BSC started off very strong on Icebox as they kept on getting flawless rounds and only losing 1 member of their team. Hawkeye tried their hardest to gain momentum, but it was not enough as BSC claimed the first map in dominating fashion. Map 2 saw the teams go to Ascent, and things were starting to look a little bit more tense for BSC as Hawkeye started to make them sweat for it with quality plays. None of that was able to derail BSC, however, as they made sure to end the game in pure style, claiming a 2-0 victory in the first week of NJCAAE action. Heading over to the ECC conference was our second match of the night with Valorant, their week 2, with Damon University taking on the College of Staten Island Dolphins. We move things over to the ECC with College of Staten Island taking on Damon. CSI came out to Lotus with a game plan, and they executed it perfectly, as players like Mr. Leet and Sano were able to clutch rounds with phenomenal plays. Damon was able to take out 2 rounds off CSI before the Dolphins took Lotus in a 13-2 sweep. Haven was up next, and this was CSI's map pick, which it showed as they were very comfortable making plays. This time around for CSI, players like Sano and AMG were the ones to step up and make plays against Damon. CSI kept up the momentum not just through the entire map, but through the entire series to give the decisive victory over Damon. College of Staten Island took this one 2-0. And that was all the action last night right here on the Esports 2 channel. Tonight, the college esports action heats up again as we head into the weekend here on Friday. Match number 1 is going to be the NJCAAE Conference Overwatch 2 game, which will be a 5-on-5 best-of-5 coming up next at 5 p.m. EST. It'll be Hocking College taking on North Dakota College of Science. Ooh, geniuses. And it'll be Septilence versus Nerdy Bird to call the action on this one. Coming up next is the ECC Overwatch 2, which will be another 5-on-5 best-of-5 at 6:30 p.m. EST. And it'll be the New York Tech Cybears taking on the College of Staten Island Dolphins. Two of the favorites here, as Clutch Key and Asher Vach will be the callers on that second match of the evening. Following that, we head over to League of Legends in the ECAC conference. That'll be a 5-on-5 best-of-3. We know those matches are long. And that'll be at 8 p.m. EST right here on the Esports 2 channel. It'll be University of Wisconsin Green Bay taking on Muskingum University. And on the call for that one will be the legendary Orbital and RMC. But before we head over to the NJCAAE Overwatch 2 for some action, let's do the 10 seconds of hype. Get this tie off me. I don't even like... Woo! It's Friday night. College esports is here. Septilence and Nerdy Bird on the first match of the night. Over to both of you. Have a great cast.
Hello, everybody. This is NJCAAE Overwatch Week number 1. I am Septilence, and to our keen-eyed viewers, you will early notice that is not Nerdy Bird, but instead my great friend and co-caster, Jag. We are going to be jumping in to Week 1. Like Paulie said, Jag, we're excited. Overwatch in a great spot right now. A lot of possibilities on the table.
Absolutely. And while I am not Nerdy Bird whatsoever, I am so stoked to be here. Week 1, this is where all the magic starts for the rest of the season. And brand new patch notes just coming out. The meta, it's so up in the air. I've seen some notes from Contenders Korea about what might be played, maybe a little bit of Wrecking Ball here and there, but we have no idea what to expect. And that's what makes this matchup so entertaining. We're starting out on Lijiang Tower, and that is the only thing we know for certain.
Without a doubt, I couldn't have said it better. Each of these maps is not preset. We're starting on Lijiang. After that, it's up to the teams to decide. Okay, the map type is set. You guys know that. But the map they can choose. And Jag, I love the point you brought up there, because Overwatch 2, for the first time since its release, truly, we're in a spot where there's not an established full meta. There's a lot of characters that are recommended to be played over others, and we're going to see them probably a little bit more. Maybe the Orisa, the Ram, or the Wrecking Ball. But when you look at support lines, when you look at DPS lines, we're in a spot in this game where truly any character can find value. And I love that.
Yeah, the names I'm seeing, Sombra, Cassidy, Sojourn, Tracer, May, those are kind of the main stays that I've seen so far. But even like looking at these lineups, we're seeing a Symmetra, which is, I guess, not super surprising on day market. They're about to teleport right onto the point. Will they be able to hold it into this first fight? They're going into a May Junkrat. That's going to be a lot of spam and area control.
May Junkrat with a Discord Orb on that side as well, Jack, so even more damage stacked up coming from NDSCS. Hocking finds that point early. They should probably get a point cap off this. I think with this playstyle that North Dakota wants to bring to the table, they want to get the picks first and then push into point, but instead of getting picks, they're getting picked. It's a freebie for Seismic. Comes in a 3-piece out the gate, and that's absolutely the end of that first fight. Very dominant showing from the DPS line of Hocking.
Yeah, they took the point, they took control of it, and it looked like Seismic just on the side, able to find headshot after headshot. Those dinks, they all add up. And I love right now how Hocking is setting up for this after the initial take. They had that teleporter up, and it will expire soon, so hopefully they'll get it back up soon, immediately after. But like, they can go back and forth. They don't have to hold this front area between where the spawns are. They can just go back to the point immediately.
And there's going to be a really interesting note here of seeing Tactical Beetle swap to the Reaper. You can get burst down by both the Cassidy and the Sim, the Orisa Javelin. Immortality Field makes it difficult to play, but really they're falling into a comfort pick early on. 1v1 from Seismic, apparently used all those headshot points earlier, can't land one now. Oh. There it is, the nade to boot in the Wraith form. Keeps Tactical Beetle alive, 60 HP. Make it back to the healers, and there you go. You hate to see it. First blood once again on the side of Hocking. They've got to be feeling strong. Pridem going down. A notably more important elimination is going to be traded out in the blink of an eye. Or even falls Sahara Eagle just barely behind. Goodbye NDSCS once again. Hocking halfway done. Point number 1.
So I think the one good thing for North Dakota is they do get out the Symmetra wall. So that's already off the table. That's a big defensive ultimate that they won't have. But the fact that they don't go after Seismic, who is completely cut off, has very low mobility. I mean, you do have the roll, but beyond that, not much. The Symmetra teleporter we talked about before is down. I mean, that is a cowboy just in the middle of nowhere. So I think they should have really gone full focus for that, get that immediate pick, and then go for the point. But now they're going to have to deal with this amplification matrix.
Amplification matrix from Even. I love what we're seeing. The highest of noons from Seismic takes both supports off the table and absolutely wins that fight for Hocking. A lot of ultimates thrown out. Hocking, without breaking much of a sweat, carrying themselves on the shoulders of Seismic to win another team fight. 15 seconds remain in stage number 1.
Gravitic Flux was used there too, so those are 2 ultimates down for North Dakota. They do have the Riptire ready to roll, but can they even make it to the point? 7 seconds left. It's not looking very good for them.
Oh, Terra Surge on the edge there, pulls nobody off the map, but makes the space necessary to prevent the touch.
There it
Genius
is.
Play. Very well done by Hocking. A lot of post-round eliminations, feeling good about their chances moving into stage number 2. But with each different stage of control, often calls for a different team comp, Jag. So as we see which one comes next, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Well, it's gonna be Control Center, so I would be shocked if we don't see Junkrat once again. I think Junkrat is actually much stronger here than he would be on day market, because there's a lot of close quarters, so there's a lot of just great opportunities for your grenades to kind of spam off the wall and just hit someone. You know, I know I've been told this so many times from that kill randomly coming out of nowhere. I'm also really actually a big fan right now of what Hocking's doing. They're going to an Echo. There is a very large ceiling here. I don't like Farah because, you know, she kind of goes up and down. You know, has to float for her up, but with Echo, you can just kind of swim in and out, or I guess fly in and out of the sky to the low ground. There's a lot of great opportunities where you can take that high ground away and then immediately drop. And then you can also still spam with her and her sticky grenades.
Yeah, I talked a moment ago about, okay, everyone can be played, right? But I don't think we're going to be seeing Farah in a rank this high. If someone's going to be playing one of the winged characters, you're totally on the ball there, and it's going to be Echo making that appearance early. Seismic flanks deep into the back line, 35 HP, probably going to go down, but by golly, are you pulling a ton of focus? No way, even with Wraith's form, Tactical Beetle finds the Elim and gives their Baptiste life for it. Not a trade you want to see if you're a North Dakota fan, especially as Jarvan Turf falls not soon after Hocking. Taking point presence once again, and as statistics tend to dictate, the team that caps first often finds themselves in the winner's seat.
You gotta punish Seismic for this. Sure, you finally get the
Without
kill,
a doubt.
but Warfare falls so low they have to rotate back. The point's given up for free, and yes, you do lose the Baptiste. The Bondle is down, so North Dakota actually does have a great window right now to move up, but it looks like they're not taking advantage of that space they could create. They're waiting for this Baptiste to be able to come back, and they do have a Lucio, so there could be, you know, an escort on the way. This is gonna be a 5v5 fight. It could have been a 4v5.
5v5 is an opportunity that Hocking needed. Like you said, North Dakota does not push up fast enough. Seismic takes down Even's first blood once again. Is that Baptiste Tactical Beetle not far behind, and not much left to be said about this fight, folks. That is going to be another dominant win from Hocking. Already halfway done with stage number 2. We're going to need some massive changes here, Jag, if North Dakota has any hope of winning, or, oh my goodness, we're capping this point.
Those are some late staggers with the Baptiste and Junkrat falling very late in that engagement. So this is going to be another 10% for free before North Dakota gets a chance to re-engage. I think part of the issue with their comp is they're running a Baptiste on us. Sure, it's a lot of healing and a lot of utility for saving lives or getting that sleep dart, but it's just... We'll see if this nano boost can do enough, but it's not enough to get onto the point and engage. You can see that they're struggling to actually get into this area, and with this duplicate coming out, the Ramatra now copied, that shield's going to absorb a lot of that damage they wanted to put out.
A duplicate annihilation right around the corner as well. Poor Jar can't even make it to the point. Even gone. McMinn doesn't even get the annihilation, but did what needed done in the form of these eliminations. That's exactly what Hocking needed to do. They used only 2 ultimates, or maybe the high noon. I think it was a tactical reload, if anything, and North Dakota backs against the wall. And Ana, I mean, she is a real powerhouse in the healing department, like you said, Jag, but that's all she does compared to a lot of other supports being multi-versatile.
Yeah, and if the anti-nade isn't hitting, you're not really getting the necessary utility you really need from that. Sound Barrier is going to be used, actually, so Warfare might have a free tire if they're not cut out, but they are. They're gone, and the Terror Surge once again coming through. I think this is all done in dusted Septulins.
I think it's gotta be, Jag. A phenomenal cleanup from Hocking. We see Warfare go for the Junkrat Classic, but Junkrat players, we often forget that those mines are very loud, and it's very predictable when you flank on the side of the map like that. It was a strong showing from Hocking. Unfortunately, not the cleanest from North Dakota, but lucky for them, it's not a best of 1. We've got at least 2 more maps on 2 different game modes, and there's plenty of opportunities for them to strike back.
Yeah, one thing I always talk about for control modes is that, you know, you talked about it before, if you cap first, great chance to win the map, but also, comparatively to other maps, you know, it's the craziest game mode, I would say. Maybe with push, it's a little bit different now. I feel like we could actually take that, but weaker teams have the best chance of winning control modes, at least from previous Overwatch iterations. Now, maybe a little bit different, but I would not say that Hocking is a weak team. That was a very dominant performance early on. I think they had a really great idea of how they wanted to play these Orisa compositions. The Terror Surge in general, the way they used it was so smart. They didn't use it for these like mid-round fights. They used it at the very end for that area of effect. So even though they get eliminations, the main use of that was they grabbed everyone. You know, it's a mini graviton surge in that way that Pull used to be. Pulls them all in. No one can touch the objective. They don't even get a chance to really get on it near the end, especially that first point. So the way that Hocking is playing, it's not just the mechanical skill, it's their compositions and kind of strategy that's really put them ahead.
Yeah, to have the knowledge, like you said, to know that Terror Surge, not really great at getting eliminations, weirdly enough, because yes, it does a lot of damage, but 12 seconds after you pop it, which gives the enemies plenty of time to get away, pulling it in and having that target focus is incredible, a genius play from Hocking, and one that I think can take them a really long way. I think on the side of North Dakota, I said that, oh my goodness, I made the comment earlier that any tank can be played right now. Any character can be played right now. But there are tanks better than others. I liked the Ramatra swap at the very end. I think it came way too late. Sigma was really struggling with Orisa's damage output. Characters that are shield-based, Sigma and Reinhardt in particular, tend to really struggle because their shields get melted like paper, and it's not a situation you wanted to be in. Playing a character that relies on shield a little less, I think could have been beneficial. Going Orisa, going Zarya, bringing out Wrecking Ball, all of those could have had benefits in their own right. But hindsight is 2020 after all, and moving into King's Row, Jag, if we're going to see my man Ryan, this is going to be it.
Yeah, I think this is a great map for King's Row. I mean, it has been for so long just because I think the entryways, we don't really talk about it enough, but those entryways are perfect for Ryan Shield. You can basically cover up the entire space, protect
Literally
your
built
team.
For it. It's
exactly.
the exact same size of his shield.
Exactly. So it's just built different, as we like to say. Oh God, I'm so old. But I think the thing is that, it's not going to be necessarily your traditional brawl comp. I think we have seen, a good amount of Cassidy so far. We did see Mei on one side, but I think nowadays you're not really going for those Mei walls anymore. You're going for that hyper aggression. I've seen a lot of Reaper and Cassidy with the Lucio and Kiriko. You just kind of run in. The Kiriko's there to protect anyone with her Suzu, just in case something goes wrong. So again, I think we talked about it a lot. It's going to come down to kind of how these teams play. Looks like sides have not swapped. So very
goodbye, sir.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
There we go. It's back. Okay. No worries. No tech pauses so far. We did see the Orisa comp coming out very early on. And we do know that Hocking is very good at Orisa from that first map. I'm very questionable on how it's going to play out here though in comparison. I'm wondering, if there's a run comp you're playing into, are you going to, break the Rhine shield quick enough? Because Orisa doesn't have ammo anymore. She has, that kind of heat gun. So, if she fires too much, then she's kind of off the table for a little bit. And two, I did see the Hanzo. So the Hanzo will be good at shield break. But if he's not, landing those shots or maybe he's distracted, can you get onto the Rhine? And if you can't do that, I'm a little worried about that comp.
Yeah, and, against the opinion of my DPS and my gold games, Hanzo is very good at shield break against a Reinhardt and can get a lot of value on it. Even if he's not getting eliminations, like you mentioned, tearing that shield down takes out what is arguably Ryan's most important aspect of his character. When he doesn't have that shield, he is just a giant punching bag, and it makes it very difficult to create space, which is the tank's job at the end of the day. I suspect to be seeing Orisa here. I think she works really well. In lieu of the shield she had in Overwatch 1, she has her Javelin spin, makes her a very easy counter to Reinhardt because you eat the Fire Strike. Fire Strike is how Ryan gains a majority of his ultimate charge. It's a very rock, paper, scissors, tug of war kind of game, but if you're saving Javelin Spin for Fire Strike, you can probably lap this Ryan pretty efficiently with your Terra Surges. You have an Ana to boot, you put a Bionade in that Terra Surge, and it's a clean house from there.
Yeah, again, Ryan does have 2 Fire Strikes, so, there could be a chance that maybe you fire the first one, just kind of get it eaten on purpose, then you fire the second one, but still no guarantee you'll actually get any ult charge off of that. And I think we're going to go back to a point you just said about the Hanzo. Hanzo is a great tank buster, in my opinion. I think Reaper is the first one we think of overall because, he gets health steal. Yeah, he's got a lot of great close range, but especially with, Hanzo's rapid fire ability, he can just melt someone down. Not just the shield, but especially against D.Va. Very, very strong. It looks like we're having some lobby issues, so hopefully I'll be able to get that sorted out in just a moment. And until then, I mean, is there anything else that you would like to potentially see from either side here?
Again, Wrecking Ball, very strong right now. Got the most net buffs in the most recent patch. We saw a lot of nerfs across the board, and Wrecking Ball received exclusively buffs, including additional shields, which makes him live even longer, being that nuisance. But Jag, playing Wrecking Ball is playing both sides of a coin here, because while you are, okay, yeah, great, I'm in the back line, yeah, they're looking at me sometimes. If you're still not making space, does not matter how deep in the back line you are. So I wouldn't be surprised to see teams stay away from Ball if they're not comfortable with it, instead going for characters that they feel a little more comfortable with. Hocking, yeah, nails all the points we were just talking about. Orisa, Hanzo, Ana. North Dakota bringing out that Reinhardt with the Bap Lucio. Bap Lucio very popular towards the end of Overwatch 1, and then as we shifted into Overwatch 2, Bap fell to the wayside for a while, recently becoming that up-and-coming support once again. We got so used to Suzu that we forgot how annoying Immortality Field can really be.
An amplification matrix could be just as strong as, you know, kind of getting your team into a better position as Kitsune rushes. You get the damage boost, you get a large garage door to shoot in front of, and especially if you have that Symmetra spamming her alt fire or something like a tactical visor, there can be a lot you can do, but I'm assuming they're going to teleport right on top of that statue. Yes, they are. Great positioning. They're already halfway home to the point.
Jar left shifting in, but I love the Javelin spin away from full throttle to keep them off the point. They've made it in, Javelin back, Reinhardt absorbing a lot of damage, but Warfare absorbing just a little bit more. This Symmetra, she has got to be not long for this world. Boxed out by the Orisa. Oh my god, no way, she wins it! Oh, 7 HP clutch from full throttle. That actually would have been a devastating blow against Hocking on their defense, but not going to happen here. We are in the timeline where they win that first fight in completion.
Even if you lose that first fight, you get the Orisa, there's no way to speed them back. They're going to have to use their spin to win to get all the way back to the point. That's a key ability that would be offline. No ability to eat any utility coming out from the other side. But luckily for them, Orisa's still online, still strong. And that teleporter strat didn't work out the first time. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board and see if they can maybe try to teleport directly to the point, maybe take this high ground and go all the way around, or just lose people right off the bat. Seismic is just popping off again.
Is Seismic just wearing like an invisibility cloak? Like Homie is in the back line 100% of the time, essentially drops a team kill right there. It just cleans house. Nobody even looked his general direction. Nobody was looking at Seismic in that moment. And this Hanzo cleans house because of it. Jack, you've got to be keeping an eye on these DPS or that is going to happen.
And Hanzo, I would say, has a lot more movability, or I guess resources to get out of the way than, you know, the Cassidy we saw last map. You've got your jump, you can wall climb. So it just seems like Seismic is, you know, having their way. They are not being stopped. They're not being focused. They are playing very aggressively as they throw the Dragon Strike in, and that they are not falling whatsoever.
Seismic diff will not be whiffed on the side of Hocking right now.
That.
I love the Sonic coming in early, and it's just the sniper duel that Hanzo traditionally loses, but Seismic doesn't even know what lose means. It is a domination right now from this Hanzo deadlifting their team into another comfortable position. It is a full-blown touch the spawn door challenge, Jack.
Yeah, I don't want to caster curse this, but this could be a full hold. This could be a spawn hold of how things are going. Ultimate Bank is looking good for Hocking. They still have 4 that are about to be online. Seismic's already more than halfway to the Dragon Strike, which is a very easy ult build already. And all this pressure, they just continue to put on the Reinhardt. They can't get in. They swapped off the Lucio if they ever had one, and now, yeah, the Kitsune Rush is going to be the end of this fight early.
And this is a fascinating, Jack. Hocking, all 5 members got their ultimate. Seismic getting 2 ults in the time that North Dakota could not even find 1 ultimate. They finally get Transcendence online way too late, and Hocking feeling confident for sure because that is almost every ult they had.
Yeah, I will say this. That's like the one mistake they've made so far, was that was very aggressive. I mean, that was... They had the Transcendence out. I'm not actually sure what that was for, but they used Kitsune Rush. They used the Nano at the very end of the Sojourn ultimate. I was very surprised that they would do that. But look at... Seismic's in the back again!
Just bodies that go... Okay,
that's a 360! That's a 360 Dragon Strike!
I never say this, chat. Can we clip that? Can we just get a good look on that? Because my goodness, Seismic is forming a highlight reel right now. Cleaning house through and through, dominating anything North Dakota wants to bring to the table. The Sonic gives up any swaps or comps they've made, and okay, they're finally looking at Seismic, but they all literally just forget about him and leave him in the back line all over again. This is not what needs done, Jack. Even going Winston right now could be more viable than what we're seeing. Just getting a swap could be the break this team needs.
The only way they get up there is the Kiriko tries to go for it. I said they had the Earth Shatter, they have Tactical Visor, but they aren't being able to do anything with it. Shatter goes into nothing.
On the team again, just hanging out with North Dakota in the back line. It's baffling. It really feels like Seismic has an invisibility cloak on, the way they are in the team of Hocking, or in the team of North Dakota every single fight.
finally falls, though. This is last fight territory. Can anyone touch again? I don't think so. And that is going to be the end of what was a full hold. I thought there might be an opportunity at the very end because the Earthshatter was online. However, I mean, Orisa still can go golden. That's one of the abilities she did keep, so she absorbs any of that CC. The crowd control won't really affect her. And I don't think the visor was ever activated. I don't think Warfare found the right angle to get it off. I think they were found out by Seismic again. And Seismic did finally fall at the very end of all of that. But with 10 seconds left and really no way to get back onto that point, there just wasn't enough for North Dakota, unfortunately, in this situation.
Going to be a tough hole to dig themselves out of, Jag. Best case scenario, we will be looking at a draw on Kings Row, and we would need North Dakota to play out of their absolute minds in this circumstance, because right now it is the Hocking show. Scratch that. It is the Seismic show, just dominating, farming that highlight reel like I mentioned earlier, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the exact roles we're seeing right now. I think we're seeing a little bit of desperation out of North Dakota. They want to have that backline coverage. They want to have the Torbjorn online. And in Karq's most recent video, he said something that really resonated with me. If you lose the first half, go Torbjorn.
Could be pocket picks too. You know, if you're not doing the game plan correctly, if you're not able to execute it, might go for something a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more easy to fit on. You know, if it fits like a glove, you might as well wear it. We'll see how this pans out. I mean, the Torbjorn could be great, honestly, at stopping what we're seeing from Hocking early on. The Tracer would shut that down. Also, Winston dives won't be as effective. I am a bit concerned about the Doomfist because Doomfist wants to go in, and I don't think really anyone else inside of North Dakota wants to go in. They do get the turret early on already, so that is one good thing going for Hocking. And now they're going to go in.
Diving in, Argument has fallen to Vondel, or has found the elimination on Vondel, excuse me. Sahara Eagle traded out, so one support missing on both sides. Now both supports for North Dakota have been sent back to that darn spawn room. Full Throttle absolutely living up to the name, just dominating the charge, getting 4 eliminations in that primary fight. And, well, I hope you like Kings Row, folks, because it's over.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get to see a lot of it. It looks like they're stalling this out, actually, and a little bit of bad manners won't get you that far, but it will in this case. Hocking, they are going to go up 2-0 in this series. And I think what I said right before the round started played out very truly, where that Doomfist immediately tries to dive onto the Tracer, not the most diveable target anyway. But while this is happening, you see Full Throttle just goes in, lives up to their namesake, immediately goes onto the point, dives that back line, dives what is a pretty immobile from DPS lineup as well. And once that turret is down, the Torbjorn much less effective. And there just was no one to defend them, no one who was able to peel off and try to get some defense going. It was a good effort there, but by North Dakota, but that comp just did not live up to what they needed.
Yeah, the comp played into the strengths of the composition being run by the side of Hocking, and unfortunately, that's just the way the cookie crumbles on that. We've got one more map type left, and it's either Escort or Hybrid, but I don't remember which, so it's going to be fascinating. I believe it just works with the map pick coming from the losing team. It's an Escort map coming up next, so what does that give us? Rialto, Dorado, Junkertown. What am I forgetting?
Route 66, I think?
Route 66?
Is that out of the map pool? I can't remember what's in the map pool right now.
I think 66 is out of the map pool, but I feel like we're going to be seeing Junkertown or Rialto. A lot of collegiate. Oh, Havana is back. Wait, huge shout out from our producer Colton for saying that, because there's actually a very real chance Havana is the map pick. It's recently into the map pool. It was a collegiate classic when it was around, but obviously it's been gone for a while. It's just returned, and I wonder if it lives back up to that tale of being one of those collegiate maps. You know, it's the Kings Row of Escort maps, the way I've seen it so often.
So I looked it up. It is Dorado, Havana, Junkertown, Circuit Royal, Rialto, and Shambali Monastery, which I think
not that one
would be the most interesting pick if it was picked. I don't think it will be. I don't think teams really like it. There is a lot of risk. It's very like defender sided with like the hills they have on it, which, you know, there's a lot of high ground advantage. So I don't expect to see it. But wouldn't that be something if we did? I would love to see either Rialto or Junkertown specifically, or Havana. I think those are the three that I think could be the most exciting. I would love to see some more sniper duels, especially with what we saw from Seismic on the Hanzo. Like, I would love to see them bust out the Widow and see how that goes as well. But in the meantime, we're just gonna have to wait and find out what this pick will be from North Dakota.
Yeah, and there's something interesting about playing Shambali. This is an idea that I bring from the game of Valorant. I say this a lot, is when you are losing, to a team that may be mechanically a little more gifted, may have better strategies on maps, taking them to one of the newer maps in the game may actually give you a leg up in a couple of ways, because it gets rid of things like team compositions that they may have had pre-planned. They're not as comfortable on the map. Like you mentioned, Shambhali's a very new map, a lot of weird high ground. You can kind of catch them off guard a little bit. This does work in Valorant. I haven't seen someone try in Overwatch yet, but I agree. Taking them to Shambhali could be very effective because the compositions may not be the same. The team may be a little shaken playing on a new map.
I think you saw this, like, if you're going to, talk about Valorant a little bit more, because why not? We got the time. If you see this at the VCT lock-in event, a lot of teams were either picking first or avoiding Lotus altogether. And that was the brand new map to the game. They thought teams might not be adjusted to it. And I think the difference here is that, there really isn't any footage of Shambhali Monastery from a pro level. There was that preseason event that happened in Korea. They had like all those throwbacks kind of to Apex. So there were some maps there, and we saw a lot of Tracer there, but also I believe Ramattra was required to be played on that map.
Yes.
Which I probably would not see, I think, in general here. I feel like something like a Sigma or a Wrecking Ball would work a lot better. Either you're going for kind of the counter Wrecking Ball, or you're just kind of like going to roll around and see what happens. As you mentioned before, Wrecking Ball really strong with those extra shield changes. There are some sightlines, so I could imagine maybe like an Ashe, but I wouldn't imagine like a Widowmaker. I don't feel like those sightlines are long enough to make that worthwhile. Also, Widowmaker did get nerfed recently. I was actually very surprised by this. Back to 175 health, so maybe not as strong as she once was, much more diveable, much more squishy in previous iterations. And this is completely off topic, but how does Cassidy still have 225 health? How does this guy still have so much health?
How does this guy have a free 150 damage ability that he does not have to aim with? How does he have 225 HP? There's a lot with that character that I am not particularly fond of, if we're being honest. The voice actor, though, love that man to death, but that's a whole different Cephalon story. I know that Cassidy has a high probability of being played on this map, Jag. You highlighted a lot of great things that I agree with. Widowmaker, maybe like all the way on third point if we get that far, but first and second, Ashe can get a lot more value. Hanzo, as well, as we saw from Seismic, can do wonderful, amazing things, and Wrecking Ball or Winston, I'd like to see here from the side of North Dakota, because the snipers have been consistent, and if you're just diving them, pulling focus a little bit, that does create space in the front line for your team. You don't even have to get the elimination. You just have to make that sniper look away from your squad. No
oh my God.
way!
It is Shambhali.
No way!
It is. Well, I'm glad we talked about it for so long then, because now we've actually set this up pretty well. I mean, maybe they're listening. Maybe we just read their minds. They're like, hey, this series, it's not going so hot so far. This is our last chance to try to, turn this around. We don't want to get swept. You want to start that reverse sweep. Let's go where maybe we have a lot of practice. Who knows how much our opponents have on it? And we're going to find out how much our analysis is going to be true, what these picks are going to be. I'm super excited too. And, another thing to be excited about is that we do know there are going to be some swaps from both teams and substitutions coming in. Full Throttle, notably coming out for Jacob. I'm assuming another tank player. And then it looks like we're going to have Ervian out for Sir Bob Joe. So both teams going to swap things up going into this last map. And, that could lead to some major changes in compositions.
Yeah, the composition's going to be changing. Maybe even a role swap, but okay, no, Jacob is also going to be on that tank role, so... Yeah, okay. All
Reinhardt.
Going into the respective
Interesting.
Roles. A defense Reinhardt, which means it's true. you can't change in the spawn room before it starts off. And bringing out a Rein here on first point, I do think makes a lot of sense, because the cart is continuously pushed into a choke, and Reinhardt gets a lot of values in chokes. But with Tactical Beetle being on the Mei, we're going to have to go back to kind of an Overwatch 1 play style. Gotta wall out that Rein when he overextends and have the team focus down onto him afterwards. I wonder if this is going to be Seismic going up to the dish. No, okay, instead, just playing this low ground Widow. An early pick here would be so devastating to morale against North Dakota.
Oh, they go out the other side. And one thing I want to note really quickly, though, is Hocking are not playing with Lucio. So, like you said, if Jacob goes too far, they're gone. But Seismic just gets those shots. Okay.
Seismic living up to the phrase, we hit those. Sir Bob Joe removed from the coil and playing a Zen into Widow. I had to do it earlier today. It's tough. It's not a thing you like to see, because you have no mobility. Even the characters with mobility have nothing to do other than die at the hands of Seismic. No way they drop the 3-piece. Get the bod shot cleaned up by McMinn's Helix rockets. And already halfway to those tactical sites, the infrared sites. This is, insane. We're watching a frontline Widowmaker right now.
And I think it works because, the Reinhardt, the way they're playing this, they're not going in for that aggressive Reinhardt.
Right.
Like, push. They're just using it as a shield. Literally just stand still, let our DPS kind of just hit shots behind you, and that's all they need to do. They don't need to be aggressive with it. They don't have to run in. They don't need a Lucio in this case, because they're not running with the hammer. They're letting the DPS do the heavy lifting. And look at Seismic. Again, like, more and more and more. They're going to bring out the Widow duel, but nothing can be done here.
Seismic just unstoppable right now. 175 HP does not matter if nobody's alive to do damage to you. Looks for the shot on the Kiriko, just can't line it up in time and rotates back an arrow for their troubles. Infrared online, that's almost a guaranteed elim for somebody as accurate as Seismic has continued to be, but I love the pressure we're seeing from North Dakota. They're boxing out this high ground, they're making it much more difficult for Seismic to have that free reign, but the second you let up on the pressure, Seismic swings back in for a two-piece, looking for the third and dominating North Dakota. Whoa! Over again! What is going on? Looking for the fourth, but it's stolen away by Jacob. They said, give me a bit of that spotlight. Half the time bank gone, and we haven't even seen the first corner of Shambhali Monastery.
How many times have you seen a Widowmaker just go past the tank? I mean, that's usually a defensive ability. You're trying to get out of the way. That time, they're going right into the fire, right into a Hanzo. It's just, it's absolutely bananas what we're seeing here. No fear whatsoever. And Hocking as a whole, they are just absolutely dominating right now.
Backer Seismic, I can't stress it enough. This is just leadership at its finest. As Seismic has finally fallen, can North Dakota put some magic on the board? This is a big moment. They've got a 5v4.
Shatter.
Oh, two people jump into the Shatter. It was almost a solo, and it becomes a three-piece on the way in. You only found one elimination, but you've equalized. Okay.
The Fire Strike! What?
Never mind. 100 damage Fire Strike takes out 3 squishies. 4 Sigma, last one left standing, and golly gee, Jack, I'm running out of superlatives to talk about how good this team can really be.
The good news, again, if you're North Dakota, is like a little bit of an overcommitment. They do use the Kitsune Rush at the very end as well, so one more ultimate that is not going to be online going forward. But if you're North Dakota, you gotta know when these advantages happen. You have to run it, you have to be more aggressive. We've seen it a few times now. It's been overcommitment by Hocking. They've gotten a little bit too confident, a little bit too comfortable, but they never give up the space. North Dakota, they have to take that space. They have to use the Gravitic Flux. I'd love to see the Flux into a Dragon Strike, just land them right as the Dragon Strike comes down, get the Suzu out, and then follow up. Here it goes.
Oh, McMinn Visor on the high ground, a huge moment. I mean, Nano Visor is insane. Personally, possible hot take here, I do think Kitsune Visor is better because Soldier fires absurdly fast, but Nano Visor, a classic combo, one that got the job done at the end of the day, and with only 30 seconds left, Jag, I'm not even sure what I'm looking for from North Dakota anymore. This is just such a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, it's quality over quantity with the Kitsune Rush Visor, but like you said, I'm not sure either. I wanted that Gravitic Flux with the Dragon Strike. Dragon Strike never came out. They do still have it. They still have a Transcendence. Dragon Strike not going to probably find that much value, though. They just need to zone out, but as you see coming around the corner, like, they have complete vision of where this team is, so they can go for those flanks, and there it is.
And another Transcendence for absolutely nothing. I mean, nothing was happening. A one Sleep Dart came out, Sir Bob Joe drops Trank, and Hocking, they read it like a book. They hold on to Shatter. Only 2 of them, 3 of them maybe die that entire half, and the card moving a whopping 30 meters maximum, Jag. This is one of the most dominant Overwatch series I've seen in ages.
Yeah, and you hate to see it. You love those competitive series, but some teams they're operating at another level. And North Dakota, well, this might not be their best showing. There's a lot you can learn from this, a lot you can kind of take away from maybe the compositions that are being played, maybe what you can try to mirror in the future, maybe how you can adjust your play style. But again, it's not over until it's over. It's going to be one heck of a challenge to try to defend here, considering the cart never got around that first bend like you had mentioned earlier. But if there's a will, there's a way. I'd love to see them maybe go for a close hold, go for some more cheese strats, like, I think about like Dorado, you hide in the room and then it stops the cart from moving. There is an opportunity actually to do that here early on. I'm not sure if the card actually got to that point. It might have not, but you try to find those little opportunities. You catch them off guard. You play tempo Overwatch. They talk about Ramattra being a tempo tank. I would say Junker Queen actually might be kind of in a similar kind of stance where she uses her shout. You go. That's the go button. You rush in, you got increased speed, you got that extra kind of help for a little bit. Try to find your advantages while you can. You have this Junker Queen, which can really run in and brawl out. Try to go for that. Because there aren't going to be many opportunities. You lose that first fight, this map and this series are done.
Yep, without a doubt. You've got a single fight to work with here, and Hocking pulling all the stomps. They've got a Sombra online. They've got the Reinhardt once again. They're going Brig, Lucio. This is a very high damage composition, and if Seismic finds even half a pick here, Jag, if they pull enough focus, Hocking might be able to just walk it in uncontested. Great shot from Warfare. Can't find the elimination, but forces recall out the gate. There's the hack onto the Hanzo, and with amazing tracking, he is removed from this mortal coil. Now, Vondel has fallen as well, but we all know that spawn advantage is going to be big enough. Tank gone, Seismic traded, and Hocking, they've still got the numbers they need to find success. Warfare swapping to Torbjorn, but I don't think they're returning to the fight. When this map comes to a close, can Hocking clutch it out? McMinn trying to make it possible. Sir Bob Joe down and out, and only that poor Junk, the last one standing. That should bring this fight and this series to a close. Sahara Eagle goes down. The recontest null and void. Any percent speed run completed by Hocking College. Jack, there's a wise man that once said, it really do be like that sometimes. And unfortunately, for North Dakota, it really do be like that today.
It really do, unfortunately for them. And, you know, the Torbjorn swap, it actually does make sense to me. The Overload does give you increased speed, so, you know, run it out, maybe get your turret down if your teammates can hold out long enough. And the Junkrat and Ana did put out a valiant effort. I mean, honestly,
Absolutely.
like, the positioning from the Ana was really good, was able to get some nice pod shots in, keep their team alive. But like you said, that spawn advantage, it was just too much because they respawn so much quicker. They're right there. You get back into the fray. So that was essentially a 4-5v2 near the very end. And like we said, that first fight had to go so cleanly. And I think we saw a bit of a disconnect. We saw the Junker Queen go in. We didn't really see much backup for them. They got charged. They were out of position. And I think once that tank falls, like Overwatch 2, even with one less tank, really has become a tank-focused game.
Absolutely.
So when those sort of things happen, you know, I think we saw a lot of great tank play from Hocking today. We saw, like, you know, how they knew how to play their tanks, knew how to play around it. It didn't seem like it was the same for North Dakota. Just a little bit of struggles there trying to get that synergy going. And at the end of the day, they too get the worst end of an 0-3, but it is only week one, but will be a very long season before a spring champion is crowned. So plenty of time to get back to it, you know, try to clutch up in the future.
Bright side is you got it out of the way early. Week one, it's a one and done. You've got opponents down the line, but at least you know you don't have to go up against this team for quite a while. We're going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break here, folks. We've got an interview with somebody from Hocking College in just a couple of minutes.
/twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close. Should I? Oh, should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to hold my keyboard like the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis, and I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. Like this guy right here, he's got his keyboard like off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the far end who has his keyboard all the way at like a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. But this isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but like you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not going to tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game.
I believe in you.
Is it, did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is
No,
it them?
Not them.
Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay, alright. Oh, is it one of the Links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try?
First try.
Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god! Oh my.
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give all your strategies. It's over-under?
What do you mean over-under?
Like, do we think we're going to podium? Do we think we're going to come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place.
Certainly not last.
What about like 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable? That's winnable? 3rd place?
Third
That's where things get dicey?
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place? That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my god. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my god. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never played Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see.
The Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my controller.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow, I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazi.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah. It's maybe.
This is a death match. I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to like approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your KD?
We're looking at 10 and 6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's third, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do we think we're doing so far?
You know, it could be better.
Could be better? You're one of those rough days?
Well, you know.
Let's go find more people to harass. Yeah. Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
Oh, right now it's got to be either Chamber or Breach.
What country is Cypher from?
Oh, dude, it's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco. Oh my God, I don't think anyone is gonna get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
This is Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise's still got really good odds. A Large Bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, okay, not cast, interview. Change your mindset, change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
If we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good, that was good. Anything from you?
How are you doing, Polly?
Awesome, thank you so much for your time.
Welcome everybody here to the top 5 plays of the week from Esports U. Clutchkey here to help you bring those 5 plays, and we got one from each game lined up. Let's start with play number 5, and this one takes us to Rocket League, where the Bulldogs of Louisiana Tech and the SUNY Poly Wildcats squaring off. But for the Bulldogs, they show us why the saying goes, teamwork makes the dream work, with insane passes and a goal to end it.
The options have to go and recover defensively because that's a big long clear. And, well, the long clear can either catalyze an offense or bring into situations like this. Jazz leaps up for the shot, knocks it home.
Now, the Wildcats were able to take a game off the Bulldogs, but in the end, Louisiana Tech would go on to win the series 4-1. Coming in at number 4 is from League of Legends, and it's the Army West Point Black Knights and the Lethbridge College Kodiaks playing in a USA versus Canada game on the Rift. But down 2 people mid-game, it was looking kind of like the Black Knights had a challenging fight coming up in top lane. But then again, the Army isn't called tough for nothing.
2v4, by the way. Now a 3v1 into another 3v1. This is Army West Point just doing the duty list, right? That is almost a full ace. Yeah, the minions will help him out. That is an ace.
Now, that was in game number 1, and Army West Point would go on to win the entire series 2-0. Let's go to number 3 now in Overwatch 2 action, where the Great Danes of Albany and the Bulls of South Florida squaring off. First map on Oasis, and things started to look good for South Florida to flip the point. Unfortunately for them, one player was hitting shots, and one player was showing why Doomfist has Doom in his name. Getting 2 picks, although that comes out right back. Bob is out of the 4. Ski gets 2. Ski gets 2. This is just an annihilating fracture here from Ski. It's unbelievable. The fight continues on, and it looks like it's going to be a fight win here for Albany. Albany would go ahead and take that game and take on the sweep as they would defeat South Florida 3-0. 2 spots left on the countdown, and coming in at number 2 is Super Smash Bros. Sauce from the Fisher Falcons taking on Neo Joe from the St. Thomas Aquinas Spartans. It's Mario taking on the Pokemon Trainer with the Squirtle out, but don't let Sauce start cooking, or they could lay the smackdown on you.
Sauce, there's a couple of Mario players kind of making waves right now, but it's about what Sauce is doing right now to Neo Joe. He's saucing him up. Oh my mercy, what a forward air.
Fisher would go ahead and take that fight, take that win, and take the series 2-0. And the number 1 play belonging to Valorant. The Demon Deacons of Wake Forest have a 1-0 lead up on the Bryan Bulldogs heading to Icebox. But Wake Forest down 6-4. Spike planted on B, and it's a 1v3 situation favoring the Bulldogs. Luckily for the Demon Deacons, this was one of the rounds that Conrad decided to play the hero.
Are they just going to lead this? Are they playing for Hunter's Fury potentially? They are. And there's the shot from Aimbot, though. This is going to be extremely dangerous. He's going to be able to find him. Does he have time?
Now that match would go on to map number 3, and Conrad would also get an ace on that last map, but it wasn't enough as Brian
Hey there, everybody. Just one more welcome back from Jag and myself, but this time we are joined by the kingpin himself, the Rhine player extraordinaire of Shambali map number 3, Jacob. C8147. Jacob, this doesn't count as my question. What does the C8147 mean? Is this just a really old gamer tag, or?
Yeah, it's basically a really old gamer tag my dad gave to me, and I
wait,
just
that's
stuck with
sweet
it
though.
ever since.
Oh, that's cute. Yeah, okay, that's not my real question. My real question is, you guys go a little bit off kilter with tank choices today. Of course, Reinhardt is making his way a little more to the forefront, but we saw Winston on King's Row as well. So is this kind of a multifaceted tank lineup team? Are you guys trying to kind of assign one tank per map, or were you just trying new things today because you were feeling good?
Well, I'm their rookie tank, and like I basically, because of Overwatch 1, I basically only did Ryan.
Sure.
And I'm not very good at playing other characters yet, but I'm getting there for tanks at least.
I will say the Rhine's pretty darn good, so you've got that part covered. The Rhine was pretty impressive.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, it was very impressive. I mean, you guys did great in the map that we got to see you in. But speaking of that map, Shabali Monastery, not exactly one that we were expecting. We kind of hyped it up on broadcast as the what if, but then it was actually picked. So I got to ask, you're coming into this map. How do you guys feel? Like, were you feeling comfortable? Did you already have a game plan going into it? It was kind of like, we're going to just see what works and then stick with it if it does.
They are, like, my team already knew what to do, but I had only played the map once. So I was pretty... it was pretty new for me on that, but I had a ton of fun on it.
Yeah, I mean, you guys did great. We saw that pin you got on the Junker Queen that kind of sealed the deal. Great play right there. This was a very dominant performance, and you said you are the rookie tank, but as a whole, how is your team feeling about the rest of the season after such a great way to start the season?
I feel like as a team, we're pretty confident so far, and I definitely have high hopes for us. I hope that we're gonna kick some butt this year.
Yeah, y'all look good. Y'all look very dominant. And as soon as you learn a couple more tanks, I'm sure you'll look even stronger. But hey, man, as long as you get to play that Ryan, I think y'all have some great chances of success. One question for you, Jacob. We'll let you hit the road. Anybody you'd like to give a thank you or a shout out just while you're here with us?
Shout out to the Overwatch old tank for Hocking. His name was Trevor. He taught me everything I know about Ryan.
Beautiful. You love to hear it. Hey, thank you so much for joining us. A big congrats and good luck on the rest of the season.
All right. Thank you.
And with that, folks, I hate to say it because I feel like we just got here, but Jack and I are done for the day, but the channel itself is not. There is ECC Overwatch coming up week 2 in just a bit here. NYIT versus the College of Staten Island. If my memory serves, 2 pretty strong teams. That'll be exciting to watch them go toe-to-toe with Clutchkey and Ashrafak on the mic. Thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you both teams for coming. Big shout out Colton and Scoots for being in the back line, and all of you for watching. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other. We'll see you next time.
See you back out there for even more games. And until next time, this is Clutchkey from Esports Youth signing off.
And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And us, as well as all of our brand partners that we work with, really recognize this. And I think that's really, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
Well, I think then to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing, at least again from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paul, Mike, and all of that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting, that at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with, esports athletes, schools, programs in general. Because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right? Football player on the field, star quarterback. It makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school. It makes sense. But I think, nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing the space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that, your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there, and I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off, but
I think thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix, so it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach to student athletes being able to make endorsement money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness. But it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative, or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in the space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, are there ways in which you can monetize it? Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, We can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically what when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, most of the, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before. And that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most, is that most of the time they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn. And my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly. And if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on their brand and their cultural importance in the space. And so, one of the things that we do also is help athletes build their brand, build their following. And that's part of what Paulie and Kyler are doing on their side when we do this behind the scenes training. And so, building your brand, this is the creator economy. Anybody and everybody can be anything they want to be. And so we just really want to be the conduit that supports that across the board.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. With that said, thank you everyone for, I think, great insights in terms of, for any of you that were watching this and maybe had questions about, what is Esports U, what is CSMG, who are they, what are they doing, what are our plans, right? Well, we know we kind of tried to make a bigger splash in the spring, and we're excited to bring more stuff with you guys for the next year. But I think maybe as we close out here, I know we're slowly approaching on time then, but maybe let's go around the room with everyone here of just what's one thing that we're all excited for this next upcoming year. I know we touched on our plans and a lot of things, but if anyone had to speak, if you had to speak to just one thing of just what has you excited for us as a company, for us as the collegiate or college esports space, right? What's one thing that has all of you guys excited? And maybe we'll start with Mike, since our traditional sports guy, and we'll let Mike speak first.
Sure. So I would say many things on the traditional side, but I'll focus on esports. And I'd say the thing that I'm most excited about going forward is, after yet another year of us doing a round of events, I'm excited that more schools will understand exactly what we're doing with our regional events and culminating in CECC and getting more schools involved. I think schools will be more excited to compete in our events because we've established it over the course of a year, and I welcome any and all conversations with getting people involved.
I think for me, I'm most excited about the schools and conferences. Mike, that's amazing. That's so exciting. I'm also excited about the brands that we're starting to be able to get involved in this. in our Commissioner's Cup in last May, we had over 14 brands, blue chip brands, participating in our event. Barbasol, Microsoft, CDW, Morgan Stanley, New Street, Air Force. And so I think brands are really starting to get excited about being involved in college esports, and we're offering them a platform that not only gives them, a big event, a big yearly event, but also regular daily programming where they can have exposure in front of this audience that they want to build affinity for with their brand. So I'm super excited about seeing the brands get on board and help grow the space along with us. A rising tide lifts all boats. And I think that's probably one of our mottos here at CSMG and Esports U. We're growing our brand, but at the same time, we're also really growing the college esports space as a whole. And that's our goal, for it to be a healthy ecosystem for all parties involved.
Yeah, I agree there. And I guess for me, obviously always, seeing the collegiate esports space elevate, coming from competing, this didn't exist when I was competing. And just to see it now in literally within the last 5 years, probably really come to fruition and start just blossomed out of nowhere, and now becoming a space and seeing everyone, schools, players, productions, companies all elevate together has been really, really nice to see. But if I was the most excited for one thing, it would probably be the city where we're going to land for CC23. I'm really excited to know where we're going to be. There's a lot of great cities. I mean, I personally would love for it to come to New York, despite whether we got a positive bid or not. I want it to come to New York, but I just think the atmosphere in New York when you throw an event here is just super magical, especially in the summertime. But either way, I'm really excited to see where it lands. Tons of great cities, tons of great opportunities, and yeah, who knows? And I think that's going to be the most exciting process for me.
Absolutely. I won't speak to anything. I think I'm filling Paulie's job on this one because Paulie's more a panelist than this one. So, normally Paulie's the host, and I don't know. I think me personally, I'll just say something real quick. I'm just excited to keep telling your stories. If you're a student, if you're a program, let me know. Let us, reach out to us. We just ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to tell your story. And I think that's what has me most excited, because now I think we're getting to a point where people know us. I hope you guys trust us, and and we just want to keep expanding and growing the space. So with that, Paulie, I won't make you do the weird thing where you got to toss to yourself, unless you want to do that. I don't know. Actually, you might have a way of doing this. All right. Let's test it. Yeah, okay.
All right,
how do you want to throw yourself here?
Well, that's going to conclude here the future of collegiate with CSMG and Esports U. Thank you so much to Angela, Mike Blewett, and Kyler Tandle for hosting our panel. And now back to myself for the day 3 of the CSMG Coaches and Director Summit 2022.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilance, and I'm super excited to walk through these with you so you can see all of the great moments we are getting out of collegiate esports. One of my favorite things about these seasons is as they go on, as the years continue to pass, the skill ceiling just gets higher and higher, and the teams get better and better. Starting things off in week 1 and 2, these teams came out the gate swinging. Let's take a look at what they were ready to bring out in these early weeks. Valorant is a game all about risk versus reward, and Sin from NYIT wanted to show us just how much he was willing to risk to get that great reward of a round win.
Sort of forced to pop off, maybe get a little bit more sniper play, but these direct tight angles make it tough. You have Axeris that actually gets a wall bang headshot onto Prime. Oh, that timing on the paranoia works so well.
Yo, give it up for the util, bro. Sin's gonna pick up 3 into the site. It's a lurk on its way from the chamber, but unless you're going to spam through this box, you're not getting anything done, and Panda won't even let him get that far.
Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is a game that can be decided in milliseconds, and Waka, one of the best players from SUNY Canton A Squad, wanted to show us just what they can do with only a second and a single stock on the board.
Cena, sledge option going to be charging forward smash, going a little early. They're not quite getting what you want. Drop shield after first hit, and Pin getting hit by the kick. High percent. There is the stun into Claw. That Claw could have been charged for a lot longer. Oh my goodness, that's a forwarder into stage with the stage spike and then upping immediately after. What a sick.
1 point in Rocket League can never make a team feel comfortable, but Driftsy wanted to show us that not only was he going to pick the pace up, but he wasn't going to let his team down.
Defensive test with flying colors, though they couldn't get out, and that is the important part at the moment. Clears a must for UA, and it's just not in the cards at the moment.
Dripsy! Dripsy connects off the backboard! What a shot! I watched it unfold slowly. You stopped speaking at just the right moment.
Valorant is often called a team-based shooter, but sometimes it can't just be about the team. Sometimes you gotta have those hero plays. Spec wanted to spray and pray and was actually able to save the day for SVSU, tying up the series 7-7.
Hard B push here. 2 Omen smokes coming out. 1. Oh, Spec just finds 3. What? Spraying through the smoke? Oh, 1 Spec. That's not legal, man. That's not legal. This is match day 2 of the ECAC league. You can't be doing that right now. Spec just goes with the call.
Here in this clip, Fanshawe finds themselves with their backs against the wall, 20 seconds left on the clock, and they're desperate to take down Wake Forest. They don't have anything to get through this team, they don't have any weapons on the field, but with Jackie Moon in the wings, at least they had a sniper.
Apparently. Guys gonna believe all the shots. Oh, a sniper! Jackie Moon from about midway through. What a shot right here from Jackie.
Wow, good eye sniper. Yes, sir. Jackie Moon puts us on the right side. A little bit more to the left. This one would have been...
Here in this clip, we're going to get a great moment from a Pac-Man, and as a Pac-Man player, I was super excited to see it. We're going to hear a lot of praise from our commentators giving Mosey those compliments of choosing Snake against Pac-Man, a great counter pick. They were super excited to see a Snake on the field, but even without their blessing, Trollery does not yield.
Approach, but like you said, he's trying to play this safe because losing his stock right now for Concord would be really bad. And, well, a little bit of commentator's curse there. We kind of willed that one into existence. Oh, man. Oh my goodness! What?
Now I know what you're thinking. Oh, Septilence, how could that be all we got from weeks number 1 and 2? Please tell me there's more. If you like what you saw, you've got to go check out ECAC Esports on all social media platforms. Please see what they're bringing to the table. It is great collegiate esports week after week. On the bright side, folks, this is just the beginning. We've got the whole rest of what is guaranteed to be a great season ahead of us. Thank you so much for joining me for this recap, and I'll see you on the next one.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup. I am Septilence, and I get a really neat opportunity here. We get to interview Burns from E United. Burns, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. We're on day 2 of the event. It's been a fantastic one. I ran into you yesterday, but we were running around like chickens with our heads off, and it has been, I mean, how has your time been here? What has this event kind of been like?
Yeah, it's great. I just love being in the passion pit, seeing all the college kids go at it. Reminds me of like an old school MLG event almost, but being like in an epicenter of the passion pit, seeing Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch, and Smash, just it's amazing to see all of these schools compete against each other and get a shot to play on this main stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And tell us a little bit about kind of what is E United, right? Because we know that you're here, we know you're here to represent them, but for the people that don't know, what is E United?
Yeah, E United was founded in 2016. We're a professional esports organization. We've been in League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to Battle Right, I think it was called back in the day. Right now in 2022, we are in Gears of War, Halo, Rocket League, PUBG, and announcing a new title tomorrow. I know, get the small intel here. So it's a lot of fun. I went pro in Call of Duty when I was younger. I ended up playing my last event under E United, switched in 2016, and I've been the GM ever since. So it's a true blessing to be able to stay with an organization for as long as I have, and we love giving back to the collegiate community. I actually graduated from Full Sail in 2013.
I was a little confused about the jersey.
Yeah, so the Full Sail boys are out of the tournament, unfortunately, but I decided I would rep them today in their honor. Yeah, it's just great. I love working with younger individuals who are trying to find their path in esports, and these college kids are really showing what they're all about.
Yeah, so to be kind of an ex-pro player, where a collegiate scene at the time didn't exist, especially not to the scale right now. What is it like to see such high levels of success, such high levels of support for something that you weren't able to kind of get as much support in at the time, something that was looked down on a lot more?
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous. That's all I can say. Full Sail started their program in 2017. When I was there in 2011 and 12, it was just a bunch of nerds running around, just creating their own clubs. I was still striving to go pro, but now you have these opportunities to play on main stage, play in front of thousands of people. We just had locals back in the day. You would show up and play for like $200, $100. It was like lunch money.
Right.
Now these kids are playing for scholarships. They're playing for fame. They could pop off here and end up getting a sponsor for $10,000 or $20,000 from somebody.
Right.
So the opportunities are just endless at the moment, and I think it's just great that you know, you basically can prove yourself and make anything happen right now.
It's instead of kind of what you had gone through, being in college and also trying to go pro, these kids can try to go pro while being in college. It's hand in hand instead of those two kind of battling kind of matchups. So if somebody's trying to go pro, right, they're like, Burns, I want to be you one day. I want to be the GM of United one day. What is that first step to really take it from a hobby to a passion, to a job?
Yeah, I think I've told this story a lot, but it's really, I thought about going pro every night before I went to bed.
Right.
Like, I lived and breathed Call of Duty for years. It was my life. I had to skip dinner sometimes. I had to skip family functions, and my family didn't really understand, but it was what I wanted to do, and it all worked out. But at the end of the day, you always need to kind of be organized. You have to have the ability to not put all of your eggs in one basket. So even though it worked out for me, there are so many opportunities in esports. There's being a caster or interviewing people. There's working in production. There's helping people get waters. Like, literally, there are so many opportunities. So, oh, this crowd's awesome.
They're going crazy, dude. They stayed on their last life right now.
Off subject, Smash, regardless if it's middle school, high school, college, it pops off all the time. I love it.
Well, Burns, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to ECAC Plays of the Week. And it's not just any week this time, it is the playoffs. We've got 8 incredible clips, and I'm super excited to jump into them. My name's Septilence. I hope you're ready to hop into the ride, because it's going to be a great one. When I found out this was clip number 8 of the playoffs highlight reel, I was flabbergasted because this is an incredible moment from Swift on the side of RPI. It's not just 1 or 2 elims to win the round and put RPI in a better position. It's all 5 coming from a single player. Take a look.
They hit him with the judge, operator in hand. Swift is trying to be able to find some value to it. The headhunter does a number on him. They're going to get a 4K. They're going to be able to get this plan down. Dakota's going to try and find him. Do they go into the tank? Yes, they do. Oh, they come out. That's the ace for Swift. They're able to make it happen all themselves, and they will get this one for free for RPI.
Clip number 7 tells a pretty amazing story as well. Ball State already up 2 games in a best-of-7 series, and they find themselves tied 2-2, less than a minute left on the clock. Perhaps a little bit more pressure than they'd want there in game number 3, but it's Daffy from Ball State that takes all the pressure and immediately relieves it from the team.
Find it back, pass to Daffy, bar down and in. Ball State will not be denied a game.
Crossbar has been doing a heck of a job here for Hartford, keeping the ball out of the net, but it only lasts for so long as Daffy's able to get...
Playoffs call for one thing: unconventional plays and crazy moments. And I knew this was going to be a crazy moment when the clip started with me looking at the casters. This stock comes through so fast from Northwood that we couldn't even get just the gameplay in the clip. It wouldn't be long enough. It is an incredible moment from SGP, and it just goes to show how good Northwood continues to be.
See, seconds into the match, and SGP's got a spike, a 0 to death at that.
Brother, that was literally 1 down here. After Fireball, bro, please. Oh, now we're playing this dangerous game at the ledge.
For clip number 5, we're jumping into one of my favorite games, and we get the chance to see one of my favorite ultimate combinations in the game right now. The Roadhog ultimate and the Kitsune Rush from Kiriko, so unbelievably strong, and it really helps Newberry kind of snap back in a moment where they were struggling to gain their footing once again.
To deal with that Nano Blade, you really just have to get around the protection Suzu and the Sleep Dart.
Well, there's the whole hog, there's the Kitsune Rush, and there goes the lives of Alfred State. Depressus is going to find a third. That's going to be a team kill. Kitsune Rush plus whole hog, overpowered, I swear.
Clip number 4, not quite on the podium, but still very, very impressive. Emery and Henry versus St. Lawrence going head-to-head. Both teams, 2 players left, but Hispanard wants to clean up their opponents as quick as humanly possible, and quick they certainly were.
Yeah, little in fact, PhD actually stands for pretty heavy dude, because Dr. Mario might as well be a heavy. With how he hits and how hard he can be to kill sometimes, the fact that he has Mario's hitboxes, his get-off tools, and these kill confirms at red, like I said, throw confirms.
At the beginning of this video, I talked about the individual presence a single player can have to make or break success for their team. Keller from Fisher College proves that point in its entirety by dropping a 4K against Ball State University and removing any iota of wind from their sails on Kings Row.
They could potentially use to be able to make something happen here. Now Ravenstrider is going to use the Kitsune Keller! 2 kills inside of the oh my word, inside of the Dragons, and now they're looking for a 4K.
For our silver medal spot, our second clip here in the highlights of the playoffs is going to go to none other than Lackawanna. They have peppered themselves in these highlight reels week after week, and when they entered this upper bracket round 1, they immediately wanted to send the message they were there to win.
That's a big reason why Barton shouldn't be feeling too hard done by if they lose this series. That's a beautiful play.
And our number 1 gold medal clip of the ECAC playoff highlights is a beautiful moment from Hybrid, one that left my jaw on the floor. Let's see if the same goes for you.
For the team, it means a lot, right? Hybrid lurking in front, annihilate for giving, yeah!
Blows up that entire push.
And as much as I hate to say it, folks, this is the final ECAC top plays of the week here for the fall split. It's a sad moment, and I'm really glad that I've had the opportunity to sit through this with you week after week and really highlight these individual players, because as great as the team play can be, it's awesome to see these moments where one person can make or break such an incredible moment for their team. I have been Septilence. You have been wonderful in rocking through all of these weeks with me, getting to see all these wonderful moments, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in the spring. But until then, check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and I'll see you on the other side.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it.
Corner judges go for 1, 2, yeah, he needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in.
Toy boy just gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front. Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the ECAC Highlights week number 8. It has been 8 weeks already, and hey, If you've been watching these on a bit of a binge, you like the new background, brand new first video it's going to be in. Super excited to jump into this with you guys. Of course, I'm Septilence, here to walk you through the highlights of week number 8 at the ECAC. We are kicking off strong with clip number 8 here, as it's going to be Tony Pajamas on the NES. Fisher College and NYIT, two of the greatest Smash programs in the country, going head-to-head, just completely dominant on both sides. But Tony Pajamas got sick of waiting and wanted to give Fisher that leg up once again.
Dying to limit options, or push this piranha plant away. Can they get back yet again? Enough air yet again into the yo-yo, and they'll be caught by the forward air. Tony will take him down.
For clip number 7, we'll be joining CSI and Iona going head-to-head in game number 3. A full-blown best-of-7, both teams a 1 win already under their belts, and somebody needed to walk away with that second win. It's a 3-3 tie-up, less than a minute on the clock, and CSI in these final moments comes back to life to sneak out a game 3 win.
Staten Island, and it gets them tied up. The calculated moves here from both offenses, phenomenal. And that one, I mean, it's not exactly calculated. I mean, yeah, it's calculated, but it's not the prettiest to place the back wall touch there, Flater, but it works. And just like that, CSI's in the lead.
For clip number 6, we're jumping into the beautiful game known as Valorant. Stockton versus SUNY Poly, and Stockton constantly trying to keep that small lead they've held out. Their Jet in particular starts with a very rough round and actually turns it into quite the miracle run to secure them another round win on the side of Stockton.
And looking for the sales. And I think at the moment they've missed the holiday deal. Somnus will find another one. Coupons expired, pocket taken out yet again. That's the cart full of groceries taken down. And the 4K, a no-scope to clean it up.
Now, anyone who knows me knows that can be a little bit biased towards Overwatch and how exciting the game can be, but my good friend Big J over at Bethel really brings out a power play for clip number 5 here at the ECAC. And if you overextend with that Primal, it can cost your team a lot. Bethel is going to have 2 ultimates. Big J going to pop it early, it seems, and he's definitely going to try! It is huge as he puts down the Lucio and the Sojourn to boot. Kiriko not far behind, and Boise removed from this mortal coil. Do y'all remember clip number 7 of this week? CSI versus Iona. Both teams 1 win already underneath their belts. Well, did anybody wonder how they got there? We're going to jump back into game number 1 and watch as CSI clutches out an incredible victory to start this series off.
2-2, a great demonstration of what both sides are capable of offensively. Is anyone back right now? I don't think so. That's game 1. CSI, take it.
All right, Bepik, okay, just 1 beat, more than enough for Mux to put that goal in. And Driftsy already ready to make sure it goes in. CSI off the game 1 comeback.
I hope you folks are ready for clip number 3, our bronze medal, because it is a heartbreaker. Things looking great for Concord. They have the numbers, they get onto the point, but they forgot to look at the Roadhog, and Zerial teaches them the hard way just how scary that Roadhog can be.
Has all the ults in the world.
And they do a nice job for Mr. Business, though, to take out Cozy while they were using their... Oh my goodness! Zerial, you're just getting a double kill with a whole hog, pushing people off.
Now, way back in clip number 8, I talked about how good Tony Pajamas from Fisher can truly be when he unlocks his full potential. But folks, you don't have to take my word for it anymore. Check out what this kid does in our silver medal clip of the week.
He will find a look from the ledge.
Ooh, almost another stock there from Kai Squared. They go for the side B instead. It's not enough. They'll be able to make it back to stage. There's a back throw. He's facing the wrong way to Zaire. He finds the forward air. He's going deep for him, and he got him without...
And I truly cannot imagine a better clip to wrap off week number 8. Kiwi from the side of Pace found almost every member of JJC ripe for the picking.
It just comes down to being one of those things where who is using utility more effective. Is Kiwi running a frenzy on Chamber? This is interesting and I love it. As the season's gonna come out, gonna find a ton of value with that frenzy. Make it, oh my God. And just Kiwi popping off there with 3, make it 4. The ace got stolen, but we just saw a Chamber with a frenzy.
And with that, folks, I hate to say it, but that does bring Week 8 and the main season here to an end for the time being. We've got playoffs right around the corner, and I'll be right back here to walk through those with all of you. I'm still Septilence. I hope you're still having a great time. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and I'll see you for those playoff highlights.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big.
Can y'all believe we are already 6 weeks into the ECAC highlight videos, and there's still so much content and so many great plays to see from these teams? It's pretty amazing, but I'm super excited to jump into it. If you don't know by now, I'm Septilence, and I have the honor to walk you through this week's highlights. I'm very excited to see what we got. Catholic U starts the series up. Toddy, 2 stocks on the board, needs to take 1 more off of Cherry. When Cherry answers back strong, Toddy finds themselves in a bit of a panic, but they play it cool, they find the stock, and they win out the set for their team.
And again, this is Min. If anyone has the potential to rob someone, especially off stage, it can definitely be Min. Ooh, that was sexy. Oh no!
Suni Poly was feeling great. 2 games already won, 2 games to go, and Wake Forest already 1 point in the lead, but with 16 seconds left on the clock, Toucan strikes a goal to tie things up and gives Suni Poly their chance at the 3rd win in a row.
Field pass to Toucan with the shot. There goes the tie. 16 seconds left here in game number 3. Looking at potential overtime now.
And the only reason why that was not saved because of the amazing speed on the ball there. Thanked is in the right position.
The pistol round in Valorant is one that many consider to be possibly the hardest in the game because you have no utility. You've just got your pistol and a dream to win the round. Space from UA, however, had his opponent seeing stars when he takes down all 5 of them in less than a minute with only a pistol.
That to cut off vision and go for a defusal.
There.
Pond is also available,
There.
so I'll be selling for some information. The crossfire, it's going to be something of a nightmare to deal with.
One enemy.
He's gonna back up. Oh, a nice dink. That's a 4K. Looking for the ace is Shadow, as they want to be able to get another one, and they're gonna open up this game.
For clip number 5 here, our keen-eyed viewers might notice that clip number 7 does in fact spoil the result of this one, but does not make it any less interesting. Suni Poly, things are close, but in the final half of this game, they close it out aggressively against Wake Forest.
Go ahead and push it through. Of course you are. Had plenty of boost as well. Why not? Wes has just been a mechanical nuisance for the defense here of Wake Forest. If not extending the play, getting some of these individual.
With a great EMP Death Blossom combo, Southern Arkansas was feeling fantastic. 1 member of the opposing team already down, 4 to go, and they could cap that first point. But they're about to learn the hard way that nothing shines brighter than the Suns.
Out onto the field. This might be good enough for Bellarmine to be able to hold on, but no. Oh,
both the healers!
Suns! No way! You just went right up into the back line and hit the fatty shatty from behind. We were trying to do the same thing, but Suns...
Yoru in Valorant is considered to be one of the worst agents in the entire game, but Rusty, clearly a big fan of Yoru just like myself, comes out quick, gets a 3v1 victory, and secures the penultimate round for UA.
Hurry. Does OC him first, able to turn 1 from boxes, will be able to counter strike. No, where are you looking? What? Oh my goodness, Rusty's able to do it all himself! Where in the world was that second man looking?
This upcoming clip absolutely deserves this 2nd place slot because, as you know, these clips are usually about 30 seconds to a minute, but Percival did so much more than we'd ever be able to fit in 1 minute, taking all 9 stocks off of the opposing team before losing 3 of his own.
Timing on the up special from Little Mac. A potential KO punch is going to whiff here. 4-1 and 2. Little Mac is off stage. There's the Nikita. Air dodge is going to get caught. He has no jump. He's catching it with the drop, Nikita, and the down smash. But he's still alive. He is living. One read there from Little Mac is going to take that's the neutral air.
Our number 1 clip for week number 6 is easily my favorite. We're about to watch Priz get a 5K, a complete ace with the Odin. The clip itself is great, but the camera work makes it so much better. Enjoy this clip.
And there you go. Okay, so they're systematically clearing. You love to see this, but they're running into 2 Odins. This definitely isn't a fun time for anybody that's involved. Priz gonna find 1 here in Boathouse. The ping's coming out. Priz gets the collapse. Priz finds it. Priz finds 4. Can he get the 5th? The ace for Priz coming out with the Odin. Just camping out in Boathouse. He has a campfire. He's got some marshmallows and some graham crackers, and he's making s'mores out of Stonehill.
And as all good things must, week 6 highlights have come to a close. Folks, it's always a blast to get to walk through this with you. So if you enjoy what you're seeing, go catch it live. Go check out ECAC on all their main channels. If you like what you're seeing here, feel free to follow me on my socials. It's just Subtilence everywhere. Thank you so much for watching, folks. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and I'll see you next week.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big. Hey
everybody, and welcome back to another ECAC weekly highlight clips. Now I feel like I've been saying this every week, but this week in particular is full of some really unique kind of once-in-a-lifetime plays and clips and moments, so I'm super excited to jump into it with all of you. We're kicking things off with one of my favorites, Overwatch 2. University of Albany finds themselves back against the wall, 1/3 of the point already capped, but with a lot of great communication and a little bit of teamwork, they're able to snipe this fight back quickly.
Controlling these fights, and now are able just to go with the blade. It's gonna get one, gonna be able to get a few with the cleanup as well. It's just near team kill are gonna come out. There it is, Loose Milk getting taken down.
Clip number 7 almost takes us back in time to Super Smash Bros. Brawl, where we would see Diddy Kong versus Meta Knight all the time. But unfortunately, EJJ from St. John's is about to find out that Benedictine was not kidding around.
Great edge is dealing with the guy. Oh, almost gets the near up shield. Oh, 5. Yo. Oh my god!
Ooh, and not enough height. Yep, that was really well done by Kid there.
Number 6 here in week 5 is going to be an amazing play from Wayne State. Amatsugachi finds a huge needle thread and guarantees the first point goal for Wayne State against their opponents.
I think I've seen this play before. Amatsugachi just waiting for the ball to plummet down in the zone, the scoring zone that is massive dunk to get Wayne State on the right foot.
I'm super excited about clip number 5 because it feels like the first Valorant clip we've had in a while. It's coming out from our friend Doodle V on the side of SFU. Uses every single knife in a Blitzstorm. It just can't find that elimination, but luckily enough, still had 1 knife in the chamber.
Swinging in from the backside, they're going to be able to swing on this one. They do have a sage that's behind them as well. EK is going to be able to give big value. They are able to maybe get the defusal. It's still beeping. They're still dropping. They have the right click. Trying to knife them. Oh, they jumped them like a ninja in the night. Oath is put on their back, and it's just that.
Sometimes as casters, we get a cool opportunity where a player's name matches up really well with what they're about to do, and I can't think of a better example than Bad News being the one to deliver that game-winning goal against Keen Blue in the 4th game on the side of Wayne State.
And double tap every time. Massive goal for Wayne State.
I mean, there wasn't even really a mistake. I mean, they had a player up for the potential shot, but the double tap opportunity that Bad News gave himself.
Now, I hope you're not sick of SFU, because while they already had their time in this weekly reel, they're going to find themselves here in slot number 3 as well. Mako, a shark in the water against the side of Muskingum to guarantee another round win for SFU on Pearl.
Mako will back up an operator that could get a collat here, and all of a second, they get one, have to reload, can't quite get the other one, don't need to, Sky's able to be the limit, they get another, stomachs are just being opened up with holes in the shape of a bullet, and it doesn't tag at least that one, another through the wall bang them, because they can't kill the Mako.
Using an ultimate in Overwatch 2 can be incredibly dangerous. If you miss your ultimate, it could put your team in a very poor position, but with a little riz from Shiz, he kicked the door wide open for his main tank to come in and save the day.
Now you don't even have another chance to recalibrate yourself. And the big EMP into the shatter! Oh my god!
That EMP shatter was devastating! 6 seconds left for Sumter to try and touch. There's not going to be a recontest.
Now, for this number 1 highlight of the week, I think anybody watching is going to know right away. Ridley is not a popular character in Smash Ultimate. So you know when you see 2 Ridleys going head-to-head, something incredible is bound to happen.
That's what I would do.
Yep, and then you sit and just take that up smash. Such a strong and potent kill move. Oh, we're going for the offstage gameplay. There's the stage spike from the neutral air. Holo is a monster.
They live that. They live that. And now Holo has a very even game to play from. Minixo struggling to stabilize. Air dodges in.
We're seeing the
goes for one of their own. They do the same exact thing. Minixo gives Holo a taste of their own medicine.
And that brings week 5 to a close. Thank you all so much for watching this with me and getting to share all these moments and relive all these hype, fantastic plays in the ECAC. It's been a wild ride. We've got insane weeks coming up ahead as we get closer and closer to the end. The caliber of play gets higher and higher, and these players, they just improve and impress week after week. If you want to keep an eye on it, feel free to follow on all of the channels. If you want to follow me, it's just Septulence. You know where to find me on any social media. Thank you so much for watching. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you next time.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big.
That's so cute. UCF, and it's really cute. So I'm gonna move down here. How do we feel? The odds for UCF? What are we thinking?
They got it. No, we got this. We got it. We got it. Go Knights. Charge on.
100%. My friend Nick is behind you. He's gonna record it. Don't look at him. You'll ruin the shot. Don't look at him. Don't look at him. Come on.
Oh, let's go! Let's go!
My smile's probably really creepy. I was just being weird. Oh, I love being in the shadows, though. Big shout out to the shadows. We could interview Dilly just because I think he's handsome. You weren't supposed to hear it.
Here's the thing about the event. I'm the greatest that's ever lived.
Literally true. I know him.
I think everyone knows that. I think everyone's aware of that.
Hey, do you have a VIP access badge on?
I actually have an all access.
Oh, an all access. I thought it said VIP access.
And that's only available for the best.
That's true. He's right. That's a main stage TO right there.
If this goes live, I'm suing everybody.
It's all right. A video of me, the first clip is me saying, don't put that in. And then it was the first, cut the cameras, cut the cameras. Oh, you're recording already? Great. So this is this is Bay State versus UCF. I believe something that we saw yesterday on day 1 of the tournament, but instead we're going to have that run back here. I think they're fighting for a spot in Grand Finals. Anarchy, one of the best Greninja players in the United States, currently struggling against a Terry. Terry notorious for that DLC privilege, being a very strong character with some very strong abilities. Greninja Not so much, considered one of the weaker characters in the game. A Falco player, one of the best in the United States, and he just got spiked by a Terry. Same Terry that took out Anarchy literally minutes ago. UCF still up by 2 stocks. This guy is looking to rip this team apart single-handedly. That is, I mean, nuts, to say the very least. Absolutely absurd. That was a disgusting spike. I cannot believe that happened. Will you hold the microphone so I can sign this? Sorry. For context, he's got a fan. He's actually signing something. He's so excited. What was it like to not hear my voice for 2 minutes? For 30 seconds, maybe. What was it like? Probably bliss. I was signing a mouse pad, which is really cool. I've never done that before. Nobody's ever asked me for a signature, so I'm going to start blushing, but I'm really excited about that. And then he wants a picture. Can you take a picture of us? I said, is it bad? She went, no. I'm going to go ahead and take that as a yes. Turns out I can't tie a tie sitting down. What do you think is the appropriate face-to-screen ratio for a Valorant player?
Face to screen, like how close I sit?
Yeah, like how close should a player sit?
Personally, I play really, really close. I think it depends on your eyesight, but for me, I like playing close because it helps me focus on my crosshair.
Is the value of sitting close, the crosshair being the only thing in your line of sight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main benefit of it.
It's so funny how close some of these guys sit. Oh my goodness. What do you think is the healthy face-to-screen distance for a Valorant player?
I think it's all kind of personal preference. I guess I would consider myself like pretty close when I play because I like to like zone in on my crosshair.
It is the second person to say that. It's all about the crosshair. And then what's up with the horizontal keyboard?
I don't know, like it just kind of fits like the form when I'm close to monitor. Like, I don't know, it might sound cringy, but I like to like be one with my gun, you know?
No, bro, I feel it. I feel it, absolutely. What is going on, everybody? I am here with some UCF fans. How are we feeling about UCF? Let's go! Let's go! We've got a bunch of UCF fans in the crowd right now. UCF, they're up by a single game. They're looking to find their third and possibly final, secure a spot moving forward. Things looking great for them against Northwood here today. This guy's playing Minecraft right now. He keeps double building instead of placing the dirt. Pressure's on, man. Everybody's watching. Just kidding. Just me. Cameraman's not over here. Just kidding. He's behind you. There's actually always cameras on you if I'm around. Do you double build all of those? No excuses, bro. Your college esports Minecraft team absolutely rolled. L after L here. Let's hope UCF has a little better luck on stage, huh? What is going on, everybody? I am Septilins. I have the honor of welcoming you to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, that was good. That was good. Good content. Good content.
Is that we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see the train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like, and that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because you all are used to dealing with your athletic directors, and each of them are dealing with what's in front of them in their athletic departments. My guess is at least some of your schools are that this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that, if you don't mind.
Sure. The majority of our schools are not under the athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus. One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, you know, the eSport program. And that's where we get assistance with, you know, eligibility checks and, you know, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, you know, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not more esport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. And I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that fits what esports is, as opposed to trying to fit it into a conventional athletics box, so to speak.
Right.
You know, I think the success of our program and getting participation is exactly that. The fact that we're not
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise. Oh, and it's going to be what?
Corner judges go for 1, 2, dip. He needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. Collins walks it in.
Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Johnny.
Welcome in, everybody, inside of the booth here. Klutchkey alongside Ashervok with you here for the ECC week. And this matchup for Overwatch happening between the New York Institute of Technology Bears and the Staten Island Dolphins. Now, some history between these two teams before we get started here. Both of these teams lining up in the Fall 2022 Championship. Number 2, Staten Island taking on number 1, New York Tech. But in the end, it was the Dolphins that were able to pull out the series sweep and the series championship. 3-0 there. So some history between those two teams, but that was back in December 11th. That was back in Season 2. Season 3 brings you a whole different landscape, a whole different meta. And for you, Ashervok, for you, what is the biggest difference here going into this match?
I mean, really the biggest difference is that so much has really changed ever since we've stepped out of Season 2 and now we are fresh into Season 3. It's like you said, there's a very storied rivalry, I should say, between the Bears and the Dolphins right now. As you said it yourself, the Dolphins did manage to beat them in a 3-0 sweep. But when it comes to this new meta, plenty of different heroes have had changes, whether it be with Roadhog or the most notable one this year being Ramatra, whose ultimate has now been reduced from lasting such a long time to now being reduced to 20 seconds on a timer, depending really on how you run it. And knowing that both of these teams ran somewhat of a tank-heavy comp mixed with DPS, we might have to see how that's going to change for them overall.
Yeah, and of course, there's a lot of different changes you could go through at the start of it. There was a lot of different characters that were basically either nerfed or buffed upon, and we can't really go through them all considering we're about to go in the match. But first map coming up is going to be Busan. So Busan, the very first map pick, it is Control. It'll be losers pick the rest of the way through. Then we'll go on to Hybrid next map. But first and foremost, we got to get through map number 1. We're going to the Sanctuary to start off here. And I mean, looking at the team comms here, earlier on we saw Hocking versus North Dakota in the East for NJCAAE, and they picked everything except for the Wrecking Ball of the Diva. So there's not really telling who's going to what's going to pop up here. But for either side, not looking very similar.
I mean, true, but to no surprise whatsoever, J-Russ with the Ramatra. Not even a few seconds in, we get a pause.
I mean, oh boy, it's just the technical pause from the looks of it for right now. But I mean, we'll go back into the game in a little while as well. But you saw it, right? I mean, how different this thing is, right? How different the meta can be, especially with so many characters basically being changed in terms of damage, in terms of ult cost. Look, Ramatra went up from ultimate cost increased 12%, and then the ultimate only lasting up to 20 seconds. People still liking him, especially on a brawl style map like Control, like close range maps. like control, like, I mean, in closed spaces such as hybrid, or, I mean, it really differentiates. But you saw the Ramattra there. I mean, you saw an Ana Lucio, which, again, Ana Lucio we haven't seen in a long time as well. I mean, that goes all the way back to Overwatch 1, mind you. I mean, maybe even before Kiriko even appears.
I mean, honestly, hearing that just makes me feel so old. It's like you said, Ana Lucio, me personally, I haven't seen that comp since 2020. It has been that long.
Yeah.
But hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And when it comes to Ana and Lucio, it's honestly not a bad pairing in terms of support, in terms of being able to get those heals, because with Ana, you have that ultimate ability of nano boosting pretty much anybody in your sight. And that could be very much utilized with your tanks or DPS. And with Lucio, you have your speed boost, your heals, and then with your ultimate, give that extra bit of armor and health to your teammates as well. So with that, it might be the best thing we could see here for support as well.
Yeah, I mean, it could very well be it, but again, at the same time, even though, I mean, Kiriko got nerfed a little bit, right? The Ofudas get changed from 0.85 to the 1 second, taking its time for the effect. Lucio's ultimate cost reduced to 7%, so no surprise, every team's going to run a Lucio here, considering you're going to get that sound barrier a little bit faster. Ana, though, I feel like is a little bit of a surprise pick, considering, I mean, the only thing that really got changed was her biotic grenade, gets nerfed a little bit, but I believe half a second. But still, I mean, Ana changed. Ana Lucio, it's still early on in the season, and really haven't had any contenders or Overwatch League to really pick out from, even though that happens in about a month from now, that we'll see all of this gather together and see what these professional teams or these higher tier teams are going to look for inside of the meta as well. But I mean, considering all of the changes, hey, Season 3 is going to be as crazy as it is, and I know my comp games have been crazy considering what do you pick?
I mean, it's absolutely right. I've seen a lot of Lucio, I've seen a lot of Ana, but the one thing that I have seen out of absolutely nowhere is the terrifying rise, and I don't even know how this is, battle mercies everywhere in my lobby, in pubs, or even in ranked. I'm thinking, okay, I'm probably going to get some support, some health, and then I see something fly in the corner of my eye. I'm like, wait, is that a mercy that just flew into the enemy team?
Yeah.
And 9 times out of 10, it doesn't work. Until one game, I see one drop an absolute 30 bomb out of nowhere, and I'm thinking, do not tell me we're about to see the rise of this in comp. I don't want to see it. However, not a bad choice either, but still comes with a bit of high risk. But then again, where there's high risk in Overwatch, there is high reward as well, too.
Yeah, if you get a good Mercy, I mean, obviously a lot of nerfs, right? One of the biggest ones that everybody saw on Mercy, Regeneration Passive got removed, and instead it's Sympathetic Recovery. So Mercy then would heal herself for 25% of the healing done with the Caduceus staff. So basically, I mean, Mercy changed almost entirely, if you will, based on that alone. And then, of course, nerfs on the staff. Guardian Angel gets nerfed as well. So, I mean, still a lot of nerfs being handed to Mercy, and yet there are still people that are going to play her indefinitely, whether it's on a pharmacy combination is still overpowered. Mercy Echo still a thing as well. I mean, Mercy anything in the air is going to be overpowered as well. But you look at everything, even the DPS side, right? Far is probably a lot more pickable because now the ultimate cost reduced by 5%. Reaper's ultimate cost reduced 8%. I mean, again, there are just so many changes here in Overwatch 2 to talk about that. For Season 3, it looks really good as of right now. The hot fixes might come in a little bit later as well, so there's still plenty to go around in terms of the hot fixes. Again, if you're just joining us, we have a little bit of a technical problem going on right now, so we are going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to see if we can get this match going one more time. It will be CSI taking on NYIT on the other side of the break. We'll see you then.
We probably have 3 or 4 schools that are under athletics, and I know it puts them in a difficult position sometimes trying to make some decisions. I got a request recently to consider allowing part-time students to participate during this year, because some schools struggle sometimes to fill out all the games that they want to play with us, and we held off on that for now. We defer to the institution and say, what's your policy for those that are under student development or activities? What's your policy for allowing students to participate? And if you certify that they're eligible under your current policies, then that's good for us. I also think, and I was part of some of the conversations early on with the NCAA years ago about the NCAA getting involved as a Division II representative, and I was crossing my fingers that wouldn't happen, just because I think this needs time to grow, and expand.
Can I ask Rob a question, because you mentioned part-time enrollment, and one of the things that we've done here is that as a conference we've just set eligibility standards, full-time enrollment, making progress towards your degree as the institution defines it. Are you guys doing something like that as well? Because we've gotten that part-time enrollment question and we've said no.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've gotten that far down the line, Carolyn, to ask for that. I think we kind of put it on the institution, but we do say that the student has to be a full-time. Now, they could be a full-time grad student, but they have to be full-time as from what the institution decides.
Yeah, our eligibility requirements are just as simple as can be. You have to be a full-time student in good standing.
Yes.
And after that, and that's about it. Now I think we wanted as few impediments to getting this thing rolling as possible in the outset. I do think as schools get more competitive, they will start to distrust one another, and that's why we have this 500-page NCAA manual, because schools distrust one another. But we're not there yet. Right now there's still a collective. Let's move this forward, and the fact that the NCAA is not administering it, I think, is really helpful to the growth of it all. And yes, we allow grad students. We don't even have a 4 or 5 year clock. If you are full-time enrolled for 10 years in good standing, you can do. And why not? Why would we not say that that's okay? Now, eventually, like I said, we may change our minds if the schools require it. They say, no, this is crazy. Look what they're doing over there. We don't like, but I think we're still a long way from that. Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that really Carolyn has said. You're gonna have to forgive me. What was the original question? It's been a minute. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, just kind of what you set out to do, and then what maybe the realities of it are.
Hi everyone, my name is Heather Garozzo, also known as Sapphire. I'm so excited to join you here today. This is an initiative that means a lot to me. I've been involved in esports now for a little more than I want to admit, but about 20 years in many different facets. And when I started, I was often the only woman in the room. There were no women competitions. There were no other women on co-ed teams or women's teams. And that obviously has changed drastically over the most recent couple of years. Initiatives like this are so meaningful to getting more women involved and giving them a stepping stone to join those tier 1 leagues, to join co-ed teams, mixed teams, and hopefully become the best in the world. So I came to join today to just tell you a little bit about my journey, hopefully inspire you, whether you want to go down the path of being a professional gamer or a content creator, or you want to work in the industry. There's so many different options, and I wanted to share a little bit about my story with you. So first off, I'm actually at Valorant Champions in Istanbul right now. The match is happening like just behind the door from me, so you might even hear some of the crowd noise going hype. The crowd is obviously cheering for Fnatic. Actually, I just heard a loud cheer right now, so something epic might have just happened. But so apologies if you hear that background noise, but it's all part of the vibe. It's all part of just being in esports, living and breathing esports. My journey actually started just as a player. I was a multi-sport varsity athlete in high school, tore my MCL, was out on an injury, and then I found esports. My brother would have his friends over, and I didn't want my brother to be better than me than anything, and I just started playing. And this was actually Counter-Strike. Valorant wasn't out at the time, of course. And turns out that I was pretty decent at it, and so started playing more and more and more. Found some teammates, traveled down to the CPL, which is like the top tournament at the time. thought after winning a bunch of tournaments in the Milwaukee area that we would come in and do really well. Turns out we were terrible, and we finished dead last, lost to a Finnish team that was one of the best in the world. But it only motivated me to be a better player. So I kept competing. Eventually, I made it on to some of the top teams. Both I was in co-ed teams, played in ESCA Invite, which is now the equivalent of ESL Pro League, and also played on some co-ed teams. Played with teammates like Miss Harvey, Potter, who is now the coach of Evil Geniuses, Alice Liu, that played with Complexity's Valorant team. Some of the things that I learned in my competing journey, it's not just about my physical skill in the game, not just how quick you could react to something, but communication, teamwork. These things are so important. At Valorant Champions right now, I get the opportunity to listen into the teams and listen to their communication. It's amazing how they refine their craft and refine how they communicate with their teammates. It's something so fascinating. So I encourage you, one of the things I like to tell up and coming players is record your team's comms and listen back. Did you give the right calls? Could you have done better calls? Could those calls have been shorter and more precise? Those are some of the things I learned as a player. Throughout that playing journey, one of the highlights was in 2012 when I traveled to Paris and competed in the Esports World Cup, which was the top tournament for women at the time. And we came in and we won the World Championship, which was so exciting. It's so amazing to play in front of crowds of thousands of people. They were cheering against us because we were playing against a European team and we were an American team. But that feeling is just like unlike anything else when you can raise that trophy and they play the national anthem of your country. I hope many of you playing in this competition will get to experience some of that one day. It's truly an honor. Some of the other things besides competing and winning trophies, I played in 250 tournaments over the years. I believe that's the most for any woman. It's hard to keep track in the early days, but beyond competing, I work in the industry. So I'm the vice president at Dignitas. It's one of the oldest operating esports teams. We had for many years one of the top women's teams in the world. I also founded a women's initiative called Radiant and operate women's esports tournaments just like this. And I've realized how important that is. A lot of people will ask, why do the women need their own tournament? Why can't they just play with the guys? And my response back is, if you look at a game like Valorant, there's a reason why there are so many women competing in this game compared to other esports titles. It's because these women's initiatives exist, and they give women something to work towards, something to get started. It gives them a more safe environment, a harassment-free environment to kick off their careers. And I hope one day we don't need women's tournaments. That's the end goal, is because more women are competing and more women are going to start to shine in those tier 1 teams. My last point is, as I said, working in the industry, there's so many different job opportunities. You don't have to be the best player in the world. You don't have to be comfortable on camera and be a content creator. You can work in business side, marketing, advertising. You can work in PR. You can work even in the sciences. There's sports psychology jobs. There's team chefs. There's nutritionists. One of my positions is being an observer. Like I said, I'm at Valorant Champions right now. And, if you're dual monitoring and you're watching both this event and Valorant Champions at the same time, after this, I'm about to hop in and be the observer for XSET versus Fnatic, essentially an in-game director. There's a million different production jobs as well. But I just wanted to use this as an opportunity to hopefully inspire you to continue to pursue esports and gaming if that's something you love. And then my final comment is just a reminder that, you're going to be in games sometimes and people are going to say terrible things. I hope that ends someday, but just know that no matter what they say, you belong here. You deserve this. You deserve to play this game. You deserve to be in this competition. And I wish you all the best of luck. Thank you so much for having me. I can't wait. I know there's going to be some superstars. I hope I see you one day at Valorant Champions kicking ass. Thank you so much for having me.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilence, and let me tell you what, right away, if you thought last week's clips were great from weeks 1 and 2,
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back from the break here. Alongside Ashervok Clutchkey with you here for the NYIT Cybers, taking on the Staten Island Dolphins. Busan going to be our very first map here. A little bit of a technical issue, but looks like we have that solved. So we'll get back to the game in just a couple of moments. But for those of you just joining us here, give you a little bit of the rundown and the history between these two teams. If you joined us last semester, NYIT and Staten Island have a little bit of a history going all the way back to the championship of the ECC fall 2022 semester. Go back to December 11th. Number 2 seeded Staten Island taking on number 1 New York Tech. That game would go 3-0 in favor of the Dolphins over the Cybers, and so Staten Island would get the number 1, or would win the championship as the number 2 seed back in that fall play as well. But you take a look at here we go now, and we'll talk about the history going a little bit more forward as we go along in this game. But Staten Island, New York Tech, Staten Island in the blue, New York Tech in the red. We are underway here in the Sanctuary, and again, we talked about this. Hey, the cause can go any which way, and there is no similarity other than the Reinhardt and the Cassidy.
I mean, very true. Rather than go with Ramatra, it looks like Russ has decided to switch over to Reinhardt. So really, this is going to be a battle of pure precision German engineering. You can already see it's getting underway and exiled on the Turbulent pick for Staten Island. And no stranger to being able to get those headshots. And already, this is getting off to a pretty interesting start for both teams, but a rough start here for New York Tech.
Yeah, one fight already. Only one pick in that one fight, but yet it was enough. And so Staten Island Dolphins off to a start here for them. But let's take a look at where they're positioned. They're going right around small drum room yet again, and yet another good pick here. They do get the rest off with the Mercy. It's not going to matter, though, when the rest of the team just starts to run right in. Staten Island, the Dolphins, just going to run rampant, getting the team kill. Or what basically, yeah, well, it's going to be the team kill, and 20% enrolling, already 2 fight wins for them.
That was an absolutely fast and stellar team kill coming in from Staten Island. Really knew the positioning and had full control over the situation and the awareness of it as well, enabling them to get those picks, get those kills. And not only that, with the Lucio on your team, you have that added speed boost and that added ability of health, but really have to worry about the Mercy with Deathblood 16 having that, as well as Cringe on the Kiriko.
Yeah, so we'll see. This fares out for them. There's another good kill onto the Reinhardt and the Kiriko. Deadeye to maybe see if they can get any damage, but there is amplification matrix down from Bioactive, which allows Exile to get the kills, and Exile getting even more. That's Deathblood Cypher gone. And Staten Island halfway home here to winning first map on the Sanctuary, and they're pushing them all the way back to the spawn room.
It's like at every point in time, Staten Island is denying every single push that New York Tech has to offer. I mean, not even giving them a chance to go on to this point whatsoever. And with Bioactive on the Baptiste, it provides you with the support with more accurate shots and control of the situation as well. With that Mentality Field will make it a lot harder for your DPSs. Being Excise to be able to get this, but the stun coming in from full force from J-Russ. It's Reinhardt versus Reinhardt, but the Earth Shadow goes off. That's a pin coming in from New York Tech. Pepino, unfortunately, will get taken out, and J-Russ surviving that, with the majority of Staten Island getting the picks, especially coming in from Exiled and Normal for a full and clean team kill.
And it's probably going to be a full and clean team fight here at a clean map. for certain as well. Nobody's going to be able to touch in time. No Lucio's basically to even try to touch. So New York Tech shut out of an entire percent, 100-0 there on the Sanctuary. But you like what you see from Staten Island if you're a fan of the Dolphins right now, taking control and getting that one pick to just say all systems go. Look, that Torbjorn's not being really contested, if anything. Yes, you're getting rid of the turret, but the Exile is getting a lot of damage out, and so is J-Russ. So J-Russ doing what they normally do on the Reinhardt, I guess, is the saying, because they're just going to run rampant on you as soon as they get that damage down.
I mean, absolutely right. The damage is going out in insane numbers right now, especially coming in from Exiled and Normal Person being on the Torbjorn McCree combo, and then with the added boost and the denial of damage coming in from Bioactive and Noob, you have so much to worry about. But now that Exiled has switched over to Genji, should add some optimal movement and even more damage here, and even some backline flanks coming in from Staten Island as we get underway with our next control point map.
Yeah, so next up here is downtown. You know, now on the Orisa, seeing if that'll make any difference, especially against this Reinhardt. But look at where Staten Island is. They're going to push right in. However, the first pick this time belonging to the Cybears, and Pepino wants more. Bloodshed all over in terms of the blue team. And for New York Tech, that's going to be a fight win and their first look at percentages.
And New York Tech rip-roaring their way as Cybears absolutely should here on the point, denying Staten Island a chance to be able to get on this point properly whatsoever. I mean, sure, they're up by 1 point, but that doesn't mean that New York Tech has some tricks up their sleeve. And coming in with the Orisa pick, excuse me, okay, correction. I thought I was seeing wrong. My screen was acting up for a minute. It is the Orisa pick coming in from Pepino, and that might be the perfect counter to a lot of what Staten Island has in terms of comp right now.
Well, they're all against the wall here, but they're going to go rush right in with that speed boost, so now they're going to use the Immortality Field. Both sides already used. Pepino's got Bioactive already, which is a big pick, and now J-Russ is down, meaning for Staten Island, it's run away for your lives, now or never. Lucio's barely going to stay up, it's going to get away, but it doesn't matter when 4 of your teammates are down. Dolphins holding back just a little bit. It's the Cybears in the lead.
Man, the Dolphins aren't even given any room to breathe right now as New York Tech, the Cybears, like you said, they are in the lead and coming in with the picks, whether it be Pepino on the Orisa or even with a Hanzo and a Soldier. This is going to be huge, and with your ults ready on both sides, this should be gearing up to be another team fight yet again coming in from New York Tech and Staten Island. J-Russ has been taken out, having switched over to Ramatra, trying to get some crowd control in, but already for New York Tech, the damage is going out from both sides. Zeiss has been taken out. Bioactive and Exile getting kills. The same coming in from Normal Person. This is getting tricky. As you can tell, Bioactive trying his damnedest to get some kills, to get some heals. Staten Island putting themselves back on top and denying New York Tech, putting them at 81% and being able to take this control point for themselves.
What a swap there from Normal Person to get into the Reaper. Now the Reaper's at 71%. Uh-oh. Idea wants to go ahead and make this not even have them 30%. Dragon Strike's going to go down the middle. Maybe it's split up the team a little bit. Tac Visor's also going to get pulled out as well. Zeiser's got 2. 1 on the Tac Visor, 1 normally here. But now it's 82%, and they want to stagger out this Kiriko, and they want to maybe even stagger out the Reaper here. But with 85%, the question is, can they stagger them out in time? Not a lot of ultimates, though, for New York Tech coming up. They did use both of their DPS ults. They used the Application Matrix from the looks of it as well. Dragon Strike goes down the middle. He's going to find anything and probably split up the team at that. But Idea hits another shot, and that's on the Lucio. Salmeri available, but it's not going to happen. J-Russ on the Nemesis form. He want to take down Death Plus. The both of the Lucio's gone. Keaton Rush is out for Bioactive. Is it enough is the question. 3-for-2 trade thus far for the Dolphins, or rather for the Cybears, and have control at this point. Clock starts to bleed. Bioactive down. Exile down. Only person left is the Lucio. And the Lucio just has to run for right now, trying to stay alive on this point. It's not going to happen. We are tied at 1 apiece. We are headed to the Mecha Base.
Man, tying at 1-1 apiece. New York Tech looking not to go out of here without a fight. I guarantee you the last thing they want is a repeat performance of what happened to them in last year's Fall 2022 championship. And they want to guarantee themselves a win rather than a guaranteed, or what could be the possible guarantee of a sweep from Staten Island.
Yeah, I mean, you really don't want to repeat history, but then again, history kind of repeat itself when you're on a different patch. Season 2, right? Obviously, Season 2, you had a little bit more easier time trying to figure it out because, I mean, there was contenders, there was different metas, but now with really no idea of what the meta could be or is going to be here, both teams are just running rapid what they know what best to do here. So for New York Tech, the Orisa worked out for them exceptionally well to flip it right back around. And look, they only give up 21% after giving up 100 themselves. And we'll see what happens here. First fight going on right now. This is going to happen upstairs, as it normally does. Happen upstairs in the mecha base for right now. JRuss is going to go right into the background here. Speed boost coming in from the Noob 393, and that's going to work out for them. Immortality Field's down on both sides, but Deathblood no longer can provide any healing for the Cybears, as the Dolphins just going to run right in for right now. The fight's not won on either side just yet. I mean, it is a 5v4 situation. Exiled back on the Torbjorn, but it's going to be Staten Island that wins the first fight here.
Man, this was such a strong push coming in from both teams, but Staten Island really capitalized on those kills, especially from Noob 393 on the Lucio, being able to get in here, distract New York Tech enough to be able to push onto this point, but at the same time, you really need to worry because JRuss looking a little low on health, but Noob 393 doing his damnedest to try and bring this back. Unfortunately for them, Sice will be able to get that kill on JRuss and another on Noob 393 with the Soldier, make that a 3-for-3 combo. Coming in on Normal Person, and New York Tech looking in a healthy state right now as they are getting kill after kill after kill. A 5-player kill streak coming in as well for Sice.
Well, they've got the Soldier now, taking care of the turret and making sure that Exile is kept in check a little bit. But you take a look at the ultimates now. JRuss up to an Earth Shatter already. Pepino's 15% away from the Terror Surge. And no DPS ults, but New York Tech's got 2, so if you're New York Tech, this is your fight to lose right here, and no sound barrier are going to be available when you use those either for Staten Island. So again, New York Tech's all to lose right now. Dragon Strike is going to go down the middle here in between the two, but the Immortality Field being used doesn't matter. Bioactive is inactive. Pepino does go down though with the process. Idea still got 2 though, making a 3rd here for this team, and it's only the Reaper as well as the Lucio left to play, but the Reaper of Normal Person taking care of Deathblood. Can they turn this all around? The Reaper does, and they're going to cap the point.
Cap the point already. Pepino saying, Pepino, you are not coming here on my point in this situation. But Staten Island at the same point, coming in with such a strong push, not even giving New York Tech a chance to bounce back on this control point whatsoever here downstairs. This is getting very tricky, very fast, and New York Tech only has a limited amount of time to be able to get this cap, as Staten Island, almost every single one of them have their ultimates ready, which could prove to be dangerous. You have Death Blossom to worry about, but Pepino gearing up, doesn't exactly get a kill, but it's a fight in between him and JRuss right now, who has Earth Shatter ready to go, but the Immortality Field comes in, but that's a massive Death Blossom coming in from Normal Person to secure a team kill for Staten Island.
Wow, what a combo. Earth Shatter, I mean, it costed you 4 ults, but in the end, it got you a fight win, and now you're 1 fight away from winning it. And look, New York Tech's got nothing on the board. They used Terra Surge with nothing coming out of it except for a Reinhardt shield damage, maybe a little bit. But, I mean, for right now, Staten Island, no ultimates to play with, but they do have lead, especially with a 40+% lead. Here comes the fight. Right now, no ultimates. It's completely dry here on this point. Immortality Field gone from Cringe, so New York Tech on the back foot at the very least for right now. 1 healer down on each side, but the bigger one is Bioactive. No more main healer, so this is New York Tech system to go. They trade out, but Idea's got 3, I believe, thus far in this fight, and Zeisler is going to help themselves out. It's only the Reaper. It's the DPS 2-on-1. Facing off each other, but the Reaper can only run away for right now. Normal Person does go down, and New York Tech stays alive.
New York Tech stays alive for now, but for how long can they keep this up? Staten Island, they love getting aggressive. They love coming in with these team pushes, and most of the time are able to capitalize on that as well. So New York Tech, they really need to get in here and keep up the defense as best as possible. And it's comp versus comp, team versus team right now, already in yet another engagement, and the Baptiste ult coming out, so that's going to deal extra damage. And this is getting tricky very fast as the radar coming in from Hanzo as well, able to get with the Dragon Strike. Doesn't exactly hit anybody just yet, but this is getting tricky. Zeiss only able to get a kill on the Bioactive Immortality Field and Exiled, and another one coming in full force. It's going into overtime. This is getting very rough, very fast. New York Tech at 99%. It's overtime yet again. I don't know what's going on anymore. Normal Person getting a kill on Pepino, but both teams going in with the damage. The melee coming in from Cringe, and at the same time, New York Tech, it looks like, able to stave off what could have been a Staten Island upset here.
What a great map for both teams. Really, Staten Island showing that they've got something to prove here, 100-0 at the start, but then New York Tech is like, well, we lost you in the first one, and back in the championship, and we didn't get a point there. We're gonna get one this time around. And so they do 121 on downtown, 186 on Mecha Base, and so Sanctuary was, I guess, more or less a fluke to New York Tech. I guess a little bit of a change-up scenario there for them back on the Sanctuary, but scoreline 2-1 on Busan, and it's 1-0 in the series for NYIT. So the Cybears in the lead right now, which means Staten Island gets to pick coming up here. And the next map is Hybrid. So Hybrid a little bit different, right? So Eichenwald is out, Eichenwald is in, Numbani is out, excuse me. Well, Numbani, again, we're going back on the patch. I'm getting these a little bit confused with the current patch, but Hybrid, again, you've got Blizzard World, Eichenwald, Kings Row, Midtown, Pata East. So, but again, I guess everybody could say the prediction would be the next map pick is most likely going to be Kings Row. We don't know just yet.
I mean, listen, I love Kings Row, but prediction for me, I gotta go with Baraiso. That might be your best bet. Plenty of close range and close sightlines to properly be able to get New York Tech. Maybe get them a little switched up here. Maybe get some distraction. And let's be honest, that is 100% and 1,000% a Lucio map to the day that I die personally. And for anybody else, and knowing that CSI loves to run Lucio in a lot of situations, that might be the perfect map for them. But it's like you said, Kings Row, or as we know it here, Scrims Row as well. Might be another choice for them on this map situation. But with New York Tech right now looking very powerful with their first map, it's like you said, could have been a little bit of a fluke. They were able to come back, but at certain situations did look a little weak. So that might be their main point to try and work on. But it looks like this might be the one game where they could get revenge here on Staten Island.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Staten Island right now, again, you go back to the history between these two. We talked about the championship already, but how about on the fact that both of these teams, if they're still the same teams, for Overwatch side, they have the all-conference members, both of them having one on each team, first and second team, one on the DPS. Actually, for New York Tech, they've had Muhammad Alam on the DPS side, lining up on the first team, and the second team, the tank, Eric Solis is on that second team. Meanwhile, for the first team for the Staten Island team, you've got Dylan Lee, one of the supports there, and you've got on the second team, Staten Island, again, Andrew Shinoda, overall second team player there as well. So really the all-conference lineups here, if they look both the same, pretty much going to be very similar intact. And look, they both want to go at each other right now, and you can see the battle that is playing out between these two teams. And for right now, Staten Island and NYIT Cybears going at it 1-0 in favor of the Cybears. Next map coming up, by the way, hey, I mean, look, it was pretty much predictable at this point as to what we were going to see, but Kings Row is going to be the next map pick. Scrims Row, an old favorite, the very first one from the get-go, and Old Faithful, if you will, in terms of map picks, because it ain't ever going to go away. I mean, I would be very surprised if one day Blizzard's like, okay, let's take away Kings Row from the map pool and see what people think.
Yeah, let's see the absolute chaos we're going to cause. Like, you know that one scene from SpongeBob, the episode Wormy, where SpongeBob and Patrick, let's say they're Blizzard. It's like, we did it, Patrick. We saved the city. Well, all around them, the city is in flames. I guarantee you the Overwatch community would rally their pitchforks and everything imaginable if that ever happened. But here I was expecting Paraiso, and instead we take it all the way back to London, England with Kings Row. So this should be pretty interesting.
Yeah, Old Faithful back out. Kings Row is the next map pick again, and we talk about what this is, and one more piece of note here coming from our producer observer as well. Pepino comes out, Beach Ball is in, so a little bit of a tank swap, if you will, for this team of NYIT. I believe was Pepino, and yes, it is. So Pepino does come out, Beach Ball is in for the Cybears, a little bit of a swap. Staten Island Dolphins will stay the same for what we know of as of right now. And hey, look, I mean, Kings Row, a little bit of a swap pick as well for the substitution, but we've seen this before, right, where Kings Row sort of open to interpretation, if you will, kind of in all-around map. Scrims Row, you're trying to figure out what you were trying to run, or trying to figure out the composition to run in this case. So, I mean, we saw it back on Busan, where basically anything goes, right? We saw the Torbjorn, we saw Soldier come out, we saw so many, we saw Reaper come out, we saw so many different composition potentials. So I guess in the same sense, your Kings Row is anything goes.
I mean, true, we even saw Ramatra come out for a brief second, did some damage, but not exactly that much, really. It was more Reinhardt focused, but besides that, it's like you said, we could see any switch up whatsoever. I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if we maybe saw a little bit of Pharmacy, as that is very, very reliable here on all reliable of all maps, being Kings Row.
Well, but we have half of the Pharmacy if New York Tech holds this, and they are on the defensive side. You've got the Mercy part, just not the far side of it, but anyways, Mercy
so
comes
no
out.
far all Mercy. Got you.
Yeah. But I mean, Ash Mercy maybe, or Cass Mercy maybe. I mean, who knows at this point who the boost is going on to? But Idea is going to be on the Ash, and Idea was hitting a lot of shots on the Hanzo, mind you, back on last map. So I mean, still changing from what is basically projectile with the hit scan. Not too bad here for New York Tech. Zeisler on the Cassidy as well. Staten Island's going to bring out the Genji for the first time look though.
I mean, that is very true. Here on King's Row, already the objective opening up, so this should be pretty tricky for either team. But one thing to really worry about here on King's Row, it's the double Reinhardt yet again coming in from both Staten Island and New York Tech. And with Beach Ball being the swap in, I mean, really we're going to have to see how this plays out. And not only that, you have to worry about Exiled being on the Genji here. That's a lot of flank you really need to watch out for, as it looks like Staten Island doing exactly just that, trying to wrap around and maybe see if they can push in. Already the contest coming out, Reinhardt versus Reinhardt, Hammer versus Hammer, but a Kiriko boost coming in for both right now. J-Rus and Normal Person getting these kills, and the same going for Exiled, with Normal Person on the Reaper DPS getting in a double and able to capitalize for a team kill and take the objective here.
Yeah, so very quick fight there, and for Staten Island, look, they made it so that New York Tech, they basically swapped places. I mean, you look at what Staten Island did, right? They went all the way around and they forced New York Tech to play back to where the attacking side would be right around that statue on their side of the map, and yet Staten Island played that to perfection there. With all that they did, they just rushed right in. So here we go with another fight. 5 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock, 2.5 added. Almost up to a Blaze, 75%, but Beach Ball able to win the mirror battle onto the Reinhardt, and with no more shield, they back up for right now. This is going to be tough, though, especially on a fight underneath the archway, and with no Reinhardt to come back in a couple of seconds here. You don't have Earth Shatter just yet for Beach Ball. Dragon Blade is available for Exile, but does have the application matrix. No nano boost though for Staten Island either, so it's gonna have to be a swing away and basically a getaway here for Exile. Kitsune rushes out from Cringe, see if that gets anything. Dragon Blade up in the skies. Is it gonna find anything? It finds a dash into Idea. Zeisler gotta run for his life. It ain't gonna happen. Exile will not let you escape. Dragon Blade finds 2. The rest will start to fall as well. It's only a Kiriko, it's only a Reinhardt left to go, and for Staten Island, it's a push.
And Staten Island on a warpath, especially coming in from Exiled, who himself managing to get a bulk of these kills, coming in with the Dragon Blade. Such a smart play. And you saw in those last couple of seconds, Soldier really tried his best to get out of there. Zeiss had no chance to even fight back against that. It was so smart and calculated coming in from Staten Island. As this payload nears its next checkpoint, New York Tech will only have a bit of amount of time and so little room to try and really fight back against this. The Reaper flank coming in as well, doing a little bit of damage, enabling J-Rus to get a kill here on Beach Ball. But right now, the Lucio ult coming out in full force. Staten Island looking very healthy, but it fades away so fast as J-Rush with the headshot being taken out and sent out of here by a DJ.
Oh, the Death Blossom finds 2. Normal Person finds both Cringe and Idea, and that's pretty much going to end this here. No chance that the more can make a difference at this point, but 5 minutes and 4 seconds left to go on the clock. Plenty of time for them to win this one, to basically cap this point, and it's been impressive so far. It's all been fight wins here for New York Tech, and now that for Staten Island, but Zeisler finds Exile. That's such a huge pick for you, because now you don't have frontline damage anymore for Staten Island, except for a Reaper, but Reaper with no more Death Blossom, and really no chance to go at it here, and gotta put a shield for a slept person. You also have Cringe now on, I mean, Cringe was on the Ana for a little while here, but I mean, the swaps here for New York Tech, it's going to be a question of whether it happens. Behind the payload, finds 3 on the Shatter. It's just going to be a massacre unless the Ab Matrix saves them for right now. Here comes Idea's going to come in the back line for right now. The Shatter goes basically for nothing.
That amplification matrix works so well, and in that amount of time, it's Earth Shatter for Earth Shatter, but coming in, J-Rus getting a kill on Zeiss, no hesitation. Staten Island out the gate saying, listen, we understand you tried to do that to us. We understand we had no frontline damage. You want to see a cool little trick for us? Reinhardt, you know what? Get him! That's it! No more! And Staten Island right now doing a majority of damage to New York Tech, but the Dragon Strike coming in last second here, so New York trying their best to combat this, but Staten Island, I mean, right now looking very low on health unless New York Tech has something up their sleeve that we haven't seen just yet. Noob393, Normal Person looking low on health, but Zeiss will be able to get that pick on Noob as well as Normal Person, so Staten Island might have fumbled this just a little bit if they're not able to come back with this.
Staten Island fumbled that, but Exile did too. Exile, if you didn't see that, by the way, Exile used the Dragon Blade right at the door of the spawn room, but he was on the wrong door. New York Tech came out the other one.
Oh,
that
no.
Dragon Blade went for nothing. That Dragon Blade got absolutely no value whatsoever. Couldn't even get a swing off to find anything. So yeah, so they changed on over to the Cassidy now and see if that works out any better. Beach Ball does go down though, and Exile remarking the statement that now is on the Cassidy, now is finding picks. Finds 3, 1.5 meters left to go. They knock off the Moira. The Moira has to find a lot though, but Exile finds the entire team, and 2 minutes and 52 seconds on the clock. The Dolphins go uno, dos, adios, and it's a big 2 minutes and 52 time bank for the Dolphins of Staten Island.
Man, and Staten Island absolutely cleaning us up so bad. I mean, value-wise, they really just turned this into free real estate for themselves. You can see in chat right now, Exiled getting a little bit of flack, trying his best not to be mean, but hey, it happens. How are you going to stop a Genji from coming at you with a Dragon Blade? I mean, really, that's an impossibility right now. So New York Tech are really going to have to figure out how this is going to change and how they need to come back. I mean, right now they're at 0-3. This is going to be challenging.
Yeah, I mean, Staten Island wants to make a statement, and so far, so good for them. You take a look at Staten Island's defensive side, and shout out Septilence. Junkrat's in play.
Oh my god, somewhere Septilence is crying tears of joy. The Junkrat finally, after all this time, and in the hands of Exiled. I mean, you really need to worry, because knowing Exiled, how aggressive he can get with that extra amount of bombs and traps and everything, oh my, you really need to watch out for him, because he is guaranteed to get sneaky with it.
Well, let's see here. 13 seconds left before on the prepare to attack, prepare your defenses phase for right now, and we've got the Junkrat just hanging out here.
Yeah, just hanging out by the door.
Just hanging out, just
wants
saying
to
a little
say
bit of a
hi.
hello.
He's just a little guy.
Oh, look at this setup, though. Trapped behind the bus. I mean, oh boy. If this hits
no.
anybody, find out. Wait, keep your eyes on it. Keep your eyes on it. Keep your eyes on it. Finds the Lucio. But is the Lucio going to die is the question. No, Lucio stays alive somehow, some way. The shield was up. It was enough. And the immortality field already having to be used by Cringe. So New York Tech looking a little bit on the back foot there, but J. Russ is going to go ahead and make sure that that advantage is being taken care of. Staten Island's putting up a fence right now. 2 kills compared to 1. Both of the Reinhardts are down, but doesn't really matter. Spawn room's in favor of New York Tech, but Staten Island able to win the fight.
And Staten Island able to win that fight indeed. Exile coming in with the Junkrat in full force, and there goes a trap and a bomb, and maybe see if it does work. Does not find its target. That trap, it's still open. So I would be very careful, and oh my good god, here we go. Riptire straight from Australia coming in, Exiled on the Cringe Immortality field, but that does do some damage as Deathblood taken out almost off the rip. The same goes for Idija in that battle against Normal Person, who is able to get a double on Beach Ball, and right now Staten Island with a full-on team kill. This is putting the entirety of New York to shame.
I'm about to say here, but Exiled had a Riptire. He's already at 25% to another one. New York Tech has yet to have a DPS ult, or has yet to have an ult in general, I think.
Interesting.
And now it's up to 30% already. I mean, look, Exiled's putting on a show right now, already halfway up to another ult. J-Russ still with the Fire Strike, does take care of Cypher, and now the rest of the team starts to follow up. It's a game of touch the spawn doors at this point, and yes, they will say hello to the spawn doors right away with 2 minutes and a half left to go on the clock. I mean, for Staten Island, they picked this map, and right now it's showing why.
Man, absolutely. And Staten Island, they're capitalizing at every other point. Their awareness for certain situations and certain spots and points here on King's Row. It's really showing why this definitely is their number one choice right now. New York Tech, they're trying everything they can to combat this, but the Earth Shatter comes out. It doesn't hit. It's a full whiff, but the Riptire, we're going to have to see if it does hit, and it will on Idija coming in from Exiled. So right now the kill's coming in full force for Exiled on this absolutely crack shot Junkrat pick, working full favor. New York Tech trying their best to run away. That's another bomb kill on Deathblood right now. I don't know what kind of juice or water Exiled is on right now, but somewhere Septilence is watching, tears in his eyes, absolutely proud of these plays.
This is textbook right here, how to play the Junkrat. Look, Exiled, again, we talk about the ult differential. Try 2-to-1. Exiled has already had a second Reptire let go, and Zeisler is just about to let this Tac Visor go for the first time. Idea hasn't even built up to a Death Blossom just yet. It could be a difference, though. Tac Visor finds 2. Normal Person goes right back for 3. It's a big pickup on trades, but Normal Person finds a third. Death Blossom will not happen for Idea. Normal Person saves the day. 60 on the clock for the Tech.
Man, you might as well call this spring cleaning, because that is exactly what Normal Person did, taking out the trash and taking out all the bad flowers, replacing it with only one. That is your Death Blossom. I mean, Staten Island, the majority of the ults that they've had have popped up in a couple of seconds, and right now Noob393 has another one up and ready, and here we go. This might be it in just a few seconds here, getting the assist with Exiled coming in. That is one big boost for Staten Island and one big giant backfire for New York Tech.
This is nuts. Exiled has another Reptire. New York Tech has had 2 ultimates. New York Tech has had 2 DPS ultimates this entire round. Exile's had 3 by himself. This is unbelievable. This is unreal. We'll talk about that stat later on. 10 seconds left on the clock. Here, good bio name.
Oh my
God. Here comes the third Reptire. Is this going to find anything is the question. No immortality field means no chance at life. Grin Zeisler gone. It's going to be looking like a full hold here for this team. Nobody can even touch the point. Staten Island picking Kings Row. Staten Island makes the statement. And we're tied up at 1 in the series.
Oh my God, this is just foul. Staten Island coming in full force. And who would have guessed that all it took was a Reaper, a Junkrat, and a Dream to be able to pull this off?
Man, this is unreal. I mean, look at Normal Person here. Gets play of the game. Finds the 4th one onto the Reaper right at the end there, but I mean, an unbelievable. Cancels out that Death Blossom as well to see if that made any difference whatsoever. But what an unbelievable game from Staten Island. You want to talk about a big turnaround? There's it. I mean, you've got 3 points with 2 minutes and 52 seconds. New York Tech did not get a single tick, mind you, not even 33.3% at all. The door was shut on the Cybears at that entire round. And mind you, again, Exiled had 3 ultimates, 3 Reptires in that defensive round. The DPS for CSI had 2 total that entire round. It's unbelievable the way that Junkrat picked up everything on damage-wise for College of Staten Island there. So the Dolphins tying up the series 1 apiece. I mean, but what a game from Exiled so far. And again, shout out Septilence. That's textbook Junkrat right there.
I mean, you're right. That is 100% textbook Junkrat and proves why Junkrat is so dangerous to deal with on Kings Row. You saw Exiled. A majority of his Riptires did hit, whether it be on a majority of the team or even a couple of immortality fields. But regardless of that, was able to break them up and give them a little bit of that added hysteria that enabled Staten Island to be able to get these kills. But we can't leave out Normal Person as well, coming in with those Death Blossoms and being able to disrupt and get that extra needed crowd control as well.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't blame, you can't really take out, I shouldn't say blame, but can't take out a Normal Person either. You had 4 kills there in that play of the game. Look, pot cheese don't come easily for some. So, I mean, for Normal Person, getting 3 on the Death Blossom. And actually, that was on the fight where Zeisler got 2 at the start of that as well. Got 2 on the Tac Visor, which was making it look like New York Tech had a chance at point percentage. But instead, Normal Person plays Superman, really. I mean, just the hero play on the Death Blossom to turn that all the way around. And get that 4th kill and make sure that Death Blossom really goes off for nothing at the end as well, and made sure that they had nothing to play with for that final fight. So we now take a look at what our next map is going to be. And by the way, another sub coming in. We'll talk about that in a little while here. But the next map coming up as we're tied 1 apiece. So we will at least see push at the end of this, or should it be the end of this. But Escort is going to be the next map up. So Dorado, Junkertown, Circuit Royale, Rialto, Route 66, Shambali Monastery, all in. Sorry, folks. We're not going to see Route 6, or I'm sorry, not Route 66. We're not going to see Havana, excuse me. So Havana's in this new patch, but unfortunately not in for this one. Route 66 is in though. But I mean, I don't know what I would pick here in terms of Escort, especially if you're NYIT. Maybe something that gives you a little bit more air. So maybe Route 66.
I don't know. I gotta go with Junkertown on this one. And hear me out on this
as well.
one. Yeah. You mentioned open air, but for Junkertown, you have plenty of room to be able to do that as well. Maybe pull out a pharmacy combo or 2. Or maybe, just maybe, we might even be seeing a little bit of Roadhog or Junker Queen with that pick as well. You really never know.
Yeah, I mean, Junker Queen, I mean, the map was made for the Junker ones.
Oh my
but
god,
anyways,
it is Route 66.
oh, Route 66, hey, I got one right! So,
Oh
to everybody
my
on the
God.
prop team, look, I got one right. Route 66 is the map pick here for this one. A little bit, again, Route 66, a little bit more of a favorite for the players, I would say, in terms of escorts, and depending on your play style, obviously. But Route 66 is the map pick coming up here, and I mean, it would be great to see, or if, again, this is an NYIT's pick here, so the question is what they're going to pick. And obviously, they do have some depth with the players because another sub coming in, and actually, it's pretty much the same subs. Pepino coming in, Beach Ball coming out of play, so maybe Arista, Sigma, who knows what the play is going to be here coming up.
I mean, absolutely. With this sub, yet again, I mean, really, the strategy might be. It is a little interesting. We could see Arisa back again. I mean, maybe that's exactly the map they were saving Arisa for in the first place, with this being Route 66. And knowing how dangerous Arisa can be with a lot of these shorter angles and everything, I mean, this might be the pick that gives New York Tech the upper hand here.
I mean, for New York Tech at the very least right now, they have map advantage. I mean, they have the map pick going for New York Tech. The Cybers have this going all the way. If we go to map 5 there, they do get map pick advantage. But for right now, New York Tech's got to worry about if they can close this out after map 4. Right now, for Route 66 wise, I mean, maybe you're taking a look at for New York Tech, you got to be looking for more, maybe not open air, I should say, but maybe more longer sight lines. So for Zeisser and Idea, they're going to go onto the Hanzo and the Soldier to start. Meanwhile, Staten Island, Exiled and Normal Person, well, it looks like they're switching it up a little bit. I mean, Exiled was on that Junkrat absolutely popping up, but it's Normal Person on the Junkrat this time around.
Man, seeing Normal Person on the Junkrat could prove to be a little interesting here, but it looks like Zeiss coming in. Yes! Finally! The Pharmacy combo that I have been waiting for in for New York Tech. Oh my gosh, it has been such a minute since I have seen this, and really this could pay off. I mean, doing a lot of damage already, New York Tech off the bat, so this could get very interesting very quickly. But for Staten Island, I mean, right now they really have to worry about something, but Exiled coming in, able to take out Zeiss, putting him out of the air. So Staten Island capitalizing on this, and New York Tech in a little bit of trouble, as that is going to be a full-on team kill off the rip.
Yeah, don't be too close to the ground with the Cassidy in your vicinity if you're playing Pharmacy, because the magnetic nade is, how should I put it, not pretty. Not up there again. Look.
Oh my god!
The jump nade onto the far end. Look, Mercy doesn't even have a chance to res it. Maybe no. Exiled finds the cap of Deathblood, and Exiled on this Cassidy is looking fabulous right now. Already has a Deadeye ready to go. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, the Cyber is putting on a show right now.
Man, in this...
Rather the Dolphins, I should say.
Staten Island just pushed New York Tech all the way back to their spawn. I mean, it's no matter what hero that Exiled picks. It's like he makes it look good and makes it look dang good, and is putting every cowboy across the nation to shame. Getting a pick on Deathblood, and the double kill coming in on Zeiss. Are you serious right now, my man? What is going on?
Yeah, you know the win con right now for for New York Tech to get a push. Kill Exiled. Exiled's finding everything right now, but behind the shield and everything, I mean, you really got to either push up on this Reinhardt with this Arisa. You got to put on pressure and find a way to get Exiled out, and that's going to be a good start with Fringe taking down Normal Person. The Earthshatter out, that two behind. That's going to be the Soldier, the Lucio gone by the swing of a hammer. And it's going to look like Staten Island holds the fence yet again. Terror Surge for nothing with 1:50 on the clock.
And it's like I say, pressure makes diamonds, but in this case, pressure on New York Tech is turning them into quashed beef right now. There's not much they can do, and anything they do try, I mean, it's like you said, the objective on their map right now, they really need to get rid of Exiled, because let's be honest here, Exiled and JRS, even Normal Person, are causing a majority of the issues. They're having a bad day, and they're about to make it New York Tech's problem 1000%. But this ultimate coming out from Bioactive, this is getting very tricky very fast. I mean, Staten Island, they have most of their ults up, and a field as well for another clean team kill. Or should I say dirty, because that is exactly how Staten Island is treating New York Tech right now.
Ideo popped Tac Visor, but that's a good play from both Staten Island support lines. But now, I mean, there's only a minute on the clock. If New York Tech can build up their support line very fast, look, Cuticle, Ultimate Kitsune Rush can absolutely change the pace of the game. And if you're looking for a rush, that's a way to do it. But ideally you have to win 2 fights here if you're New York Tech to even pull this out. Unfortunately, a Rip Tire and a Deadeye isn't going to be really helpful if you die to that, but already a magnetic nade kill onto Zeisberg doesn't really help. 35 seconds on the clock. You have Pepino not even close to Graviton Surge just yet. No. New York Tech in trouble from the tire, from above. Normal person finds 2. It's another backup scenario with 25 seconds left to go.
Man, this is such a horrible scenario coming in for New York Tech. This is every person's nightmare when coming in on here with this payload push right now. Staten Island giving them a run for their money, especially coming in from normal person in Exile. I mean, you see the rate that they're getting their ultimate. It's like it's a free buffet. New York Tech is feeding them every chance they have, but Zeiss with the double shot on Exile and Bioactive. This could be the chance that New York Tech has to turn this from overtime into a full checkpoint release.
Well, they need one more fight. That payload was so far back that they need another fight to win this. But, I mean, good on Zeisfer to get the flank Deadeye kills there for the double. But Pepino's not coming up on the Graviton Surge and Deathblood up on the Kitsune Rush. And Staten Island really only going to have an Earth Shatter, which could change the game entirely considering that New York Tech doesn't have any shields to really block that except for maybe a Pepino bubble. So this is going to be interesting how Staten Island decides to play this out with the Earth Shatter. Here comes the Magnetic Nade. J-Russ is gone. Magnetic Nade and the Immortality Field does not come inside. The Immortality Field is out, but that's not going to save you from the Graviton Surge that finds 2. And guess what? New York Tech caps the point. They had 2.5 from the overtime clock.
New York Tech saving themselves a little bit here, but for how long is the question? Staten Island, I guarantee you, is going to be coming back in full force, but Idija with the kill on Bioactive as well. No more support for Staten Island momentarily. Normal person switching over to Hanzo. So this should be a pretty interesting pick as you do have that upfront and frontline DPS damage, but they really need to be careful. New York Tech, including Idija, Deathblood, have their ultimates up and ready as well. Oh my god, Exiled coming in with a possible sneaky sneak here, but the shots coming in, will he be able to capitalize on that? The rewind coming in off the Tracer, I don't even know if he's able to pull that off or not. It was looking a little sneaky though.
Well, here comes the fight in. J-Russ already down to half health, has an Earth Shatter still available. Already used the protection Suzu, but it's going to be enough here. Really no chance for J-Russ to even use that. Exile does have a pulse bomb if they want to play hero, but it's not going to happen right around the first turn. They might even have the point here considering how far it takes, but for New York Tech, looks like they've actually found an answer.
I mean, it does look like that, and New York Tech right now looking very good, but at the same time, the unstoppable force immovable object being Staten Island coming in from full force on the top off the rip. The shield's coming in, and New York Tech not looking so hot, but however, the Deadeye coming in and Cringe with the ultimate as well. This should be pretty good in New York Tech's favor, but right now, Staten Island not looking too good. J-Russ, Normal Person, and Bioactive have all been taken out. The push denied by New York Tech.
Wow. I mean, let's put it this way, though. J-Russ has not used that Earth Shatter for, what is it, like 3 fights now?
I believe so.
They had a chance. I mean, they had a chance to touch, but it was I would say it's about 100th of a second away from contesting that before they capped. So they got the cap before that fight even happened, which allowed New York Tech to basically play all rampant if they wanted to. Now New York Tech coming in only with an Amp Matrix, if anything. So Exile is able to find 1 and 2. And is able to find a little bit more here again. J-Russ holding on to the Earth Shatter, does use it. And it's going to be a fight win here, but I'm not too sure if that was completely necessary.
I mean, really, for New York Tech right now, everybody is gone except for Idija and Cringe. So Staten Island back on the up and up, but Exile taking a bulk of that damage, having to pull back. That is going to be very smart. I mean, really, both teams need to figure out their strategies. They need to figure them out now because you see New York Tech is coming back and back with a vengeance. That is a Dragon Strike from Exile, and we're gonna have to see how he plays this, and really if New York Tech is dumb enough to come in view, and it looks like that will go out. Getting 1 kill on Deathblood, the shots coming in, full force from Exile. That's going to be 1 coming in from J-Russ. This is an ultimate coming out from the Zarya. Doesn't exactly hit anybody, but Lucio with the active ult on top. Staten Island, New York Tech losing so many people on either side. The checkpoint has been halted, contested, and that Pepino will say Pepino. Goodbye to Bioactive.
Oh, but you got to remember, Bioactive found 2.
That is true.
Somehow, someway, Bioactive found 2. Now Attack Visor gets pulled out, and there's no chance you live. Bioactive found 2. I mean, in this fight alone, Bioactive is a hero. The death was not in vain. That's so good.
That is true.
How do you fight two through the chaos?
Oh my god, Bioactive, I mean, really did save some lives, like here, first responder, like, and everything right now. I mean, Bioactive really MVP for that, but that's another tack visor coming in from Idija. How is he gonna play this is the big question. I mean, this is tricky, but it comes out in full force, not exactly finding its target. The Immortality Field is out. Zeiss does manage to take out J-Russ with Deadeye. The same goes for Noob. 393 off the regular kill rip. New York Tech, they have the Fox Kitsune rush up in full force. The same coming in with the field from Cringe. I'm scared of how this is going. New York Tech is looking strong here.
Yeah, there's one more fight though, because they left it so far back that they got one more fight. Idea finds the soldier though, so no more backline there from Staten Island. New York Tech's got the front foot if they wanted to play here. They take out Cringe. That's a big amount of healing gone. You've only got the Kigo left to go, and no more ultimates on the side of New York Tech either. Dragon Strike down the middle of the lane. They are denied access of a third point, and New York Tech's got to settle for 2 points at 68.43 meters. No matter what, we will not see a second round. Staten Island, to win this map, has to complete it basically in order to go up to the series 2-1. But I mean, for New York Tech, despite the beginning, what a push they had from the looks of it.
That was an absolutely insane push coming in from New York Tech. You saw from Zeiss and Idija, they really put up a hell of a fight, especially from Pepino getting a lot of those majority of the kills against Staten Island. But at the same time, Staten Island did deny them that third point, and it's like you said, we'll have to finish this full entire thing to even be able to take this up 2-1. But what worries me a little bit here is that New York Tech have that front lane damage, but in a couple of situations their back line was left exposed, giving Staten Island a chance to come back and get those much needed kills and holds that they really needed.
Well, I mean, for Staten Island, I mean, truly, if they want to win this map, obviously you got to push past Zeisser and Idea, who's been hitting shots. At the same time, though, for New York Tech, I mean, I think they used that Kitsune rush a little bit too early, considering they were getting picks without it. I mean, from the looks of it, so they could have saved that for the final fight. Unfortunately, really didn't help them with no ultimates going into the final fight. Look, they left that payload so far back that New York Tech, I mean, they were forced to fight another one. And for Staten Island, that's what you want, right? You had 2 or 3 ultimates to use from Staten Island, especially with the fact that you had that one fight. You pushed them so far back that you had that one fight to play with anyways. So, I mean, good job on Staten Island to make sure that they don't get a third point and force themselves to get this third point as well. But Staten Island now pretty much going to bring out the same thing, except exiled on the Genji this time around. Again, no on the nano boosted either, so it's just swings away. But we saw what happened on the very first play that Genji had. And look at the percentage, already up to 28%. And playing close and personal. Exiled wants to get up and personal with these guys. However, New York Tech says, we're just going to push you right back if you try. The door shuts on them, and it's going to be a fight win here for New York Tech. Although Pepino's gone, so Staten Island spawn room favor.
I mean, Staten Island has that spawn room favor, but you saw in the beginning, they did look to overextend a little bit. That's what did get them sent back to the spawn room in the first place. But with New York Tech and Pepino so far back, this could be Staten Island's chance to be able to make the comeback that they really need. And Exiled, rather than stick with Genji for this full time, is look to switch over to Sojourn. So this might be one of your favorite heroes here on this map to see if he can add a couple of kills here.
Well, the Sojourn, I mean, look, I like the Sojourn pick here. A little bit more longer sight lines and still does a lot of damage regardless. And the changes a little bit more as well. I mean, also with the amplification matrix at the same time will help you. J-Russ and Bioactive, though, finding 2 kills through it. Exiled finds a third. It's going to be a fight win for Staten Island. Now the question is this far enough along where they won't have to fight another one? Because New York Tech's got 2 ultimates. Staten Island does not have a support ult to handle this. And let's see, can they get here any faster? Well, they don't have a Lucio at all, so that answer is going to be already no. So Staten Island finds a way to get 2.5 on the board.
And it looks like Exiled will push forward a little bit there, maybe seeing if he can get a denial and some damage here on New York Tech. And it's like you said, Zeiss and Idija both have their ultimates up, and with Reaper in that Death Blossom. Oh my good God, this could be the flank of a lifetime, depending or not if he can pull this off. Exiled with the full-on denial. I mean, he read that perfectly and will not be able to get that ultimate off. I mean, Idija probably should have played that a little bit better, meaning that there will be shots going out coming in from Exiled. That headshot was absolutely clean on Cringe.
Oh, Exile's finding shots now, but now has the overclock available. Won't be able to use it this time around, though, because Kiriko's kunais are a little bit dangerous when you run into it. So Deathblood able to find the kill onto Exiled. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Idea's coming back with the Death Blossom available. Does he want to drop to use it? Drops down. We'll get one out of it. We'll get the Immortality Field, but that might be enough there to see the Death Blossom onto the Reaper equivalents. And right now it's just a push-up game. Pepino, oh no! So they use the sound barrier. The noob uses the sound barrier thinking they can save J-Russ and save the fight, but they have to back off because of it. So no sound barrier coming up for the next fight.
I mean, true, that sound barrier in that situation was smart. You've saved yourself some teammates, but at the same time, I mean, really, that was a bit of a waste as you're not going to be able to have that upcoming here, and that could be a bit dangerous. I mean, oh, that could have been so better, but New York Tech and Staten Island both have ult up the overclock coming in from Exiled right now. That's one, that's two on Cringe's Immortality Field, as well as Zeiss, but can this be a threefer? And it will on Deathblood 16, but can we go 4 for 4 is the question. We'll see that on Cringe with the melee kill. J-Russ and the majority of Staten Island on a massive rampage against New York Tech here.
I want Exile team. I really want Exile team. It's nuts. The overclock popped and finds 2, and then finds the Baptiste afterwards to stagger out a little bit. And look, this is going to be another fight again with no Lucio for New York Tech. They're not going to be able to play this point unless the Genji dashes in by themselves. And now the Kitana Rush is going to come out. At the same token, half a meter left to go before they can cap the point. There's the Earth Shatter. Great Suzu! That's an unbelievable Suzu from Deathblood, but unfortunately, the Death Blossom comes out. Exile finds 3. I mean, I thought that was going to turn around, but Exile, a normal person, just flipped that switch. What a Suzu from Deathblood. If you caught that, the Suzu protected them from the Earth Shatter. Unfortunately, not much else more because you do not have a defensive ult against everything else. And so New York Tech stays back. Staten Island's got 343 to win this.
Man, it's not, oh my god, that was a massive Suzu coming in. It saved everyone, but only for a moment as Staten Island still were able to get those kills. But New York Tech coming out for possibly one more engagement, maybe one of 2, depending on how they play this. They really need to push and push forward. Right now, Zeiss on the Hanzo getting these shots in, and New York Tech looking to try and get this, but Cringe has been lost and sent out to the flames. But Zeiss with the double on Bioactive as well as Bioactive's Immortality Field. Exile looking to chow this out, but can he win it is the question, and it looks like he will against both Idija and Zeiss, with normal person coming in with the assist on Deathblood.
3 minutes left to go on this last fight, and look, Exile's been hitting every single shot, already has another overclock. We're down to the final 10 meters left to go. Exile finds Cringe. Oh my goodness, the headshot from the railgun. Exile cannot be stopped. Overclock is gonna get popped. There's another support down. 2 of your supports are down by the hands of Exile, making a third on the tank, and Exile is gonna lead this team to victory. Staten Island did not pick this map, but they are dominant on it. 3-2 your score here, and Staten Island is on match point.
And Staten Island on match point. Indeed, New York Tech with this map pick, but if anything, just gave Staten Island a free win, free real estate, if you will, and to no one's surprise, Exiled coming in with the match MVP, really, of this game, play of the game, I should say, and my God, was it an absolute performance.
Yes, Exiled with a 4K there right at the end, and I mean, can't really blame the rest of the team there for not getting the pod G when Exiled's in your game. I mean, Exiled's on your team is probably going to get a lot of the pod Gs right now. I mean, considering I thought it was going to be, to be honest, I thought it was going to be a Sojourn play of the game. Hanzo at the end was great, but that was because New York Tech didn't really have any ultimates. But Staten Island's Exiled just absolutely popping off on the Sojourn, and I mean, it looks to be like, hey, look, Staten Island, the difference could be that they've got a lot of depth. I mean, they got a lot of flexibility on this character pool. We've seen Exiled on the Genji, on the Sojourn, on the on the Cassidy as well. We've seen Exiled on a lot of characters, and at the same token, Exiled's been great on every character as well. So for New York Tech, your win con, I think honestly is getting rid of Exiled early on. If you can get rid of Exiled, I mean, that's huge for you in terms of damage being gone, because Exile's committing a lot of damage going on right now. But next map coming up, 2-1 your scoreline, by the way, as we go through what we've seen so far. Busan, if you're just joining us on Busan, the Cybears would win that one 2-1, albeit they lost Sanctuary 100-0. That was back at Busan. Go to Kings Row. Staten Island's pick 3-0 there, on Kings Row and Route 66. You just saw Staten Island winning 3-2, and mind you, with plenty of time on the clock. I think they had at least 2 minutes left to go on the clock, at least for that final fight. So Staten Island winning that one, and now it's Cybear's pick coming up here. So for the Cybears. Push coming up, only 3 maps to pick from. New Queen Street, Esperanza, Coliseo. I mean, what's the call here if you're New York Tech?
I mean, if I were New York Tech, I'd really have to go. Oh, this is really tough, but I gotta go Coliseo. I mean, really, that's the one map they could have some control on and maybe take out Exiled, because that one portion of the map, you do have some shorter and closer sight lines, maybe able to pick him off just early enough. I mean, also, Exiled did play Junkrat very well, and I guarantee you Zeppelins was somewhere going, yes, that's how it's done, that's how it should be done, it's textbook Junkrat. So really the versatility, and like I predicted, it's Coliseo. Finally, I get one prediction over Keegan, so you know what, a win's a win for me.
What do you mean finally?
Win.
What do you mean finally? I just said last map that Route 66 was one of my first predictions correct.
Okay, you know what, a win's a win. You know what, you're a Shock fan,
we take our small victories.
Wins a win.
Hey, Glads fan, hold on a minute now.
No. How? No. You listen here, Shock fan. Glads all day, every day. I mean, listen, I understand we haven't been doing it.
How many owl trophies? How many owl trophies? All right, and we move on now. Coliseo is going to be the next map pick here. 2-1 the scoreline. Dolphins lead over the Cybears right now. But again, Coliseo is the next map pick. No substitutions to talk about as of yet, and so we probably will be seeing Pepino staying in. Beach Ball still out for right now, and I guess that was more of a map composition pick, if you will, because Pepino did come out back on Kings Row. Beach Ball did go in there, so again, no real substitutions to talk about for the Dolphins. Well, I don't know if they do have any substitutions, but hey, don't fix what's not broken. You're 2 maps straight thus far on both Kings Row, Route 66 on match point. For the Cybears, though, for you, what is your key for the Cybears to take this to map number 5?
I mean, to take this to map number 5, I'm going to keep saying it over and over again. You really need to watch out for Exiled. And now that you're playing Coliseo, it's really time to pull out the big guns and maybe change up your comp here a little bit rather than go with something traditional. Maybe shake it up a little bit. And listen, I keep hoping to see Junker Queen here, but maybe Roadhog might be the best choice for denial as well as getting those hooks off.
I mean, we haven't seen the Roadhog yet. I mean, go back to the game against Hocking and North Dakota. You saw that game earlier on today right here on Esports U on NJCAAE action for Overwatch. We saw basically a lot of the tanks come out. The 3 that I did not see, Wrecking Ball, Diva, and Roadhog. Those were the 3 that I did not, and Winston maybe, but I didn't see any of those tanks come out in the tank lineup. But I mean, hey, anything can go at this point. And let's take a look at what they're going to pull out here with 20 seconds left to go on the clock. Exiled, I think this is the first time we're going to see a Widowmaker in this game.
Interesting. This could be an actual pick, or Exiled may be trolling with us on this pick here a little bit. I mean, really, we never know. We saw Exiled maybe go with Widowmaker not too long ago, but then immediately switched over to Genji, so this could be in, and it looks like it will be exactly that. I mean, knowing Exiled and how much versatility he has over this map pool and hero pool, I should say, this could be pretty interesting.
Look, I mean, we haven't mentioned it before, but Bap Lucio is back. I mean, first breath of air, but we no Kiriko here in the lineup to speak of, and no Bio needs to cleanse either, really. So here we go, 9 minutes and a half, and Robot unlocking in about 4 seconds from right now. We'll see if the Widowmaker play works out for them right now, just shooting at the turret for the moment here. Immortality Field's going to go down on both sides. Will it help out? Is the question. Lucio has to find a way out. Lucio does. And right now, J-Russ gets the swing away onto Idea. The rest, that's the go button here, but now J-Russ goes down, so Pepino with a lot of space to play with, unfortunately has to back off because the Reaper's right in your face. And so Staten Island, despite the start on the J-Russ kill, Staten Island's going to get the first push.
Man, it looks like Pepino had all the room to maneuver in the world, especially after getting rid of J-Russ, but it looks like Normal Person saw the opportunity and absolutely took it against Pepino. In that case, a lot of these shots coming in from Exile, not exactly hitting, so maybe Widow, and I could be saying this a little early, might not have been the best pick. I mean, really, we're just going to have to wait and see how he's able to run this.
Oh, trying to find shots. 360. Oh, no, couldn't find it. Had the 360 opportunity, but couldn't find it. But 32 meters, about halfway home to that first checkpoint.
Oh!
And now Exxon finds a kill on Sci Square through the window. Hello. And now looking for more. Finds the Infrasight. Is he going to be able to find any kills out of this? Sound barrier is out from the noob. Exile finds the head of Depth Flood from above. And now J-Russ is going to try to charge right in, trying to get out of that situation. Exile finds 3. The Widow finds 3 caps. It's pretty much all but done here and dusted. New York Tech can't find an answer for the Widowmaker. Staten Island's got themselves, it looks to be the first checkpoint.
I take back everything I said about Widow and Exiled right now. He just cooked himself a 3-piece biscuit meal and everything right now. As fed as he is, are you serious? On Widowmaker, on Junkrat, on any other hero. I mean, Exiled, you might as well change his name to Wexiled for the amount of W's he's been given and the amount of L's he's just been handing out to New York Tech right now. Are you kidding me? It's another one on Zeiss. I cannot believe what I am watching right now, but I can tell you what I'm watching. It is a master at work here.
Oh, wait. The noob finds one off the map. That's Cringe gone. The Diva is able to get back, but runs right into the Death Blossom here. So despite New York Tech's start, they used the Tac Visor at the same time, so Zeiswer's got nothing. And Staten Island finds the win, and they're able to get forward spawns at the same time too. So New York Tech finds no answer. Zeiswer moves on over to the Hanzo. This is unreal.
This is absolutely unreal. I mean, Staten Island, it's further and further them looking like the unstoppable object. I mean, New York Tech, what else can you do? You can only do so much. As Staten Island, a majority of the ults have come out in seconds for them. And this looks like to be the biggest earth shatter of J. Russ's life here on this bridge, but will be denied almost out the gate by Pepino. But that's a sound barrier ult coming in from Deathblood, not exactly lasting too long, but Pepino coming out with these kills. That's one, that is two on Normal Person and Bioactive. But in the corner, Exiled, waiting, just watching like a Black Widow spider living up to the name, able to take out Zeiss.
On another one? Nope. Finds the jump shot. Can you find another head is the question, though. It's going to be tough with a Diva going right in your face, and Exile's just going to say hello, just give him a little wave. Although the fight going on right now, and we'll talk about this in a second, but the self-destruct going to come out. Self-destruct is out, finds nothing because of the shield. Heroes has an Earth Shatter to use. Will they use it is the question. Soundbearer is out. What a great Earth Shatter. That's 3 people down. There goes the turret. They do trade out J. Russ though, but it's still going to be Staten Island finding the picks. And now, oh my god, can Zeiswer turn this around is the question. If Zeiswer finds more heads, it's able to find turnaround potential. Exiled on the Tracer. Zeiswer popping off. Zeiswer finds 3. New York Tech's on the move.
New York Tech on the move indeed, turning this into their own little personal coloring book of blood with stained by their enemies. 1 pick, 2 pick, 3 pick, blue pick, you might as well call it at this point, as Staten Island given a chance to try and reprise here just momentarily. But New York Tech on the up and up, but Exiled with the Tracer pick, getting in these sneak kills, trying to get in some sneak picks, but the Dragon Strike coming in from Zeiss. That's 1 shot on Normal Person, so New York Tech might be able to turn this around here.
Well, they've got 70 more meters to make up, but Zeiswer has been hitting every shot, and look, already had a Dragon Strike after 1 fight. I mean, the amount of shots that Zeiswer has been hitting, the amount of arrows they've been hitting is absolutely insane. Now the Bio Nade is going to kill Bioactive. That's an interesting quirk there, but 50 meters and just trying to swing away the hammer. Pepino has the self-destruct, but is going to have to get away for it to maybe find any value after a shield, so they do get away for right now. It's looking like first checkpoint's going to happen for New York Tech right now. Dolphins trying to make a big and a huge comeback here. It would be impressive if they do so. Zeiswer's found the Tracer. Gonna be a Tracer vs arrow battle here. Can Zeiswer find the pick? Yes, he can! He finds the Tracer. Zeiswer is popping off, and so is the rest of his team. New York Tech's going to be able to find the win, is going to be able to find the checkpoint, and they are now just 43 or 33 meters away from tying up this game.
And can they tie it up is the question. I mean, New York Tech still have plenty of fights to go against here against Staten Island, but Exiled coming out with the Ash pick. So really, he's just flipping through his own personal catalog of other heroes, maybe saying, should I play this or should I play that? Really, I need to find this out. So you know what? We're going to go with this. The Dragon Strike coming out in full force. Zeiss will get another kill on Normal Person, putting every average Hanzo main to shame. The sound barrier out in full force from Deathblood. But will it be enough? I mean, the Kitsune Rush coming out as well from Staten Island. But it looks like J. Russ is getting taken out and Exile getting these picks. That's a double. Can he go for the 3? And he absolutely will on Pepino's mech.
Okay, let's go through what just happened.
Yes, please.
Okay, so let's point out at the very start of that, Normal Person was trying to attempt to use the Death Blossom. Does not happen, dies before that. Then goes into the sound barrier from the noob, trying to save J. Russ. J. Russ, however, dies, but then tries to use the Earth Shatter, but dies right before the Earth Shatter lands. And so nothing happens for Staten Island. They do find the fight. They can find the fight win. So it's New York Tech back in command here. And so let's see if this works out for them. It's Bionated at the same time. So Isaiah finds the turret kill. 3 minutes left to go. Zeisler is still finding picks left and right. Finds the head of Bioactive. New York Tech is 9 meters away from taking the lead in one of the most insane push games I've ever seen right now.
This is absolutely cracked. I haven't seen anything this wild since Dallas Fuel versus San Francisco Shock. I'll admit, one of my favorite games, and this is coming from a Glads fan, believe it or not.
Oh my god.
I know,
7
right?
meters left to go. This is insane.
God.
This is one fight here. Bob is going to come out, takes down Pepino, but now the Molten Core is out. There's one on each side, but the tank and the healer are down at the same token. 5 meters makes the difference. Zeisler finds 2, but normal person able to take down Zeisler, but not before the Dragon Strike comes down the middle. 2 meters left to go to take the lead. 1.3, there's the Death Blossom. It's Suzu. Normal person finds 2 on the Death Blossom. What a clutch Suzu from Bioactive, and Staten Island takes the robot back with a meter in difference.
Somebody give Bioactive his flowers. That Suzu came in such the right amount of time. Normal person with the Death Blossom, meaning that New York Tech really need to find an answer to this and find an answer now. I mean, that's a Nano Boost coming in from the Ana, the Kitsune Rush as well. New York Tech has something to answer with. Exiled and Normal Person making up a bulk of the damage. That's another kill coming in from Exiled. And right now, Staten Island are looking to fight this. And oh my good holy god, Exiled on the Turbulent pick. He's making every hero possible look good, and I don't know how he does it.
Well, but also in the fact, too, New York Tech found 2 out of that, including a Zeisler pick, so Staten Island really going to have to play here with basically what is a 3v5 situation, and now the Lucio has to back off. If the Lucio dies here, it's not good for you, so they are able to turn this around, and you can see the differential, 1.38 meters, but they have to fight here, now or never. Garrus is in a lot of trouble, though, and have to use the protection Suzu very early on. No support off just yet. They find J-Rust early. And that's huge for you. You get rid of J-Rust, you get rid of Exile, and now it's only the Kiriko left. Yes, you lose the mech here, but you can use the self-destruct to re-mech, although I'm not too sure there. I mean, Pepino could have gotten the mech back, but I mean, still, 1 minute left to go on the clock. You're not going to have a self-destruct. You're not going to have a sound barrier here. Staten Island looking good to win this one out. Oh my god, this is close.
This is very close. New York Tech really need to get in here and get in here now if they have any chance of staying alive. I mean, really, Staten Island, they need to get this in for themselves. But Dragon Strike coming in. But the stun, the Earth Shatter, everything in the books right now. Exiled and J-Rust making up a majority bulk of the damage right now. He's getting in kills. This is exactly why you need to get rid of Exiled now and in every situation, because look at that. Staten Island coming in with yet another team kill.
Well, but look, they're okay. So the strategy right now is right. They have to take time to get back. So they are backing off the robot right now, which is smart. They only have 10 seconds left to get back here, which means this Lucio needs to go there now or never. It's only 1 fight left. They do have that turret to watch out for. 3 seconds left. No, the robot pushes up to them, and I think it was the noob that pushes it up to it as well, but it wouldn't matter. They still have 2 seconds left to go. Here's your match right here. 1 meter to difference is the question. The Nano Boost is out onto the Diva. Finds the Reaper in the backline for right now. Normal person has the Death Blossom available. The Death Blossom is there. And the Death Blossom finds 3. It's looking good for Staten Island. Dolphins want to end it right here. They trade out J-Rust in the meantime. But Normal person is going to be superhero in this situation. Staten Island finds the map. Staten Island finds the 3-1 series victory.
3-1 series victory. It was Normal Person, Death Blossom, and a Dream throughout this match, as well as Exiled coming in with an absolute menagerie of picks. Regardless, it was Ashe, it was Turbjorn, it was Widowmaker, and he makes every single one of them look dang good.
Jeez. I mean, what else do you want to say about that map? I mean, let's point it out again, folks. 1.38 meters, the difference in that game. Staten Island had their very own first push, then New York Tech decides to play the turnaround. Unfortunately, it was 1.38 meters short. I mean, what in heck just happened in that map? That's unbelievable how the difference can only be 1.38 meters.
I can't even describe what happened in that last match. It was like I was transported back to Overwatch League finals all over again. Coliseum, which proved to be absolutely nutty. But New York Tech, they had every chance in the book, but then there were two people by the name of Exiled and Normal Person who trounced every opportunity imaginable to get themselves a win. However, Zeiss on the other side did manage to get those key picks with the Hanzo as well.
Yeah, and so, we can talk about this game all day long, but first and foremost, we got to go on to another matchup here, so we won't have an interview, but we will go on to another game here. We move on from Overwatch into the realm of Summoner's Rift and League of Legends. Coming up next, ECAC League of Legends between the University of Wisconsin, Green Bay, and Muskingum University. Orbital and Random Minion Caster on the other side. We take a short break. We'll see you on Summoner's Rift. We'll be right back here on Esports U. Take care, everybody.
Clutch. They're already up a couple of points, but they want to make sure they can walk away victorious in game number 1 with a pretty good pinch from Pancake.
Yeah. Ooh. Another good shot. Pancake with that shot.
Oh, get your syrup and your chocolate chips out, because this pancake is looking tasty.
With only 60 seconds on the clock, the University of Kentucky was feeling great. They'd already won a fight, Midtown was within their grasp as they only needed to secure one more fight win to full hold Bryant University. But Klaus knew, sometimes it's not just about winning. Sometimes it's about sending a message.
Okay, they've got to move. There's the initial hack. Klaus down like the cat among the pigeons. And there's not a lot of coming back from that one. The fawn, it's...
RPI found themselves with their backs against the wall on Bind. They were 2 round losses away from losing the map and the series being tied up 1-1, going all the way to map number 3. They needed a hero. They needed somebody to guide them to the promised land, and it was Moses with a 3-piece that secured the deal and won them their 9th round.
The team, Southern Arkansas, will make it free and clear, taking on the site, unless Moses able to lock it down with a 3K! It's all up to the singular Briani, who's nowhere to be found!
That must have been, he just walked through.
CU did such a good job this week that we want to highlight them not once, but twice. This time the attention pulling over to Lyric, who gives us a great aerial coast-to-coast play and seals the deal with what looks like a 0-degree goal to put CU just 1 point further in the lead.
Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful aerial goal.
Could have said it better myself. Look at how Lyric creates space. And the accuracy. Does it get any better than that?
It really doesn't.
For this next clip, we're jumping over to a Smash crew battle where things are looking good. All 3 players alive on both sides, and Bounce with 3 stocks against their opponent, Sam Kalta. Bounce finds an amazing snipe off stage to guarantee Sam's first stock be taken off the board, putting Bounce's team in the lead.
Unlike
very high. Oh, but that nice neutral B off stage.
Beautiful snipe. You love to see that one.
Week number 3 was the week of Rocket League.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise. Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it. Corner judges go for 1, 2, dip. He needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. Collins walks it in.
Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
And welcome everyone, we are ready to go with our matchup. Thank you so much for tuning in, and of course I know it was a quick transition from Overwatch to League of Legends, but my gosh, are we excited to be here. My name is Orbital, with me is the best minion to ever wander off the Rift and onto a casting desk. It is Random Minion Caster, and we'll be here with the University of Wisconsin Green Bay Pearl coming up against Muskingum University. And RMC, I think it's going to be an interesting match.
For sure, the action don't stop here, and the Overwatch match, that was close, that was exciting here. This one, we'll have to see if it's just as exciting, but at least on paper right now, both these teams, granted we're only in week 3 here, currently 1-1 as you can see, no time wasted. We're right into pick and bans with Wisconsin, Green Bay on the blue side here, Muskingum on the red.
And getting underway, we do have to point out there are a few players that we do want to kind of watch for. Not KM had a fantastic time in the past 2 weeks on the Wisconsin Green side, so maybe take a look at Muskingum to kind of look at that. But so far, no ban sent that way. Muskingum actually targeting that bot lane and banning out, rightfully so. Tarek, don't want to give that one over. And then the Lulu and Hecarim on the flip, and the Nautilus. So heavy bans towards that bot side from Muskingum.
Yeah, and Tarek not meta by any means, but the player's name is literally Tarek, so probably should ban the champion that, they've named themselves after here. Muskingum, though, we are seeing some jungle focus too, and I love the Evelyn ban throw shot. The jungler for Muskingum actually played AD carry back in week 1, but now swapped to jungle. Most played champion by a long shot is that Evelyn, and Evelyn just warps the game around her. Vision needs to be placed differently. If you've not practiced against it, it's best to just ban it.
Of course, and I mean the Samira at the end, so 3 bans sent from Muskingum into that bot side. Bodyman and Tark will have a little bit of a rough time, but of course with 2 CC champions out of the way, just go with the third, right? The Amumu is currently locked in, that can be flexed, and I know we've seen it run in the jungle and in support before. The question, of course, will become which lane do they designate it to go for, and what are Muskingum answer?
Yeah, I mean, the Amumu right now can be both jungle and support here, so Muskingum can't be sure either way. We've seen Muskingum play a very standard bot lane so far, Sivir and Seraphine, so yeah, wouldn't be surprised if they actually just pick those up here. You don't really give away too much. It's really strong skilling, really safe, stable bot lane to pick up blind.
Gonna be nice, and still looking for a pair with it, or if you decide to diverge into maybe a solo lane or the jungle, it's really up to you, Muskingum. There's so many options, but again, as you said, I do prefer also the support pickup, round out your bot lane, just go ahead, lock in whatever you want, and if you are going to focus that bot side in 3 bans, might as well go for it. But it is not. Razor saying, I want to go safe. Let's get that Ornn coming in here. And that's actually going to be the second time, or actually, I believe third, that Razor is going to be locking that Ornn. Really safe pick in the top side.
Yeah, I think Muskingum, they have a really solid game plan. They just kind of stick to it. Like we mentioned, Sivir, Seraphine, or Malphite in the top side, right? That's sort of all the elements of the team fight. And then Froshot and Defines in the mid-jungle role. That's usually where they introduce their variability here. So again, I expect to see that Seraphine potentially picked up here, but the Urgot that you're owing about, Orbital, we're seeing that come through. That is Doctor's most played champion in the top lane. Now it feels like University of Wisconsin, they've got a lot of people who are playing off roles. To a certain extent, Doctor feels like that. Plays a lot of bot lane champions as well. Plays all sorts of champions. So getting a comfort pick, something that you've played a ton of here, is going to be massive for this University of Wisconsin team.
Yeah, and the fact as well is that we currently have irregular bans, right? We do have an ADC on one side and a possible jungle support on the other. So these teams might have a little lopsided second round. And personally, that's something very fun to me, right? Considering we've seen the multi-bans from Muskingum on the bot side, they have to be worried, right? Do we want to pick up our ADC right now? Are we worried they're going to target focus Bodyman again if we don't lock in our ADC? And that can be a problem. That is something that might be on their back mind, but I don't know if you want to throw, 2 more bans at that ADC role. We didn't actually get a lock in, so we're going to get a little bit of confirmation here. Just give us a few moments. We'll see what pickup that was. But the Sivir Braum, this is going to be locked in as, once again, this feels like a very stock standard. Bot side, deny a lot of that engage. The problem, of course, you don't want to get in front of those chains. Hopefully Baller knows about that unfortunate trick.
So we did get confirmation. The missed pick here is actually a Blitzcrank pickup here for Tarek in that bot lane for University of Wisconsin. And I think that's why we're seeing the Braum come out here, Orbital. I really like the adaptation. I think Braum is perfect into almost any sort of tank engage style support here, especially something like Blitz that can pull you away. A Seraphine would get wrecked by that. So we see the Braum. Bans coming in, Orbital. I can see your look. The AD carry targets that you're kind of talking about there, right? The fact that we have a difference in what got picked. No AD carry for Green Bay. Well, we're going to double down on that. Good luck, Bodyman.
It doesn't happen very often, right? Because normally you match picks across the board. It's very easy to match, right? You just don't want to give anything away. You don't want to go too crazy. The fact that they did that now means Green Bay are in a difficult situation. Now you have to drop down to what I'm seeing here, possibly a 5th round ADC if that was a Sivir inside of Bodyman's, wheelhouse. We'll see what they decide to do. Meanwhile, the mid lane is currently being locked in, and not KM. This is very high priority, right? We have to see what's going to be locked in and how you want to play it, and it's the handshake, right? Azir and Victor in the mid lane. It is now on the final pick. Green Bay, what you got?
I mean, they want something bursty to go with that Blitzcrank, ideally. And that's why you saw the Draven, the Kai'Sa, the Samira bands coming through. There's still picks like Lucian, though not as ideal as with Nami. You can go for Jhin, Tristana. Both of those champions have a lot of burst as well to potentially pop somebody. This, though, Orbital, that is not for lane whatsoever. I mean, Zeri Blitzcrank is not a great combination, let's be honest here. You're picking the Zeri for scaling options. It really feels like, okay, they took a look at what was picked and kind of decided that, hey, we don't have a great answer into this Braum here. So rather than trying to pick something that can burst it down, let's try and go instead out of lane for a team fight. Problem is, look at what Muskingum have, right? Sivir, Ornn, Braum, Victor, all massive team fight champions. And now their jungler here, if they go for something like a Wukong or, okay, not quite a Wukong, but still, Shyvana can do a lot of team fight damage here. I don't know if that Zeri at the end of the day is going to quite be able to match the damage that Muskingum is bringing to the table. I think a lot of it's going to come down to whether Bodyman can kite out the rest of the fight. And for that reason, I'm not a super huge fan of the Shyvana last pick here. I think things like a Vi or a Wukong with much easier, safer lockdown would make this easier for Muskingum.
I got to agree with that, right? Muskingum had a phenomenal draft up to this point, and then the Zeri, I don't want to say it threw for a loop, but it just, none of it really ties. The last 2 picks here were just kind of like, we got to go for something. We got to go something. We got to go for it. So I love the fact that you're able to point that out, because that leads us into the next question of how is this going to play out, right? We just said team fights for Muskingum. How are they going to do this? And we needed that jungle role, because with that lock into the Blitzcrank, you had a lot of time. You had a lot of time to sit there and go, okay, Amumu's now in the jungle. We know that. How does this play out? Especially, let's start with just the bottom lane, right? Let's start with the bottom lane. Let's start there, because that is the most, I don't want to say awkward, but the most skill matchup that we're probably going to have, because the Zeri and Blitzcrank just do not work together. There's got to be a lot of skill and a lot of communication between the two, right?
No, you can call it awkward. I think for University of Wisconsin Green Bay Pearl here, they improvised, they adapted, they overcame. Right? They have yet to overcome. We'll have to see if they can overcome here. With that Blitzcrank into Braum, right, you're either just going to hard come into something that can burst, which is risky. Braum is so tanky, especially with that Unbreakable there, that they just had to pivot, and they went for something that scales up in the team fights. I like the idea, though it is going to cause a bit of awkwardness in lane. And what you can always do with that sort of bot lane is just say, hey, Bodyman, you farm up a Storm. As long as you're safe, we're good. Tariq, roam. Go to that mid lane instead. Look to try and punish that Victor a little bit here. So for Muskingum, it's very clear. It's very simple. It's their game plan from week 2. Just scale up and get to team fights. You don't have to win lane. Pressure's not on you. And for Green Bay, they're the ones with sort of the pressure to make things happen. And I'm looking at the support. I'm looking at Tariq, and I'm looking at him to roam, to mid, to jungle. Hey, why not go top, right? Like, even up there, especially if we do see Doctor start winning that lane in the 1v1.
And that's actually really good to take a look at, because, again, we talked about it. Doctor, on this Urgot, we had said it in pregame when we did not have time to really touch on it. This is a champion you do have to watch out for. Of all the champions you decide to leave up, and Razor decides to blind pick an Ornn knowing it's up, there is some confidence on the side of Muskingum, and there is something to show for Green Bay.
Well, we already said Muskingum, they're just playing for team fights, right? They have a very simple game plan. We don't care what happens into lane. Get us to 40 minutes, even if we lose lane, we got this. Nice and easy. That said, the Razor is no slouch, and Ornn can be a bit of a bully in the lane. If Doctor misplays, I expect to see Razor punish, but the fact that you are in an Urgot, one of the biggest lane bullies in the top lane here, you combine all the advantages, of range and a bit of being a bruiser, being able to make missteps here. Urgot, really good in lane. The thing is, you have to snowball with him. If Urgot comes out of lane, even with the Ornn, he is behind, and he is significantly behind as well. So once again, it falls on to University of Wisconsin to be proactive here. And for Shade, and this is why I kind of called it like Tariq, just maybe even roaming to the top lane, go with Shade. Power in on that Ornn. Yes, Ornn is tanky, but if you're 3-manning him, you can absolutely take him down. If you get Doctor ahead on this Urgot as well, he can continue snowballing, maintain that 1v1. Heck, get far ahead enough, you can handle a 1v2.
Of course, and I think that's a huge one to point out because that's also the second kind of awkward situation that we found ourselves in, but this time on Muskingum's side because the Amumu Shade will be looking to roam. That Amumu is going to bring a lot of CC. Where does the Shyvana come in, though, right? Where did that really spark an idea of where are you going to focus, right? Froshot grabbing the Shyvana, was it for that Amumu? Was it to bully that Amumu in the jungle? Was it to try and follow target? Where did that come from? Come on, bring it to us.
So Shyvana's an interesting champion. We don't see too much of her recently here. She has area of effect spells, and her alt form, of course, allows her to team fight quite effectively here. But I think I'm agreeing with you here, but I do think that Shyvana is specifically to answer the Amumu here.
Ooh.
Amumu notoriously weak to invades early on. Now, he has changed up so he gets a double bandage toss. It does mean that he's got more ganking potential, but his dueling potential, still not great. So if Shyvana gets the isolated 1v1 in the jungle there, Shade is going to struggle. And I think the idea here is Froshot's just going to be living in Shade's jungle. If Shade tries to gank a lane, Froshot's in his jungle denying that camp. So that even if you get kills, you still fall behind. And especially with Shyvana, getting that level up, getting the lead there means easier time securing Drakes, which stacks her passive, and then she just gets further ahead there. That feels to me like Muskingum's early game answer to all the skilling that they have in their lane, saying that, hey, I know that our lanes are going to be chilling, we don't have much pressure there, we'll bring it from the jungle instead.
Of course, and to follow up on that, just a quick note, are we going to see AP Shyvana, or are we seeing the Bruiser Shyvana come out here? Because we know AP Shyvana is going to have some fun against the laners.
I actually wouldn't mind seeing AP Shyvana.
Yeah!
You've got enough tanks on the team, so you don't really need another tank to come through. You've got an Ornn, you've got a Braum. I will say, though, that for dueling purposes, the tankier Shyvana, the Bruiser Shyvana, probably duels a little bit better. So,
True.
It comes down to Froshot. How frisky do you feel there? How confident do you feel? If you think you can absolutely smash it, you go AP. If
man.
You're a little bit more worried, you go Bruiser. You'll still do damage, and you've got Victor Sivir, both who scale up incredibly well into the late game.
Oh yeah, there's so much there, and so really it does. That idea really is going to hinge on how do you feel about the early game. And now that's another note. The last note. I feel we're moving through all the steps here because we know what a Blitzcrank likes to do in the early game, and I feel this is one of those moments that you were talking about, right? Find a way to break through this kind of scale into the mid to late. Well, you do some crazy stuff in the early game, right? Do you think we are going to see an invade come out of University of Wisconsin? Do we see the Blitzcrank look for that random hook to try and throw someone off?
Usually, when you have a Blitzcrank, I almost always advocate just invading, because what do you got to lose, right? Like, land a hook, you win the level 1. There are 2 caveats to that, and one of them is Alistar, the other is Braum. Like, those are the only 2 where I'm like, maybe we don't invade this one. Like, I don't know if we actually win that. Braum is disgusting level 1, especially, if you don't necessarily skill the Frostbite, if you skill Unbreakable at level 1 as well, it negates a lot of what University of Wisconsin are looking to do. That's it. I'm still going to say, invade. Go for it, especially if you can get vision down. Coin flip a little bit. What's the worst that can happen, Orbital? What's the worst?
The worst, I mean, I've had the worst happen, and it wasn't to either, invading into a Blitzcrank or into a Braum or Alistar. It was invading into a Scion. Scion actually had a little bit too much fun against us, and me and my friends have a tendency to dogpile in one area. So, not going to happen here, but the worst that can happen is a 5-0, which would be that would be very fun to watch. Either way, though, I do agree. I love the idea for University of Wisconsin. We were talking over and over again. You got to find a lead somewhere, right? You have to learn how to break through this kind of powerhouse, and that does land not only on the side lanes but on the mid lane, right? We talked about it before. It is. I hate to say it, it's one of the more boring lanes, right? It's one that we've seen over and over again from top competitive to, anywhere, anyone trying to be competitive. So it's an Azir Victor, but we know how it plays out. Where it becomes defined, where it becomes unique is the other laners coming to affect it. Where do we see those unique aspects come in?
Well, first of all, the matchup between a Victor and Azir is kind of boring, but the players make it interesting.
Sure.
Because the mid laners for both these teams are some of their highest ranked players. Certainly University of Wisconsin's highest ranked player, Muskingum their second highest, but still one of the big carries on this team here. So to me, that is sort of the lane where I expect to see that if one of them can get a lead, it snowballs incredibly rapidly. So, you're asking who we expect to see in that lane. My answer is everybody. I expect to see literally even the top laners actually come down into that mid lane a little bit. get them snowballing, especially on the side of Muskingum with the Ornn. You can Ornhorn from like halfway in the jungle, so you don't even have to walk the full distance. Even just landing the slow is enough if there is a gank being set up. You don't even have to necessarily land the knock-up from the Call of the Forge God here. So I think for both teams, mid lane should be the focus this game. And with the Azir as well, for University of Wisconsin, we had identified that the Zeri was the last-minute pivot to try and answer a little bit in the mid to late game. Azir kind of does the same thing, but I'd almost argue that Azir, early on, you get him ahead, he can build more AP, burst damage, and win out the mid game for you as well. So yeah, mid lane, I expect to see the most action and everybody, absolutely everybody, piling in.
I'm expecting Tarek to have the exact same thought, though, and even more aggressive. Just like, I know they're going to be there. We need to help out. Like, we are going to get there first. I'm so excited. You know, you mentioned the two-man gangs top into the 3v1. That can happen in the mid lane to help out, not KM, get him ahead. There's so much action to be said, and considering both teams are currently 1-1 as well, I feel there's something to be stated. Now, granted, one of those 1-1 scenarios has come from a forfeit, so a little bit more leaning on this team to say, hey, listen, even though we forfeit one series, we can do even more. Just watch out.
Yeah, and to be explicit, we're talking about University of Wisconsin here forfeiting their week 1's games. They lost because of a forfeit. So even though the record shows 1-1, theoretically they're 100% win rate. They've won all the games they played, which was both games. They won with a 2-0 in week 2 here. So excited to see, how they're going to hold up against Muskingum's sort of skill and composition. We already said that University of Wisconsin, they are the team that we're expecting to be proactive. And I think they might have that sort of same mindset. I mean, they told us that, hey, all the teams should be careful of us. So let's see if they do it. Are we going to see the invade? Both teams grouping up as 5 here.
Well, listen, RMC, I know the invade's going to happen. I think they're actually going to walk past each other. Froshot took a very interesting keystone there.
I'd argue first strike is fairly standard on Victors.
No, Froshot. Come on, man.
Oh, Froshot. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong person.
Yeah, Froshot.
Oh, okay. AP Serrano. Let's go.
Yeah.
I was getting defies. Okay.
Oh, no, and even this. Oh, this is going to be...
This is going to be good. So
I love this one. This is so good. This is what you do against a Blitzcrank. This is what you try and do. You dogpile and you're ready to go, but that's going to be a hook right in the middle. Froshot gets called out, and the party don't start until I walk in. And guess what? UW is on the wrong side of the field, but they're all getting low. Zeri got it. Zeri flashed forward and picked up the kill. And guess what? One hook landed, and they land a second. No way. University of Wisconsin. I said the worst that can happen is you lose all 5, but you prove me wrong and lose no one. They get 3 kills. They jump with the flash pull. That's going to be a final shotgun. And Dr. Schlongski, I have to say it, is on a killing spree at 1 minute 40 seconds.
And for Muskingum, I just got to wonder, Froshot, bruh. Like, you saw all of them there. Why were you in front? It should be Baller. It should be Razor attacking that particular hook there. The Green Bay Pro, they just run away with that one. And we touched on the fact that, hey, we want to see ganks in the top lane, specifically to get Doctor ahead. And then you can kind of leave Doctor on an island, right? Go into that mid lane. Well, guess what? 3 out of 4 of those kills, Orbital, they're on Doctor. Doctor coming into lane with a pickaxe.
We got to revoke the license off of Doctor, man. That listen, when you kill that many people, I feel there should be something going on there. 3-0-1, and so much extra. and Razor's just like, bruh, like, why did this happen in my lane of all lanes? Because again, that Ornn is a centerpiece to the team fight. So we really have to watch how Doctor is able to maintain the lead that he has been granted from the early stages. Not just that, the fact that the summoner spells were expended so harshly, but Razor was the only one that didn't, is also going to play a balance role.
Fair enough, yeah. Razor didn't even have to use the TP, he actually walks right back into the lane. Now, I will say that I think Razor is very comfortable in losing matchups. If you play a lot of tanks, you're used to kind of getting bullied out. And at least on this early wave as well, Razor's been doing a great job farming up, hardly taking any trade damage either on it. So I have confidence in Razor, and I think that, yes, it's a really rough lane, but if Muskingum had to sack a lane, it would be the top lane they're willing to sack. The bot side, we can see, they've bounced right back to it. And with the Sivir, that's one of your big carries, bot and mid, right? So they're okay with that in the top lane. Their bot side's winning out. I think Muskingum are okay for now.
You know, it's one thing to lose for, it's another to lose for and then also lose your mental afterwards. So, as you said, very much important. And not just that, we also have to take a look into the jungle now, because jungle, I feel, was the worstly affected with that. Frostshot has had a phenomenal time farming up here, and that's because I don't think Shade actually got a leash. And that's the one downside to those invades, right? You got back to lane so late. Frostshot is now 3 camps up on Shade.
Yeah, so Shade was the one, as you rightly called out, got a short change on that. By the way, Shade didn't even get full assists on that. Shade only got 2 of the assists. So this Amumu really, really far behind. Now, with the Amumu, it just means that you're not going to get early ganks when he's that far behind. He can still power farm to 6. It should still be okay. Scryer's Bloom comes out here, and I don't know if they actually caught out Frostshot. The ping comes down.
There it is.
And there, they will definitely catch Frostshot now.
Good timing, by the way, on Shade right there, saying, hey, listen, it had to have been taken in the last couple seconds. You have to know Frostshot's on this top side. But honestly, I don't think Doctor was really that worried. Number 1, you have the items. Number 2, that minion wave was massive. That was a disgusting stack on there. And I do like this, right? All of University of Wisconsin are playing this right and slowly shoving up. Because of that, you're not going to see the first chance at a pull, and you do land it. And with the Unbreakable down, it means you do have to run away quite quickly. Baller down to under 100 HP, but Bodyman eats a tower shot for their troubles.
Yeah, and that tower shot really changes things, because if not, Bodyman and Tara can just kind of sit there and threaten hooks, and a single hook you're dead, even with the Unbreakable up for Baller. But having to force Bodyman back, that buys time, and more importantly, Sivir shoves like very few other AD carries. Only maybe a Tristana can match that early shove here, so going to be able to push that under a wave, and Bodyman going to miss out on 5 out of 6 minions there. Oh, great job from Tarek.
Yep.
I love this block.
Yep, Tarek took notes of just about who was it? There was someone in the LCK that did this as well. I forgot who it was, but you know, calling out the good teammates, the ones that save the minion waves as best as possible. We got to give him credit. And I'm excited, right? That does mean that Bodyman will be able to try and match, and not only that, plant the wave in a perfect spot. Shade is waiting for an opportunity.
He knows.
Yeah, and he knows he does have heals, so it might be able to survive a little bit longer. The pull should come through. You are going to hook up the Blitz, or the Braum, I should say, both starting with B. That's very difficult for a play-by-play like myself. That will just be a pull, though. So, Fruit Vendor saying, I will wheel my cart back to safety.
Yeah, huge play from Tarek on that. And not only did he save the wave as well, but Fruit Vendor actually doesn't get to base on that wave, which they wanted to do after getting the shove. They won't be able to match the Vamp Scepter, the additional dagger, the additional longsword that Bodyman has. They're baiting right now. Frostshot's still in the bush.
Well, no. This is... I feel that was more on Bodyman and Tarek, right? They were playing up and above, and then Shay just said, I don't want to do that. And now the junglers all get back. So, a call-off on both ends means everyone gets to safely walk back to base whether they knew it or not.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised they didn't decide to pull the trigger on that. Like, Frostshot was right there. You saw them walk past, you know they have no vision. And I guess they felt they were down items, uncomfortable with it. And now suddenly we're talking about Bodyman dropping a wave. It's Fruit Vendor who's going to be dropping a wave and a plate here. Not KM. The mid lane that we set up so heavily in the draft has been surprisingly the quietest lane. Not KM though, has been able to roam out and secure a lot of space for Shade here. Got the scuttle bot side for Shade, and now that deep ward onto Frostshot as well. Gonna be massive for University of Wisconsin. They know where the jungler is. They're buying space, get the Mumu to 6, and then suddenly, doesn't matter if you're behind, you've got ult, you've got a team.
You got all the makings of a good fight. And what better objectives for the teams to be kind of antsy around than that Infernal Drake? We weren't able to touch on it. It is only one, so you don't get as much of a damage buff as you would normally like, right? Everyone wants, you know, that soul or whatever, but, you know, a couple percents is not a bad thing, so you do want to take a check. University of Wisconsin, though, for all the kills they got, they were behind in terms of the recalls, and because of that, it's a simple pickup. Not only Muskingum picking up this first dragon, hopefully, easily. Bodyman wants to go for it. Laser across, Smite comes in, and Frostshot says, not today. We will not lose a single person or a single bit of HP.
Yeah, that was really cheeky from Muskingum there to be able to secure that one. Largely actually because they actually had to use the teleport from not KM. They were just a little bit slower on University of Wisconsin side. They were winning, they lose the objective. really close from Tarek as well there, and they couldn't get the dragon. They're going to secure the blue at least here. This is a little bit of vengeance. Shade is now level 6, and with that little bit of vengeance, I want to see Shade start ganking the lanes here. You've got your ult, you've got the double bandage toss, you are set up and ready to go.
Not just that, you have to feel that timer slightly expiring, because remember, we did say Muskingum do have that teamfight composition, the extended teamfight, I should say. University of Wisconsin have a team fight of their own, a little bit more burst behind, but they want to make use of it, right? They got 4 kills early, and yet not a single gank has gone down in the first 9 minutes. So if Shade does not gank and is level 8 or 9 and not using that ult, I will be 1, very surprised, and 2, very sad.
A little bit. I'm a bit split minds on whether or not this is good for University of Wisconsin, because on one hand, yeah, they haven't got a gank off and they haven't been able to get kills. But they have grown their gold lead, right? True. The early 4 kills gave them, what, a 1.8, almost 2k gold lead. They're up 2,500 right now. So they've done well to continue growing that with the laning, which means that, hey, isolated, extended laning, not a terrible thing for them. But then I look at the scaling from Muskingum, and I'm like, I don't know. I just get worried with an Ord, man. Like, it's so hard to match the skilling of those masterwork items.
You just have to kind of sit there and be like, well, we're going to lose, what is it? I think you had honestly calculated this once down, and I think it was correct. It was what, almost 800 gold of stats or something like that per item that you drop, right? Oh, well, now we can't even talk about that, as there was a fight on the bot side, and Baller flashes directly on top to try and get a hit, but because of that, you now have a flash to get out. The hook brings it close, but the stun comes down, so it's a trade up close and close, and it is Bodyman that is gonna force a flash out of Fruit Vendor. You get 1 kill, you now are at 2. My gosh, was that one that Muskingum we're hoping to take?
These tower shots, man. We saw Bodyman take a turret shot, which really came back to bite them. And this time, the hook onto Baller under turret. If Baller didn't take that turret shot, Tarek and Bodyman don't win that. So really, really close. Huge on Tarek. Have they overstayed their welcome, though? Throw shot, has ult, has flash.
Oh, easy. That's just a quick snipe. Remember, this is AP Shyvana, low HP, under 25%. You're good. And giving a kill over. Good guy. Throw shot. Bodyman missed the jump. And because of that jump, Fro shot just went, listen, I've given you enough time. You ain't getting that kill. So, 2 kills over to Fro shot. Now, a laser under the tower. Is that last stop going to take it? No, it's not going to be enough. Not KM is able to survive, but Defies able to shove out Not KM. I would consider a huge win.
Not KM. This is confidence here. He's actually looping back around. Didn't go back to base. He was waiting for Doctor to show up, and they think they have the burst damage.
Just left, and I don't think the execution was there because Defies has been chugging potions like a madman here. Still a very good attempt, though. And Not KM, this is where that confidence came from, right? Doctor was coming up saying, hey, I got you covered. If Defies steps up, we're going to take it. But needless to say, that now leaves the Ornn on the top side to gather up some more farm. And with the initial trades, we said it was getting quiet. We're right back to University of Wisconsin saying, give us a moment. We're going to keep pushing.
Yeah, and I really like that particular play from the University of Wisconsin as well, because it showcases the teamwork from the team. Not KM was very, very comfortable. Speaking of teamwork, though, this...
Oh, that's so mean. Look at that jump. Just disgusting. And Fruit Vendor actually used that shield early, and that might actually be damaged. It's going to be one more chunk. The minions did work, and you have to be careful. This is Tarek's Blitzcrank P3. It was picked up in the 3rd. And you have to be worried. Great sidestep by Bodyman. But needless to say, that now leads Roshan into a dangerous scenario. Baller comes in, says, hey, I got this, but that's going to be the shove. You flash away, but you leave Baller on their own. You do get the jump off. The wall is up. But Baller, as soon as you came back from base, you pretty much have to go right back into heal.
It's fine. He's survived. That's all we can ask for right now. I just want to say, Orbital, it's rare I got to say this. Minions MVP, man.
Yeah.
Both ways there. The fact that Tarek gets that the last hit on Fruit was because of those minions, but also Baller gets out because of said minions. Froshot was just out of there. Nothing for Baller to hop to. Now onto Defies here. Shroomish Shuffle not available.
Not even that. You're in a massive minion wave. You're gonna burn. Defies wins a 1v2, and now Bodyman might die as well. That's gonna be shot over the wall. Frost shot picks up a second. Defies the odds here. It's gonna work. One flashes over the wall. You lose your jungler, but my gosh, you did enough. It's a 1-for-2 play in a 2v4 scenario. What an outplay!
I was expecting more team fights with these compositions, Orbital, but I am not disappointed by the skirmishes we're seeing. Doctor again! So close. The idea is there, but Doctor just can't seem to find the critical harpoons here. Man, Orbital, gold lead shrunk to 1.5 thousand, and I expect to see that shrink further the way we're going right now. The teams just keep clashing over and over and over again, and it's so hard to have a decisive victor here in these skirmishes.
I am shell-shocked at what we've seen go down. In the bot side, we've seen some towers and minions get MVP. In the mid lane, we are seeing players dance to the high heavens. And of all things, it's now going to be another dragon to bring about a chance for University of Wisconsin. But Muskingum, once again, to this dragon early and forcing University of Wisconsin to not play. Shade doesn't even want to test it. To pick up a very calm second Drake.
Yeah, for one, they didn't have vision on where Razor was, so they're assuming that Razor was already moving down there, and both top laners burnt their teleports. So I think it's the right call from University of Wisconsin there, saying that we don't want to risk this. The way they come back in is with a massive team fight, and Doctor doing great on that split push as well. We saw the goal toggle for a second there. The University of Wisconsin's winning out their side lanes incredibly heavily right now, so I like that they're pushing those advantages here. And once you take down both side lane turrets, you can collapse in. NotKM has not been winning out mid. That's fine. Even if he's down a level or two, once the rest of the team collapses in there, you'll neutralize all that difference as well.
Gonna be a nice time. As once again, we are watching, as you just said, NotKM try and soak up as much farm as possible. Get back to that level of power that we are hoping to see, right? We laid a decent bit of pressure on him, and we're hoping to see it, but you can see here with no real vision, you can't push out more than midway. So NotKM playing to the best of their abilities, and Defies, of course, picking up that earlier kill, already completed the Leandries and is able to shove in a single ability or two.
Yeah, and Defies has been doing really, really well. We talked about, the University of Wisconsin focused that mid lane a little bit. Well, they have. And Defies has been able to find kills or escape from a lot of these ganks anyways. Now you put that Leandries on him as well, and you expect to see him be able to pop off a bit more. A huge collapse topside.
Oh, and that collapse leads to a slaughter. The collapse in from University of Wisconsin saying, I got this. A little bit of a late Ornhorn there, just saying, hey, I'm here, friends. I am here. They get 2 for nothing. Very nicely done.
But what do they lose for it, Orbital? Because normally you get the kills, great, you get an objective. Herald isn't up yet. And meanwhile, we see Muskingum just pushing on that bot, pushing on that mid. And because Doctor was so efficient topside, there's no outer for you to take. By the time you push into that inner turret, Froshot's back up. Razor's back up as well.
Well, with all the haywires going on, everyone's getting a dance, and Doctor on the bot side is just like, I want to keep farming, and Fruit Vendor is Fruit Vendor ate a bit more damage than expected, so I am liking this change. Oh,
again.
Oh, baller. Well, this time actually Doctor actually hit the harpoon, and to be fair, the other 2 were shots in the dark, so it's pretty much like trying to land a big white whale. It was, shots in the dark there. I give Doctor the benefit of the doubt. That's at least going for it. But it's opened up the opportunity for this Herald, which I was curious if University of Wisconsin were going to take it earlier. Nope. They go ahead and pick it up at 17.5 minutes. Get it on to Bodyman. Okay. Interesting. Okay. I like it.
Yeah, that is a choice.
Yeah. We're just, okay, sorry. We're confused because usually it's a jungler, but right now because the jungler on the bot side, it means that it's going to be a dance. Doctor, though, tries to flash away, almost wins out, but Froshot again with that burn and Nash's Tooth already completed. Baron getting assist down there.
Bet Doctor's wishing he had the harpoon then.
Yeah.
That would have been an easy convert there. unfortunately, it's close. And I still want to highlight how effective Doctor has been throughout this match, even though he can't seem to land the harpoon, unfortunately, at the right timing, because again, Shield did nullify the second one. Doctor is putting a lot of pressure, surviving the 1v2 really, really well as well. And surviving that 1v2, I think, actually set Muskingum a little bit behind. They're expecting to get both mid and bot off that 2-man pick, the 4-man push topside. They only got the 1 turret, and that in turn got University of Wisconsin the Herald to kind of equalize. As we say that, though, Defies, of course, changing things up on me. Both outers finally go down, and with that, the gold lead Orbital still really close, 1,500 gold. Honestly, I don't think that's significant at 18.5 minutes, and I think the next team fight is going to decide how a lot of this mid game goes. If Muskingum can find their team fight, they're in a great position. If University of Wisconsin win the next 5v5, Muskingum are probably sat back for the next 10 minutes again.
That has to be weighing on the team's minds as well, right? They have to be sitting there going, yeah, we haven't had a proper team fight just yet. And guess what? Both teleports are up from the top laners. Teleports from the mid laners. The mid laners don't even have to TP in. And not only that, the Ocean Soul is the best one to make everyone second guess their choices. So many extra bushes that you have to be wary of. So many extra locations that you have to be dancing on top of. And there we go, right? Taric throwing down 2 regular wards. Froshot looking on the edge. And if Taric lands this pull, it could be a chance. But Froshot dodging out rightly so. It is now prep time for the Drake.
TP coming through for not KM here. Was spotted out. Razor gonna actually walk down here, but University of Wisconsin doing a great job cutting vision. Muskingum, they're scared to walk in, and rightfully so.
Well, I mean, they are kind of scared, but that hook is going to determine a little bit.
Okay.
Remember, the dragon is a focus. It is smited away, but now the fight breaks out, and it's a 4v5. I think Tark just left.
Okay.
Tark just left it out, but look, it doesn't matter. Look at the burst on the back line. It is not KM and Bodyman trying to lay it down, but they turn. MU turns on the lone support, but they put themselves in a rough spot. It's down to the 2v2. 1v2 left. Froshot looking. He gets the chop. Froshot, are you going to throw the E? Are you going to land the E, Bodyman?
Can he reach?
You don't want this. No, you're out of dragon form. It's not going to land. RMC, the first fight goes even.
The honey fruits, man. Froshot taking the honey fruits slowed him, so he could not chase onto Bodyman. But Orbital, we had said the next fight kind of determines the next 10 minutes. If either side wins, they've got a massive advantage. So what happens when it's tied?
I will say though, University of Wisconsin, they were focused on the Dragons, so remember, it wasn't them that really initiated that first fight. It was solely Tark who landed a pull and then booked it. He hopped it back to Tribrush, and they still got away with that. Like, that to me is probably the most impressive part of that fight. They had a support that did their job to distract, then ran, and then re-engaged, and they still made it a 4-for-4.
I mean, that's what you got to do when you land the hook on the Braum with the Ornn, right?
Yeah.
Like, as a Blitzcrank, you can't even blame the Blitzcrank because, first of all, you're kind of firing it partially into the dark, and obviously the fatty tanks are going to be standing in front. That is literally their job, to soak that hook as much as possible. So Taric doing the right thing by just saying, peace, guys. Like, I don't want any of this. Coming back in as well to threaten again, and was very, very effective on that. But as good as that was, it's worrying that Muskingum could kind of walk into that without vision and get away with it. And it puts the pressure still onto University of Wisconsin to continue setting up these excellent plays and look for those hooks. The good news for University of Wisconsin is you just need that one blitz hook in the late game on that critical target. It doesn't matter how well Muskingum played before that, hook defies, hook fruit vendor, and the fight could very well be over before it starts.
Of course, and because that's not a big worry, they can do this! The destruction, and Doctor landing the Fear Beyond Death, breaks open the mid lane. University of Wisconsin, Green Bay Pearls, looking for Shining Pearls. You're not going to find it there, sorry. All you're going to find is a lot of pain, Bodyman.
Yeah, if that was a Pearl, that was one that got hucked right at their head at very fast velocities.
The oyster
that hurt from
spit it out.
Yeah. Oh, man. But, I mean, that was really nice from NotKM. We've been waiting for NotKM to really pop off there, and they were so fixated on the threat that Taric presented, rightfully so, by the way, with those hooks, that I think they forgot about the Azir for a second. Beautiful shuffle, and this immediate turn to the Baron. Defies is down still, no teleport available, and Muskingum, can they actually stop this? TP's being called in for all 5 of Green Bay Pearls.
Remember, It is going to be the Pearls deciding to break this out first, so it's on MU to decide, and they are low. The Ornhorn misses, but are they going to take that fight? They are. Orn goes in, slaps Doctor on the backside, and they push them off. No real close yet, but there it is again. What? The AP Shyvana does work. Dark Harvest plus the burn secures the Baron. It is a reactionary play from MU that secures them a buff, a kill, and possibly more.
Thank you for the leash. That's when you type that in all chat. Muskingum. Literally, they get it down to less than a quarter's health. Froshot's still looking for more here.
Oh yeah, you got the harvest. You got every single type of harvest available. It's like autumn right now in the farming season. Oh, well, okay, you didn't harvest that one. Shade gets away with a very small compensation piece. But, I mean, that's what you're waiting for, right? The Ornhorn even missed. And yet, Muskingum, they still won that out.
Yep, and Froshot now fully stacked Dark Seal. The Night Harvester absolutely hits here. I'd love to see a Magi being completed for Froshot right now. I know the Void Staff is coming in first. That matters more, but you got to flex with that Magi here. And Orbital, for University of Wisconsin, a question we didn't ask now has to be asked, which is, who's tanking that poke? Even Shade is struggling to deal with that poke right now, and Shade's your tankiest member by far.
We say that at 1.5 items, but remember at this point, it's now about 2 item difference almost. We're seeing the ornaments come through. I believe there have been 2 upgrades so far. 1 on Fruit Vendor and 1 on Razor. Third one should be going to Froshot. Look at that in the mid lane. The other burn is there and not KM forced away. Chaos Storm is down. He lost it, and oh my gosh, Fruit Vendor gets hooked over the wall. You get the kill. Now you're going to fight your way back in. Kirsten Stab Mummy lands on 3, and Dr. Schlongski is going to land in the middle of them. You are exhausted, but that's enough. You have to wait for NotKM. NotKM is looking for an opportunity. Where do you get it? No, you're not going to get anything. Bodyman has to jump out of the fight. You're going to TP to a tower. So the chase is on Muskingum. They want to get onto this Soul Point. Razor caught on the bot side, but you're tanking enough. And an unstoppable, a beautiful Brelo's Breath to stay alive. Tarek has a hookup coming soon. You get stasis up, the dragon is gone, and you only get the ADC. Muskingum University, they get away with a little bit of robbery there.
You know what? You deserve it. And you planned to fight that well, Orbital. You kind of deserve it. And I want to highlight just how well these players are individually playing. Bodyman was playing on a knife's edge. We had said in the draft that when you pick the Zeri right now with this Blitzcrank, it's not synergistic, right? Bodyman has to kind of just outplay in those mid to late games, mechanically dodge everything out. He did exactly that, even holding the flash till the very end there, baiting Razor all the way in. But Razor's mechanics were also up to the task, using that Bellows Breath, the Unstoppable, to ignore the Shurima Shuffle. That is not a mechanic we see very, very often, but it was very, very effective. And that is what allowed Muskingum to kind of get away with that dragon, get themselves Soul Point, and Orbital, for the first time this game, find a lead in the gold.
It only took them 26 minutes, or I should say 25 considering when the kills came in. It was a painful one. It took them a while, but they got it done. And now they want to continue because, again, the gold does matter. But remember, there are global objectives that have been on their side as well. I think they're still... No, Baron is down already. But they're on Soul Point, right? And that, I think, is what they're really excited for because, again, it is a Shyvana, right? Shyvanas love dragons.
Yeah, and also the skilling, right? Like you were mentioning the masterwork items starting to come through from Razor here. Sivir is completely online as well. Fruit Vendor might be 0-4 and 7, but they are pumping out the damage in these team fights, especially when they're not getting bursted down immediately. Device has consistently been carrying a lot of the team fights once Fruit Vendor has come down. And Muskingum, they're in a comfortable position. They've stabilized the game. They're pushing forward. University of Wisconsin, though, they're struggling a little bit more. The hooks from Tarek have not been as abundant in this mid to late game here. And we said before, he just needs to land one, but he does need to land it soon. I am a bit worried that if they lose one more fight at this stage of the game here, especially in 2 minutes when Baron comes up, Muskingum could very well just break their base and put the game in an irretrievable position.
So much on the line here. And for them, it's, you know, for Muskingum, it's a breath of fresh air. And remember, this is only game number 1. The fact that early fight went down at University of Wisconsin, feeling real good about that. And then now in the mid game, feeling a little bit less so. They still are even in towers, so at least that's working in their favor. But both teams are now sitting and saying, listen, we know things can get very, very nasty. We heard RMC on the broadcast. His family took us out one by one a few times, and we got to give respect. So farming things up. I do wish we could see how many Dark Harvest stacks are currently on Froshot, though, because we saw the power earlier, and I feel that is where a lot of this is hinging. How many is that? That's 14. That's not bad. Yeah, 14 is pretty good with the punch coming through here. Add on top of that the masterwork that, please, for all that is holy, Razor, upgrade your Shyvana. Is it going? Yeah, there it is! Froshot gets a nasty Harvester.
Okay, I'm actually kind of curious about damage stats right now, because while Froshot has had the flashier bursts of damages and the more kills, I actually wonder how Defies is stacking up, because I feel like a lot of these team fights have been carried by Defies' Chaos Storm, especially throughout the later stages, especially once Fruit Vendor is down. And I actually wonder if it might be better to put it on Defies, because I feel like Froshot's damage is kind of already up there. We will find out who's more impactful in the Siege, though. And I think Polk is probably more impactful. Muskingum, they've set up the vision net right now. University of Wisconsin have to walk in blind. And we said before, Shade is tanky. Is he tanky enough? I don't know. Tarek, first into the pit.
Let me explain this in ways that anyone that was looking at the items could. Shade has not been able to complete an item since the last fight. He has sat on that cowl, that Spectre's cowl, the entire time. That is how hard Shade has been trying to fight through. He has had a very rough time, but they're going to go for it. They are going to take a look, and it's only going to be a 4v5. Teleport is up, but I don't know if they're going to force it. Tarek does get a hook, but you're right in the middle of the shuffle. The shuffle tries them all in, and they get a stage in, but it is not enough. The damage is a little bit there, and now they follow up. There it is, Bodyman. I was like, where is the rest of the damage? It is coming from Bodyman. Bodyman lays into them as much as possible and draws a triple. I have no idea what knocked him up for that long, but it was disgusting.
Okay, a lot of damage there, a win, but can they actually do the Shade? You can see the Baron damage is absolutely nuts. Froshot showed mid!
Oh my gosh, this is the second one. This is the second Baron, by the way, so this is why it's hitting, I feel, a little bit harder. But needless to say, again, MU will probably be willing to trade this if they're able to pick up Soul.
Oh my goodness.
They're fine. They're fine getting the permanent buff versus a temporary.
The thing is, I almost feel like Froshot could have just stopped both. Like, could have taken or stopped the Baron and still had the team join him for Dragon in time. So University of Wisconsin, we had said they needed to land critical pull. They needed to find a critical fight, not KM. Stepping in huge once again. Yes, he paid with his life for it, but that beautiful 5-man sweep to set up Bodyman, who, by the way, we've been talking a lot about the scaling from Victor Sivir. Zeri's right up there with them. And Bodyman 10-2-9 right now, going to complete that 6th item potentially after the next big team fight here. Yeah, that's target number 1 for Muskingum right now. Forget not KM. He looks flashy, but Bodyman's bodying you.
Well, the fact of the matter is Bodyman's also doing that with a slightly neutered build. You can see the Force of Nature currently built in there. So you will stay alive a little bit longer. Here's the problem that I'm now looking at. If you look down the line for University of Wisconsin Green Bay Pearls, they do have to contend with one more stat that MU just picked up, right? It is that healing. And I don't see a single Grievous item on their item sets. That, to me, is going to be a problem the longer we go on as well.
I don't know, man. I'm really liking the Force of Nature, actually, for Bodyman here, because I feel like...
Yes, agreed.
the only threat that's killing you is magic damage. Like, Fruit Vendor isn't getting past the front line right now before they die. So, I would argue that's not a neutered build whatsoever. Like, that is something that's making Bodyman an absolute menace to deal with. And back in the day when Zeri first came out, one of the big problems was that she could build Bruiser, not die, sustain through, and keep doing all of that. This reminds me exactly of that style of build here. Now, even in this top lane right now, Froshot, with just the magic resistance Doctor has, is not one-shotting it.
Well, you don't really get the one-shot, but you do have enough with Fruit Vendor there and saving. There's their jungler with from that Fear Beyond Death. Very nicely done, but that should spell a little bit of a problem for Froshot, who is hoping to one-shot. You called it earlier. That is a big chance. It's a little bit of a danger, but because of that, That's going to be a baller getting knocked down, and now the shove. It might be University of Wisconsin finding an opportunity. And Chris and Sad Money to run away, and it opens up the opportunity. Bodyman going to flash in. ADC is going to work its way out, and Bodyman says, yeah, try and focus me. You ain't even close to touching me.
I mean, that wasn't that there weren't people threatening Bodyman. It was just a John Cena moment where you just can't see Bodyman. Muskingum walked right past him, and okay, you gotta pick your targets here. Yeah, Shade's tasty. Shade ain't the focus, and even though Shade is down, Bodyman and KM are allowing University of Wisconsin to continue pushing here. Razor?
Oh my gosh, Bodyman. Bodyman just saying, watch this. And that was such a callback moment to the first team fight that came out, right? And I call it a team fight because that's one of the few times that we've seen all 5 players against all 5 players, right? At the level 1 fight, Bodyman flashed in to secure the early kills. Is what kicked off that 4-0. This is the second time Bodyman has said, screw who's ever running after me. I'm going to chase that kill whether you like it or not. That is some dedication right there.
Yeah, and Bodyman can do that because the rest of the Green Bay Pro, has set him up for that, right? They've already killed all the threats. The moment Defies and Fruit Vendor is down, it's so much easier for Bodyman to say, hey, I can flash forward aggressively. Who's going to kill me? Froshot? We've already touched on that. The Force of Nature is doing so much work here, and Froshot can't actually one-shot fast enough. If you don't one-shot Bodyman, Bodyman turns around. He's just going to hunt this dragon. They've only got 1 dragon so far, but Bodyman's willing to add to that body count. Doesn't have to be an elemental Drake. He'll take a Shyvana any day.
Of course, and the Shyvana is looking juicier and juicier as time goes on, right? Because I feel the Shyvana burn as we're looking at some of these other objectives coming up, and that damage needs to be there, especially if you're running full AP, right? I feel it actually does come from the burn aspect, not so much the burst, right? If you stand on top of the AoE, if Froshot is in Dragon form, the burn is actually what takes away a lot. You can watch a tank drop to 50%. We don't actually see that. It is full burst, so Froshot is hoping to land that shot and then walk away very quickly. I'm interested to see if that is going to work towards that late game, towards that part where Doctor, Shade, and Tarek will all be frontlining, and especially if you're going to replace that Dark Seal, which has been sitting on those 10 stacks for a while. You're very happy about that, but you gotta be aware that you might need to trade it out for something with a bit more punch.
I mean, Froshot's been the last survivor so far, which is why we're still seeing that 10 stack there. But because they're the last survivor, it also kind of shows you their playstyle. Froshot's been playing more of an artillery style and not diving in with that Dragon's Descent. So I don't know if we're going to see that fiery carpet burn kind of catch the tanks when Froshot's usually running away. The one who I really need to see step up right now for Muskingum is Fruit Vendor Army. You are the sole source of physical damage on this team right now. And considering that University of Wisconsin has itemized magic resistance, it should be Fruit Vendor's moment to shine. Just hasn't been able to because Not KM has just been diving in every single time and catching this Sivir. Either Fruit Vendor needs more peel or, Fruit Vendor just needs to play further back right now.
Fruit Vendor, you need to make up your mind. We trust in you. I want those fruits. I want those fruits hopefully soon. We'll see if you can sell them to us. Because right now you got one last chance. TP coming in. Battle lines are officially drawn. And Tarek said, we're taking things off. We are fighting. Flashes away is very, very low. But you got the fear beyond death. You fear too. And that might be it. The shift over the wall. Froshot is burning. Froshot is still alive. And over the wall, burn hits. And now it turns around. A reoccurrence is coming. Shade saying, oh crap, I have to leave. Another shot. Froshot said, what did you say, Orbital? What did you say about my damage? They flip it on its head. And Muskingum have earned themselves the Elder Dragon. Except if Bodyman has something to say, I don't think he can do anything here. What a bloody brawl.
Oh, bro, you asked for those fruits, and the fruits are ripe. It's a bumper harvest right now from Fruit Vendor Army. Massive that the Sivir survived. I think this is the first team fight where we've seen Fruit survive the first 5 seconds, and you see what a late game Sivir can do. Huge. That is Elder Drake being picked up here, Baron being picked up here, and finally Muskingum get to push in University of Wisconsin. They've got to survive the next couple of minutes. If they can mount a comeback, but it's tough against double buffs.
Don't look at the early stages. Don't look at the level 1. Don't look even at the kills right now or the gold. Look at the powerhouse items that are coming out here. On top of the Forge Dragons, on top of all of the ornaments, these members are now stacking up to what feels like their last items. No one else is even catching up to them. It is disgusting. Ballers sitting on level 14 saying, I don't even have to worry, as Razor will frontline for me. The final ornament, all 5 have lit up like a Christmas tree, and they will be storming the base whether University of Wisconsin like it or not.
It's like Exodia, right? Collect all 5 pieces you auto in. That's the thing, right?
I hate to agree with that right now, but I think it's true.
Well, we'll see if it actually does come to pass. Muskingum is struggling a little bit, still to push. They are, I think, rightfully so, respecting the threat of University of Wisconsin. And props to the Green Bay Pearls as well. They've done incredibly well considering their composition shouldn't scale as well. We're joking about 40 minutes from Muskingum and they come online. We're about to hit 40 minutes. They are cracking the base. That turret went down faster than I expected.
That went fast. That went down faster than a minion. I just want to say the unfortunate towers are now worse than minions. No hate to your RMC. I love you and your family. Right now, though, they're losing the base. University of Wisconsin, you got to go for something that is going to be a Christmas time money in the backline. This shift doesn't come through.
Yeah.
That game has to use it defensively, but guess who is untouched? Guess who is untouched? Frostshot and Fruit Fender Army seal the deal, and game number 1 goes the way of MU.
39 minutes, Orbital, and this was not a slow game. It had all the action you could ask for. Another one of these, please. Game 2 coming through. It's incredibly close between these two teams, and we kind of suggested it might be. You know, we were saying, oh, the Overwatch game was close. This is really close too. Yeah, it is, Orbital.
And they are defying expectations because when you look at it on paper, we saw Not KM, and we give a lot of credit to Not KM because Not KM is a very strong player, kind of leading the rest of the team forward. The entirety of Green Bay Pearl, they stepped up. I give them a lot of credit for fighting that hard, getting those early stages. Doctor, fighting so hard to keep the lead. You cannot discredit what they did in game 1. MU just had a little bit of an inch better. They had a few better team fights at the end. They did what their composition was supposed to do. I'm excited. I would love to let you keep talking RNC because there's so much we can break down, but we'll do that at the end because we have to get ready for game 2. Let's see what the teams can bring us. We will be right back. Maybe. Yeah, there we go.
Second goal against CMCC that just showed the dominance CU was willing to come out with here in week 3.
We are 3
oh my god.
seconds into game
You don't get much
2.
better than that. That was awesome.
Oh man, that was beautiful. Ceramics, pedal to the metal right there. Foot on the gas pedal.
With a 1-round lead on Ascent, SUNY Canton was feeling a little bit shaky, and it was up to Lil J to make some big moves.
You got dash. Not gonna go for it. Get all the way out of that one and fake the dash away. So they know about him close. Well, the room will give it away. Let's tuck the nade though, so definitely gonna stay alive.
Party's
okay.
over.
Good. All right.
Spike down B.
Jinx, bro. Yummy soda now.
Love that.
Oh, the timing.
I like the gust.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, man.
Ace.
Fantastic Lil J ace on its way. Happy to have it. 5-3. Sunny Canton.
Things were looking bleak for the University of Kentucky on the 5th and final map, but the momentum started to shift when Klaus decided the chaos needed to end a little quicker.
Who just won't be able to survive on the point all that long. Yurik finds Rimru. High noon for 3 for Klaus at the last possible second to secure a cap and buy them a stay of execution.
And with that, folks, ECAC highlights of Week 3 have come to a close. Let me tell you, it's been a pleasure getting to reminisce on all these fantastic moments with you. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you next time.
I really think that there's been a sorely missed opportunity for developers to take a step back from competition and take a step forward with community. And if they do that, I think we all win, because community, I would argue, is the one thing that no one's trying to solve. We're trying to solve recruitment. We're trying to solve competition. Tell me, where's community? Honestly, any one of you, go ahead. Shout out what's the national community for Scholastic right now. Any title, tell me.
Yeah.
Where do I go? How do I meet and hang out?
Of the storm, community 0.
There's nothing. It doesn't exist anymore. And it doesn't exist statewide. It doesn't exist school-wide. It doesn't exist region-wide. It doesn't exist nationally. It doesn't exist digitally on Twitch. It doesn't exist digitally on Discord. It doesn't exist through any form of skill-based development. It doesn't exist on any form of, skill-based learning or just pure socialization and fandom. Huge missed opportunity. You want to take their time and make it more efficient, in my opinion, tell Riot Scholastic politely to stop what they're doing with competitive, and their integration with LCS should be, Twitch, symposiums and summits and conversations and learning and all sorts of wonderful things, and promoting camps and educational learning activities and RSSA sponsored curriculum. That will move the needle. I don't see any of that.
So Chris, that was pretty much the last topic. You kind of wrapped it in a nice package called community. And I was kind of thinking more from an organizer and a broadcaster point of view around growing fandom. And how do we get fandom around collegiate esports to look more like traditional sports across the board? And, that helps us go out and sell sponsorships in the place, of which trickles down to all our member schools that we
We are back. I just got tongue-tied right there because the teams are anxious. We saw in game 1, they went straight into draft. We were ready to go. We knew they were going to do this again, so we're going to speedily recap. If you're just tuning in, for whatever reason, into the stream, you are in for a ride. RMC, what the heck happened, and what do we have to look forward to here in game number 2? Okay, never mind. You can't do that. I'm sorry.
Well, we can quickly recap. We had two great teams going at it. Neither gave an inch, and it was an absolute bloodbath in the best possible way. Game 2 here, we're likely to see sort of a rematch of the first game. University of Wisconsin Green Bay Pearl have opted once again for the blue side. So they said that, hey, we're fine with side selection. We don't think it's a drop issue. I don't think it's a drop issue here. And the bans so far are identical to game 1.
Yeah, they're not stopping. And Muskingum, I mean, this is the ultimate litmus test of, do you have your strengths? Like, do you have your confidence? Both these teams actually came in saying they were relatively, over a 5-10, saying, hey, we do have some confidence, right? 6-10, I think, was from Muskingum, and then 7 out of 10 from University of Wisconsin. They were all coming in saying, hey, we do have confidence in our team, and we're excited to see how much further we can grow. And because of that, these teams, identical bans. Now the question comes in, this is where we get to see those possible differences. And it is going to be a change up, a little bit more meta in that stock standard. It is going to be the Maokai this time, instead of the Amumu to be the flex.
Yeah, and I like it, even if it is the jungle to replace the Amumu there. I think it does a lot of the same things as Amumu for Shade, and I think Shade did really, really well, so that's fine. Yeah, Muskingum, we said it before, there's no need to change anything for them when they have a working winning formula here, and they won game 1. They dragged it out to 40 minutes, let the scaling take over. So now for Green Bay Pearls, do you change it up? Last game it was Urgot and Blitzcrank. I think we're probably going to see not see Blitzcrank being picked up here. If they do want to pick it, I expect to see it picked up later after you know what support Muskingum are running, because the Brom Ornn was so effective at blocking it. Okay, that's a change up. They get the Kai'Sa. They want to put Body Man on something equally mobile as that Zeri, but has a faster, sooner spike.
And not only that, you don't get a drop down to your 4th pick, because remember, they picked up their ADC in the second round, and this is what I was kind of frustrated at. And the fact that, and again, this is why we're giving so much credit to Green Bay. They did that with some of the most, I want to say almost suboptimal drafting. They worked with some components that just weren't fully optimized together. And they still made it work. So this time they are optimizing, right? This is the Kaiser. And now the Mordekaiser, even another power pick that will not only deny a possible Ornn, but if you find that Sivir without the spell shield and you say, hey, I'm stronger, they can take over. That is the scary part. It is still that Braum Sivir bottom lane though. So Muskingum still saying, hey, we fought well. Let's keep our core alive.
Yeah, and I especially like the Mordekaiser pick. It's not only great into that Sivir, especially if we see a one physical threat composition like we saw in game 1 against Fruit Vendor specifically, but it does great into scaling tanks in that top side into that Ornn as well. And removing an Ornn from a fight is one way to cancel the Call of the Forge God, something that's huge for the team fights for Muskingum. Now into the second phase of bans here, Green Bay, they've changed theirs up, and they're taking away the victor. They recognize that, hey, that team fight presence was really too strong. We're removing it. Muskingum, they're targeting supports, which is a change up, because last time the supports were picked early. I don't know if Senna Janna is necessarily what you want to ban against Taric here. I know that, okay, they're just banning sort of the most played champions for Taric, but I'm thinking back to that Blitzcrank. I think engaged supports for Taric looked really, really good. We're on patch 13.3. They did get buffed. I would like to see Taric back on that. Maybe if you want something defensive, Thresh. If you want something offensive, pick that Leona.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that you're even drawing 4 bans here, not even Bodyman drew that last time.
Sure.
This is a lot of respect, and I give that all in the world. Again, there was going to be somewhere that's pinched, and Green Bay are doing it. Oh, man. Okay. So, I know it works. I know it works. I understand it works, and Froshot has proven me wrong again and again. I'm still not fully sold on it. Like, I'm 95% there. I need that last 5%. So Froshot's going to give it to me one way or another. We still got to wait and see. We are still waiting to see what's coming out here. Okay. And an instant lock in too. So the Talia to come out to say, hey, Froshot, hey, Razor, hey, Baller, if you try and come in to engage on us, you will have a slightly difficult time.
Yeah. I'm still holding out to see what the last pick is, Orbital, because it could theoretically be Talia jungle, Maokai support. That would surprise me. I don't think Shade is a Talia jungle player, but I'm also hesitating because the Azir was so impactful for not KM, right? I almost want to see the Azir picked up. Again, it's not banned here necessarily, but I feel like they do need physical damage. Even Kai'Sa's physical damage, it's kind of split, and they've got a lot of magic damage right now. They missed the pick. What is it here? I need to know.
This is the second time they've done this to us. Second time. We're not even getting word. We're not even getting word about what this last pick is. Come on. Let's see. Okay, Karma. It is a Karma. Okay. This is going to be vastly different than we saw in game 1.
Yeah, and I'm assuming Karma's support here to come through. So Talia.
Jungle. We forgot about this RMC. I like this. I like this.
Okay, we should start this off by saying Kassadin did get nerfed on this particular patch. But back on 13.1b, like a week ago, Kassadin was truly Kassadin at level 16. I would still say he's really, really incredibly strong. And I feel like it fits Muskingum's sort of preferred playstyle, which is play for that 40 minutes, right? And at that point, Defies can try and carry the game solo on the Kassadin if necessary here. It's also pretty good into the Talia. Yeah, you still get hit by the minefield there, but you don't need the entire damage because it's not a dash. It's a blink coming in as well. And if you get in range of Talia, if she doesn't have the shove back available, you absolutely mess her up. So I love the Kassadin pickup here. Going back to University of Wisconsin Green Bay, Orbital, I'm worried about their damage profile. We saw what happened when you have one physical damage threat. Last game for Muskingum, they have the same problem, but like we said, Kai'Sa is hybrid damage. She does some AP or some magic, some physical damage, and even worse, she doesn't scale well. So University of Wisconsin Green Bay have to pop off early in the mid game. We're seeing that draft. Karma, same thing. She's great in lane, huge bully. Talia, she's great in the mid game, got a ton of map control. None of them scale up all that well.
Not only that, it's the fact that they just... I feel like they're banking again on getting that early game, kind of early little status there. You see this coming out here. Like, I don't think you're going to get that same thing. And the Karma is the most interesting factor to me, right? Because it's a hard shift. You're going from all in, pulling someone into, we are going to run a little bit more ragged. We're going to try and spam out. We're going to try and, bully instead of all in this situation. And yet even that, I don't think is going to break through. So right now, RMC, I want to know, there is almost nothing, except for one component on Muskingum's side that was changed up. There was only one. For the side of University of Wisconsin, they know this. With this draft, does their mental change as well? Does their focus of wait it out, try and wait it out to mid-game? I hope it doesn't stay, but does it stay the same? We can wait it out if we get some early kills. Like, is that what they're going for?
For University of Wisconsin or for Muskingum
Yeah.
University? Okay, so for University of Wisconsin Green Bay Pearl, I think, no, you cannot sit back here. I don't think they're going to get the level 1 they did last time where they started 4-0. But I'm expecting them to just kind of play aggressive right away. And one thing a Karma Kaisa lane can do, Karma is kind of the queen of shove in the bot lane. There's very few supports who can match that. You can shove that. And last game we called for Taric roams into the mid lane, or Blitzcrank roams from Taric. My goodness, that's confusing. This time I kind of want to see Taric shove the wave, and I want to see Bodyman roaming into the mid lane. I think Talia is very good at setting up her lane, and as mobile as Kassadin is, Kaisa is an assassin herself, and more importantly, she's great at chasing down targets. That's why she's great into Ezreal. Even if you blink away, if she tagged you, she can still use that killer instinct to follow up and finish you off. So I want to see Bodyman kind of move to the mid lane, release not KM to roam to the sides, pick up the speed, the pacing of the game as much as possible, because University of Wisconsin Green Bay Pearl, they had a good early game. Even ignoring those early 4 kills, they played the early and mid really well. And I want to see them really explode with that. Their composition certainly tells me that's what they want to do as well. Pick up the pace, end the game before 30 minutes.
End the game anywhere before we get to see some damage come out here. And I love that, because this time around you have another little cog that, instead of being locked in with the other 4, it now gets to spin freely on its own. The Kassadin now brings another angle that wasn't around before, right? The damage is still there, but the angles the Kassadin can access is vastly different than a Victor, right? You're taking a look, now you have to keep watching your back. You have to be worried about those side angles. If Defies plays like he did in game number 1, this is going to be a much more difficult problem, in my opinion.
That's certainly a different one being presented here by Muskingum University. And the thing we have to keep in mind too was that when Muskingum fell behind, Defies Victor kept them through the mid game. A lot of wave clear, a lot of team fighting strength. That Chaos Storm kind of kept things in their favor, even in the 5v5s, or even if not keeping things in their favor, equalized things in a lot of those 5v5 fights. Kassadin won't do that, right? You're waiting for level 16, you're waiting for assassinations here. So if anything, Muskingum are playing on a slightly more difficult level in the mid game here. It's increased early difficulty, decreased late difficulty. If they get that Kassadin to level 16, I think Muskingum absolutely pop off like we saw last game. But can they get there without Defies here? And I'm looking at the side lanes, because last game, Baller, Fruit Vendor, it looked kind of good at first, and then they kind of fell behind. Razor, that top side, had to face a 3-0-1 Ergon. Came to the lane with pickaxe at level 1. Didn't get a chance. This time, if we don't see, a 4-0 start to the game here, Razor, Fruit Vendor, Baller, these guys need to step up a little bit more, take that pressure off of Defies on this champion, Kassadin, who has no wave clear in the mid lane.
No wave clear and just a lot of hope in your back pocket. You are praying for a good time there. You're also praying that RMC does not actually predict the future and you don't get Bodyman and Taric roaming in just to mess with your day. There's a lot going on there, and I love it. This time around, though, again, Froshot, I want to lend it up because the AP, it did work, right? We had all spotlights on Fruit Vendor in that game 1 in the late game stages. We can't discount the AP Shyvana also dropped some massive damage spikes. This time around, do we still see the AP Shyvana, or do we maybe see that Bruiser come out? Because I still think it's very viable either way, right?
Yes, I think both are viable, but I think given what we saw in game 1 for Froshot, it's going to be AP all the way. They're not going to back down. Like,
no stats behind this. No stats, just full-on confidence.
We've had one game. What stat do you want me to pull, man? Froshot died, I think, twice that entire game. Had Dark Steels at 10 stacks, fully stacked for like most of it, like 2/3 of it there.
Yeah.
And the AP kind of worked. We touched on wave clear as well. I think Siver's really good at wave clear, but the AP Shyvana is also better at wave clear than Bruiser Shyvana. And we've already touched on the fact that, hey, they've got enough tankiness with the Braum and the Ornn, same as game 1. AP Shyvana probably better, and you kind of need something to match the poke of that Karma. The poke's also going to be hyper efficient against Kaisa, because when you're facing something like a Kai'Sa here, especially if it's not AP Kai'Sa, one of the best ways to stop her from being effective is chunking her out before a fight. She's very, very short range, and she's an assassin. If an assassin goes in half health, they might not reach the target before they get popped. So if you can land that poke, it will be very, very effective for Frostshot.
I do have very fond memories of watching. I've seen this happen twice. Is an assassin dying mid-animation of trying to get to the back line, and it is very entertaining. They jump in, you watch the animation go, and they basically skid mark their way into the back line. You're like, what happened? What happened? That would be very entertaining to watch. Eat a fireball to the face, and you're just dead. And that is going to be another complication that they do have to walk over. So for University of Wisconsin, I have confidence at least in the fact that they will find a way to make it work, right? This is a squad that tangled with the best of them, drew it all the way out. Yes, they had a little bit of a lead. This time around, they might be the ones to scale up behind MU. And if that does happen, I want to ask you, where does their late game lie? Where does their late game in this time around get to come into play? Or do they just, if it passes 30 minutes, pray someone steps up and decides to do a 1v1 over and over again?
Well, if you're University of Wisconsin, it hits 30 minutes and you're not significantly in the lead, then yeah, I think you start praying at that point. It's going to be really, really hard to match the scaling here. And like I said, I don't think University of Wisconsin want to get it to that point. And one thing I did very much enjoy in the game one from them was their proactivity and their teamwork. So I want to see more of that, right? Like I want to see them moving together, using that macro, finding those isolated picks. And I have confidence that if they don't fall behind in lanes, that is exactly what we'll see come the mid game.
Of course, well, here we go. Ain't no invades today. The minor ward there just saying, yeah, we're good. And every single member of Green Bay Pearl say no, we don't either. But I love that skin. That is the, I want to say that's the club. Mordekaiser's, that was in the cards skin set. Yeah. Is that correct?
I believe so. You know what? You're asking the wrong person about skins. Ask me about stats. Ask me about champions. Yeah, I know those. Ask me about skins. Bro, I don't know, man.
I mean, listen, I have the Syndra. The Syndra, I think it's the Heart skin, was one of the most...
Queen of Hearts. So that's probably King of Clubs?
Yes, King of Clubs. I love that skin line mostly just because of the aesthetic, right? I feel like that is one of the more unique aspects that they've done with it, right? Like, what other game really has cards coming into play, right?
Every card game, bro. Literally every card game.
Come on, but that's like OG, right? Like, you're right. Okay.
Trump, go fish.
Yeah, but you don't see it in a skin line. That's what I mean, right? Like, no other games like try to use those, right?
Be honest,
like, video game. Sorry, video game is what I meant. Come on. We've had a banana.
I don't look at skins, man.
That's true. That's true.
Don't be so shallow, bro. You gotta look past people's skin, you know.
Okay.
You gotta look at the important things in life, like skilling, Orbital.
Yeah. What can they offer? Only what do they offer? Do you offer an extra bit of AP behind it? Yes. If you don't, you're off the team. I'm sorry.
Bro, I'm starting to see why you're casting on Valentine's.
Oh, wow. All right, everyone. I'll see you later. That was... I will see you all later. RMC,
First
you have a
blood
lot
to
of
the
fun. Oh, my gosh. That was painful. All right, listen. Now that I have been exposed, let's go ahead and take a look at the at the lanes here, which are also just very, very calm. This is a very quiet early game. I don't want to talk about Valentine's Day, okay? I don't want to talk about Valentine's Day.
I know, but as soon as you say that, look at the fighting across the board.
Oh, that's true. Baller taking below 100 HP. Loses the flash. First summoner spell loss of the game.
Yeah, and we saw, mid lane as well, Defies being pushed out. Bot side, Tarek doing a lot of work. It's a complete change up from the Blitzcrank. But it's looking good, and we touched on this, right? The fact that Karma can push, Karma can poke, you can unlock Bodyman to start roaming as well. And if you can just flat out win your lane, that's another way to go about it. If you can bully them out this early, level 6 is when the kill threat really spikes in this bot side, and half health against a Kai'Sa, that's kind of risky.
You get one proc of the passive, right? That entire rotation, that extra burst that comes through. You're just going, what the heck just happened? And Baller jumps forward, eats some extra. So just trying to make sure Fruit Vendor actually picks up that CS. It does open Froshot, though. Froshot is going to pick up a single scuttle. Difference this time being Shade is able to collect one of their own and matching. Only 2 camps behind this time around.
Yeah, partially because Shade actually got to start properly this time. And didn't, like,
that is the
0
difference.
assists. Yeah, and wasn't able to stack. Baller, though, no flash this time.
No flash. Shield is up, but look at this burn in the side. I remember the shield only blocks one way. Bodyman picks up the kill. First blood as easy as can be.
Speed up escape as well, Orbital. Like, Froshot comes running in, and Bodyman just like, well, eat my Dust Trail, because with the speed up from the Karma, you just can't catch them. We said before, this bot lane, something to watch. Bodyman was massive for University of Wisconsin. Not KM made the big plays, but it was Bodyman who got the kills, got a lot of that damage down. And so if either of them start popping off, Orbital, I'm worried a little bit for this mid and early game.
It's going to be a little bit dangerous. What's also dangerous is Razor once again being visited on the top side, but I don't know how far you want to go. That is a massive wave that Doctor wants to clean up, and Razor is also at full health. Because of that, Razor's just like, all right, I get a little taste. I'll be able to recall here, get some mana back. So the junglers have made their first visitations, neither of them gathering anything.
Well, right now we are seeing Shade and Not KM gathering camps. Baller's fine. He's full health. But we are seeing an actual invade topside. Yep. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. You called it, RMC. I was looking in the wrong direction. Minimap tells all. As the snipe in the jungle lands a kill over to Not KM, who, remember in game 1, did not have the best of early games.
Can I just say, as a Shyvana, it feels doubly bad when that happens too, because Shyvana is one of the premier sort of counter junglers along with Nunu. And you just got killed in your own jungle. You got invaded by a Maokai and a Talia. That one hurts a little bit here. And Defies with level 6 now and a lot of mana. Just trying to hold Shade in the mid lane as long as possible here. Buy time for Froshot to get back on the map.
Also, knowing that there's no mana on not KM means that Defies is allowed to farm this wave up fairly nicely. But most importantly, as you said, allows Froshot to get online, also allows Fruit Vendor and Baller to push up the wave into tower range. And MU once again gather, well, not first time, or second time, but first time gathering the first dragon of the game. They will take the Ocean Dragon, get a little extra healing with their belt.
Yeah, they got it last game too, that first dragon.
Was it?
And it was Fruit Vendor and Baller pushing up on that bot side early as well. So I think, you know, Muskingum, they're doing a really good job of trying to secure the objectives. You can tell they're a very practiced team at scaling, right? Like, they're just stacking dragons. That's sort of their win con. They're good with it. They know. And for University of Wisconsin, I think it's fine. Give up that first drake. It's not that important. Getting the kill pressure, getting tempo is better. And more importantly, getting first Herald. In a minute's time, when that Herald spawns, to me, that's the big question of, hey, are Muskingum actually going to try and compete for this, or do they seed it for free?
Well, they might have to see this bot lane for free. Baller eating so much damage. I don't think he has the wall either. One last auto attack is going to be there, and then the dash forward. Actually, that's the flash. No dash else alive. Bodyman this time will actually lose her life. Will Tark lose it as well? The root comes down. Damage not coming through. And that'll be a trade of kills, but still, again, kill goes away at Bodyman. He was now 2-1-0.
Yeah, those kills are not equal here, Orbital. I mean, yes, on one hand, it's great that you can deny Bodyman this sort of minion wave here, but the bigger issue is that Fruit Vendor and Baller are losing the 2v2. They need jungle pressure to alleviate this, and look at what University of Wisconsin tried to do in exchange here. You send one person down, we'll send 2 people up.
And the knockup lands as well. There ain't no way you can bellow breath your way out. You do have flash, but the ulti comes on through. And no, Doctor, I'm not sure if you fully... Yes, you do. I don't know what I was thinking. The king reigns supreme with the help of some of his servants.
You feel so bad for Razor. It's actually really hard to dive an Ornn under turret, no less. But because all the spells had been expended beforehand trying to get out, Razor had no way to lock Doctor under that turret. And really well played from the University of Wisconsin there. It's efficient as well. Not KM didn't even drop the wave. Still has Weaver's Wall available as well. So as soon as Razor gets back into lane here, once that Herald goes down, they can repeat that gang topside.
And RMC, I would like to point out that at this time in the game, at 9 minutes or so, we are right back to square one. We are right back to square one. About a 1.5k lead, 4-1. Bot lane being in a little bit of a tangle, and this is going to be a little bit worse. Body Man, I lied. It ain't like game one. This is game two. This is a whole different ball game as Body Man is bodying Baller.
And I'm just going to say, I'm really impressed with the University of Wisconsin. Game one, you can chalk it down to like, oh, level 1 shenanigans, right? Oh, they got that 4-kill lead. This time, no. They're just doing this by being better. Defies should be safe.
It was a long-range attempt, and it was a good wait. But again, Defies should have another Rift Walk up. Oh,
Shade.
Bro shot said, hey. And that forces the flash out of Shade. That was so well played by MU's mid and jungle. Now the call out, Fruit Vendor trying to chase after Bodyman and Tarek and might have themselves in a bad spot because the chase comes in. In the mid lane, we saw another snipe. It forces the flash out of Fruit Vendor. But needless to say, again, in the mid lane, not KM, got killed.
Yeah, that's a little rough. Not KM, again, still has Reaver's Wall, can rush back to lane after they respawn. But I want to highlight sort of the sequence of events there. When we see Shade flash over that wall, Defies could have followed, and Defies probably could have killed. But because Bodyman and Tarek have so much control on the bot side, they get first move. And you saw the pings come down. Fruit Vendor was saying, hey, they're coming up. Actually burns the On the Hunt to actually chase and harass them up the way. And almost backfires, right? Fruit Vendor had to burn Flash to escape. Barely did so there. So despite the fact that, yes, good, they got the kill in the mid lane. Froshot gets the snipe. There was no assist on that. Defies did not get the assist. And it still doesn't solve the fundamental problem that Muskingum are dealing with, which is our side lanes are not doing too hot.
Side lanes are having a rough go of it. They're trying. It still feels like it harkens back though. So we are still seeing the side of MU going, okay, this is not outside of the realm of expectations. It's somewhat workable. Maybe Bodyman can be taken down later, and maybe it just takes a little bit of time. But Tarek able to get that tether down, and the spell shield comes out a bit late. That is going to be a problem. You can't spell shield that actual tether, and you are dead. Baller. Is Baller going to fall as well? There ain't no shield available. That's a double kill as neatly as can be. That wasn't a silver platter. That was gold.
Yeah. Muskingum have no right to push past the river right now without Froshot present, either in a bush or nearby. And that one's going to cost them more, bro, because not only is it just a nice double kill easily picked up by Bodyman, Dragon just spawned. And Muskingum would like to stack these Dragons. It's going to delay even further now. We joke about 40 minutes. It's looking like a 40-minute timeline. And normally Cloud isn't that important in the grand scheme of things. But when you look at this Mordekaiser, you look at this Kaisa, you look at this Maokai, suddenly you realize that if they're a little bit faster than you, if they get in range of you, certain people named Fruit Vendor are going to die immediately.
The Fruit Vendor is about to go out of business. Just got hucked out of the city. Just, no, you're not allowed to be here. This is such an interesting turnaround, right? And it harkens back to game one, and I do like to call back because now we see that shift, right? Doctor on the top side only has 1 kill, is down about 10 CS, you know, that's fine. But we said in game one, the 3 kills that went down were on Doctor, so it wasn't able to be properly utilized this time around. It's on a very key player. The fact that Tarek and Bodyman are allowed to 2v3 without any repercussions and allowing this arrow to be dropped mid, University of Wisconsin are getting just about everything they could ask for here in the early game. Like, what really could seal it on the top? Like, they're getting everything.
Yeah, and this was kind of what we expected after seeing University of Wisconsin's game 1 performance. Now that they're doubling down on the early to mid game, they are playing the composition exactly how they wanted it to. And unfortunately for Muskingum, like we said, this is a Cassidy, not a Victor. He takes so much longer to come online. Defies is doing a great job. I cannot highlight how difficult it is for a melee mid lane champion like Cassidy, who doesn't have wave clear, to actually farm and beat somebody like a Talia, whose spells can very quickly clear waves and shove under turret. So Defies is doing a great job, but there's no relief for this bot lane of Muskingum because Defies can't get down, and if Defies is shoved in, Froshot can't get creative about getting down there. You've noticed that every time Froshot comes in, it's either from River, from Blue Buff, which is warded up, or a lane gank, you know, walking down, sneaking into those bushes. So Tarek doing a great job. 1 ward in River, 1 ward in Bush, and suddenly Muskingum's bot lane, you're up a creek with no paddle, no help, no safety, no reinforcements.
And it's showing, right? There is nothing in the bot side that can be given because of that gold disadvantage right now. 1,700 for Bodyman. 1,700 alone. That wasn't counting the support. Like, Tarek and Baller were also in a vastly different scenario. It's ridiculous. And at this point, not KEM even showing on the bot side, doesn't know they're on a ward, but you know, it doesn't matter. They just need the extra help. This bot lane for University of Wisconsin is rolling out of control. With that bottom lane tower opened up at 14.5 minutes, it will allow Bodyman and Tarek to start looking to assassinate some other members of the map.
Yeah, and first turret going down in a winning lane orbital is always very interesting because it changes the dynamic of the game. You know in the shorter lane that, okay, Kaisa, Karma, they've got a lot of kill threat. In the longer lane, though, it gets a little bit more dangerous because you're more exposed. But as you rightly mentioned as well, it opens up more of the map, and if University of Wisconsin can get vision down, it makes it hard for Froshot to even farm their own jungle right now. So for University of Wisconsin, you know, it's a bit of a mixed blade. The moment that first turret goes down, you have to pick up the pace of the game even further. Top side, probably not an easy place to exploit. We've seen Razor actually up a level right now on Doctor. Mid lane, turret's almost down, so after taking this Herald, I'd love to see the Green Bay Pros rotate mid, take that one, probably don't even need Herald, maybe even charge and break down that inner turret in the mid lane.
Well, now topside is also an option. We just saw Razor get their flash burnt, so every option is available. Froshot, though, doing what Froshot needed to do in other areas, stealing away a couple camps, saying, hey, if you're going to take those Heralds, I'm going to do it, but Bodyman said, hey, I found a little bit of a problem. Eats about 50%, and now he's going for a little bit more to burn. The heal! Tarek saves their ADC! University of Wisconsin with the reactions.
That was really, really good bait from Defies there, but unfortunately just wasn't able to find it. And I feel for Froshot, just one more Q, one more W, just one more, any spell, and it would have been able to find the kill. Now Defies trying to hold the mid lane here, but if you're struggling against Talia, wait till Kaisa Karma.
Can
he do it?
Defies is going to go. Defies gets it. That's a shutdown and a half, by the way. That is what you were hoping for. Thank you, Observer, for the zoom in because I could not tell what Defies HP was. Bodyman goes down in the mid lane.
Okay, that's absolutely massive. I actually didn't think Defy had enough damage to find the kill there. Yeah, but that speeds things up a lot here, as you mentioned, that kill. And Defies, more importantly, I think that shows that this Caston has damage on squishies and can still burst through the Karma shield. So, Bodyman still got to play with a little bit of respect. You can deal with the Sivir, you can deal with the Braum, you can even deal with Shyvana, but Caston's a whole different beast.
The one champion that got changed that you unfortunately banned Victor for is just like, crap. How we unleashed this beast. It's one of those things that, again, you have to take the lesser two evils, and this is what they decided on. So, I mean, they're going to have to do some work. And with dragging up right now, University of Wisconsin, the Green Bay Pearls say, we're going to be here. We have one under our name. MU has one of theirs. And with the Hextech, of course, this draws a bit more of attention. Green Bay Pearls, they were the first ones here. And just like in game number 1, whoever gets there first will generally get it until the sole point is on the board.
Yeah, and I think for Muskingum, they correctly say, hey, we aren't going to fight this one here. Sure, Defies just killed Bodyman, but Defies is still a ways away from really hitting the big power spike. And more importantly, that was an isolated pick. Defies, you don't want to team fight this. Where are you going? Literally just said you don't want to team fight.
That's a problem. You might have also gotten your bot lane killed. You definitely did. Well, also Froshot said, all right, I get some retribution. But that, I feel that was Defies realizing that his Riftwalk is not on as short of a cooldown as they thought.
Yeah, no bueno. Meanwhile, Doctor is just pushing bot side as well here. And so, Doctor actually doesn't get the inner turret. I thought he was going to be able to. Razor definitely going to be able to get this top side turret. Well, if not on this wave, next wave. There's nobody who's answering him right now. And unless not KM's willing to burn Weaver's Wall here, one more Demolish proc takes that. I want to go back to Defies, though.
Of course.
Because for Muskingum, we were just talking about the fact that, hey, Defies, that is the hope. But this is Dragon. Your team fight is not online yet. Fruit Vendor is not online. Razor is not online here. So if you are Muskingum, give up these objectives look instead for those isolated picks, because University of Wisconsin still often has isolated members. Razor, don't do me like this. Okay, he does get it. Okay. I was like, please don't make me like call it wrong 3 times in a row, but
I was, when you were calling that earlier, I was like watching the Ord slowly smack away like a brick by brick moment. I was like, I don't think he gets it on that wave, right?
No, not that wave, yeah.
Yeah, definitely the second wave though. As you said, it's still going to be answered though because of how long it took. It does allow Green Bay Pearls to actually come back and take one of their own. So even though Razor spent so much time on the top side, it is still in Green Bay's favor. 3 towers to 2 and more of the map exposed. And you were talking about bot lane, RMC. Let's go back to that one. Doctor has prepped that bot lane tower for some free gold the next time anyone wants to go down there.
The problem, Orbital, is who's going to go down there and how long is it
True.
Right? Because we already said that, hey, you know, everybody who's in isolation got to be a little bit careful. Doctor is still struggling to push into Razor in the 1v1. Not ideal for the Mordekaiser. You might be able to handle Defies. I'm not even sure about that one. And anybody else besides Doctor who shows up isolated, that's a call for Defies to find a pick immediately here. So the bot side setup, you got the tower prepped, but you're never going to get the waves in that position. Defies even right now pushing out that wave without TP. Razor stealing away Krugs here.
Razor's had enough of their BS, right? Like, got ganked in game number 1 multiple times. In game 2, had a 2-man Roman and then a 3-man with everyone coming up. It's just like, listen, I'm going to CS up and do what I do best. 161, by the way. Very nicely done.
Yeah.
You were talking about it before, right? These solo laners for MU, not usually designed to CS like this, but they're doing extremely well. Razor's having the ball right now.
Well, I mean, Razor's having fun.
Trying to.
Yeah, but I was going to say, I mean, top lane's an island. You're doing well, but you're waiting for the team to fully come online. And speaking of which, Orbital, University of Wisconsin Green Bay Pros, they had a really good early game, but in the last 5 minutes, it does feel like they've stalled out a little bit here. After they took those outer turrets, we had discussed that, hey, longer lanes, not always a benefit. You need to pick up the pace, and this is the concern when you can't. Muskingum is scaling up, and I almost want to see the Green Bay Pros kind of just group up and brute force with that gold lead. Bodyman is really strong. As long as they've got some peel for this Fed Kaiser right now, they're kind of good to go. And there isn't a ton of wave clear. It's mostly just on Fruit Vendor right now as wave clear. If you can find the pick, I don't care if you have to lose 2 members to do it. As soon as Fruit Vendor is down, Muskingum don't have a good way to stop siege.
I think that's what they're worried about as well, right? You were just talking about it from Green Bay's side. Well, you know, MU are doing the same. They are only pushing up to their limits. You can even see Defies, who has some of the best jumps, right? The getaways available, is not wanting to push another wave. They just want to say, hey, we're going to play smart. And that's because, oh, that's why. Okay, so I was blind once again. Defies said, oh, they're all sitting on a ward, and they're going to try and start Baron. Shot, realizing that they're doing this, and they're calling over the rest of the team. So Baron being started up. This is a gutsy call by Green Bay, but with no vision, it's taken quite low. It's down to about 2K, and it works. The gutsy call yields a Baron slightly. I call it uncontested.
Yeah, I'd agree. That wasn't a contest. Shot was just kind of chucking things over the wall and seeing what sticks. Nothing, apparently, as the case might be. And this is exactly what we called for from the Green Bay Pros. I love it. Muskingum feel like this is their do or die moment. They're calling down the teleport here, and Doctor is running as fast as he can to get here.
The Tin Can rattling their way through, and Razor wants to get a little extra. Is it going to go? Yes. Fruit Vendor does have the ornament. So in goes the Wrath. That is going to be the trees coming through, and Doctor steals away Shot, so that's a big source of damage taken away, but it's going to break out. 4v4. Glacial's vision goes through, and they found it. Defies gets one kill. It gets out. That is huge for MU. Doctor in the back line, though, assassinates, and that makes another. The tree gets a kill. It fell in the forest and takes 2 with it. That's going to be another. Defies gets a snipe, and the Weaver's breaks through, but Bodyman walks into the wrong bar and eats a Cassid into the dome. Defies, the only one living, but my gosh, did Green Bay Pearls make it painful.
Yeah, and for Green Bay Pearls, this is the expected outcome. You are stronger here. Huge props to Doctor as well for kind of stifling the start of that fight by removing Shot. You can see Muskingum a little bit hesitant in going in once that happened there, but Defies still finding kills. I don't think Muskingum needed to pick that fight necessarily, But at the same time, I do think the outcome does favor them a little bit. Yeah, they lost more people. Yeah, they lost the Dragon. It is so point for Green Bay Pearls. But they got the kills onto Defies. This Kassadin is level 15. We used to joke level 16 is Kassa win. I don't believe that's strictly speaking true, but you can already see how much influence Defies has on these fights here. Now imagine when he does hit that 3rd level of Rift Walk, Bodyman already drops instantly. At level 16, I think Defies can find probably at least 2, even amidst the chaos of a team fight.
Oh man, I could see it. It's Defies. It's literally in the name, right? Like it's in the name right there. So we want to see what Defies can do even more so. And the fact as well is Doctor stealing away Froshot. That's just taking away Froshot, right? What happens if you steal away the Ornn, you steal away that tankiness in the back line? There's so many other options as well. So these fights, there's so much more to them than just that front to back, which I'm very, very excited to watch for. MU, though, saying, hey, no objectives. It was cleaned off the table by Green Bay Pearls. Let's go ahead and keep farming. Let's get Kassadin up to level 16. Fruit Vendor had other things to say and steals a whole wave in the mid lane. Not so good of a teammate there, I would say, coming from a mid laner. Defies saying, you know what, fine, you get that, I'll get chip damage.
I think they're perfectly fine with that. I think Fruit Vendor is the win condition for Muskingum. When we talk about scaling for this team, it's exactly what happened in game 1, right? Fruit Vendor eventually hits 5-6 items, and Sivir just rips right through everyone there. And again, you don't have a Zeri to match this time. Kai'Sa is all or nothing. Either you assassinate Sivir early, or it kind of doesn't pan out. And I'm a little bit worried for the Green Bay Pearls, because they had Baron, and they didn't crack a single turret with it. Like, sure, you got Soul Point. That's good. That's great. But it does show the limitations of their composition right now, that their siege isn't very good. And Fruit Vendor, like we said, as long as that Sivir is standing, Muskingum have wave clear.
I'm also just now noticing something. This is, yeah, and that tower has now regen back up. I believe it was a little bit lower. I believe it was closer to maybe, let's just go ahead and say like a 5th of HP left or something like that. But Doctor is actually not going for that Rylai's Jack Show build. This is more, straight up damage build. So I will say I prefer the Jack Show build, but I also like it because it allows for catch potential, right? It slows a lot of the enemies down. The Riftmaker is still going to yield a nice result for Mordekaiser, though. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, I wonder what would happen if it was Rylai's Jack Show for him. I don't know why I thought that. I have no idea why I thought that, but I was just like, it's not what I normally see. It just caught me off guard.
I almost feel like that could, I actually do agree with the Riftmaker in this particular case for Doctor. I think with the Mordekaiser, you are trying to be that split push threat. And if you have Jack Show against Ornn, it kind of doesn't do anything, right?
Fair.
Riftmaker does a little bit more.
Oh man, I was wondering about that one, and the teams were wondering how they want to engage a fight. And because of that, they get a massive kill. That's going to be the Maokai down. It is shredded. And now the knock up in the back line. You get the kill before the Mordekaiser comes in, and all of a sudden it is MU having an absolute time of their life. Doctor in the back line, you're going to burn yourself silly. But the trades, Bodyman still saying I have a chance that that's going to be 2. So 2v3 might as well be 3v3. We are still at almost net even. Bodyman and Tark are still up.
Yeah, and that's huge from Wisconsin Green Bay Pearls there. The initial engage did not go well for them. Unfortunately, they went on to Razor, and Razor is more than happy to tank it up. Speaking of Jack Show, that's somebody who does well with the Jack Show there. The additional tankiness kept him alive. And Defies just wrecked not KM immediately there. Doctor kept out Defies, but they shouldn't have lost Fruit Vendor and Baller. Unfortunately, for Muskingum there, I think they overchased a little bit. We're seeing still how effective Bodyman and Tarek have been. They've won this 2v2 the entire game long, and that still hasn't changed. Sivir is still not at a state where you can 2v2 and win that. Fruit and Baller need to stay back with the team.
I would also toss that over to Not KM as well, because both Fruit Vendor and Not KM died with flashes up. And you know what? Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Dragon coming up in 10 seconds. That was almost just a taser. Oh, was that stolen?
Yeah.
What? Oh my gosh!
That's huge
What
for
that was amazing. I don't even think Body explained it. I don't even think Body expected it. That's gonna be a chance. But right now, again, this is the Dragon. It was a taster in the mid lane. Now it's a full fight, and they might have found it. Bodyman taken down to a quarter of HP. MU said, "I want this kill." Defies has no one in the way, but because you got stolen away, Doctor saves his ADC. Good guy, Doctor, saving patience all day long.
Okay, that is absolutely huge. That is a big out down for Doctor. They're not having that death realm available, and Bodyman being forced in the base. It is Hextech map. Body will be able to join the team very, very shortly, but it's still really, really scary, and you don't have the same peel you did last time.
Here we go, round 2. Ding, ding, ding. Some people are strong, some people are not. It's getting taken quite low. Flash over the wall. Not stolen away. It is going to be taken by the set MU, and the fight breaks out once again. They are dogpiling on everyone. The burn is enough. Down goes Mordekaiser. Down goes Maokai. And guess what? With all 5 up, healthy as can be, MU going to walk their way to Baron.
Yep, that's pretty much free for them. Not KM. Bodyman. They'd have to pull a miracle right now to stop this from going down. And frankly, I don't feel like miracle is something you're going to get against the Kassadin here. If anything, you show up, Defies is going to run you down. They don't have eyes. They don't have vision. And I don't think they have much hope.
They don't got anything. Bodyman's going to send out a little bit of a praise. He's going to be like, that's my hope. It worked on Scuttle, right? Oh, wait, Baron's a bit stronger. Little bit stronger. All 5 members, though. This is something that Green Bay Pearls were not able to utilize last time. Remember, as soon as they got Baron, I think 3 of them died in a team fight. So, MU gonna try and be a little bit better on this edge. And with Defies, I mean, Defies is really the only one that we're gonna watch for. Level 17, gonna be Rift walking all over the place, gonna be able to push lanes. Already has 3 items available as well, building into a little bit of MR just for the tankiness.
Or bro, do you remember the win conditions I said on this game? The timing that I said earlier?
It's been 30 minutes. You got to remind me again.
Yeah, it was 30 minutes. I called it 30 minutes with a significant lead. That is not the case. And look what we're seeing. Not just Defies deleting people, but even Razor right now gets caught and kind of just shrugs it off. Yeah, it hurts a little bit. But how much was that coming? Oh, Defies, please, no. What is this?
No, Defies! Defies gets drawn back in. Does he get over the wall? He does. He goes towards the enemy base. And now, remember, he's level 17. He don't care. It's on like a 2 seconds cooldown. He gets back to the team. The killer instinct was used. The Weaver's wall now used as well. Fruit Vendor getting caught out. But Shade's on the back line. Shade is going to try and hold up again. You're not as tanky as you would hope. The damage is done. The shift sends him the wrong way. And for all the anguish, for all the damage, no one dies.
I mean, unfortunately for Shade, apparently 30 minutes in, it's high noon right now, and there's nowhere for them to hide. That was about as good as you could hope from the Green Bay Pros. To look for an engage there, they sectioned off the Sivir. Yeah, Fruit Vendor had to blow Flash, but they couldn't find a single kill. And Defies, yep, this is Castle win state right now, right? With that Zonias as well, you guarantee every single time that unless you can catch Defies on open ground where there is no wall to flash over, there is no way for you to actually kill this Kassadin. And the win con orbital we were talking about before that fight broke out, it was 30 minutes with the lead for Green Bay Pearls. They don't have that lead. We are past 30 minutes. Welcome to the Muskingum late game.
Oh, this is gonna be a chance and a half for them. Razor, you can see the tankiness now as well. Level 16, almost all ornaments completed. I think just waiting on Baller, but Fruit Vendor baiting it out. Tariq, you ain't got that Cosmic Radiance. You ain't got nothing. That was a quick deletion. Only the second death, though, for Tariq, who has, honestly, 2 deaths in a 32.5-minute game. What a time, really.
On the bright side there, what happened to Tariq doesn't matter. At all.
Yes, true.
No objectives on the map to take. Baron about to wear out as well. Muskingum can't actually capitalize on this. So for Green Bay Pro, not the end of the world here. What's worrying to me is mental. Because Tariq, I don't know why you're chasing out that far without your team. You're a Karma. Like, what are you going to do? Mantra Q? Walk away, right? You should not be dashing up like that. So I don't know if that's signs of mental, of a little bit of nerves coming through from the side of Green Bay Pros or not. But hopefully it's not. Because there is still hope for the Green Bay Pros. If they can still find a pick, maybe they can make something happen.
I mean, you would hope so, and that's going to rely on the vision, as the Dragon is only about a minute up, but you can go ahead and take a look. Even with the vision up, you are trying to get away. Bodyman, I don't think you can outrun this. You have no summoner spells. You're getting run down. The late game is there. One more hit does it. There's the Rift Walk into the Zanyas, and you've done it. Out goes Defies, as easy as can be. And that's the pick that you want. Shade actually roots in and says, hey, I'm okay. I'm getting body block for the rest of the team, but they've done it. As you said, RMC, they're trying. The pick game is what Green Bay were wanting, but they instead get picked. Tarek again being in that front line. I don't think that's what you want to be. Shade as well, trying to dance their way forward, and not KM holding this tower. It's full on defensive mode for Green Bay.
Yeah, we saw Doctor actually forced to recall off that top side push in order to stop the threat of Muskingum just ending the game on them here. Dragon now up, and Shade, the jungler, being forced out.
Oh, Shade's gone. This is going to put it at 6. Yeah, and a flash in.
Oh, he baited?
Defies just really wanting to delay him and does it, right? The kills were secondary. Living was first. They get it. It is now 3 dragons to 3 dragons. And it's late game. This is what you said. This is all the late game. It's breaking down, as we saw almost in game 1.
Yeah, well, the big difference this time, Defies is zoning 1v3, right? Last time it was Fruit Vendor, the big difference maker. Fruit Vendor isn't even getting their moment to shine because Defies is so scary right now. 7-1-4. And you know what? Shade had to be single digits. We saw 19 health when we finally clicked on Shade, but it was lower before that. That was regen ticking up. Your jungler can't approach an objective. Dragon went down both teams onto Soul Point right now. Orbital, 40 minutes, man. It feels like it's going to be another 40-minute banger, and it's going to be all about that soul.
Oh, we got to go look. We got to see who's running Gathering Storm. We have to see. Uh-oh. Shade, I don't think is running it. I don't think Shade's running it. Oh, Shade. Oh, Shade. You are a very thin tree, and you are dead. Defies. Destroys any hope of a Baron. And then says, I'm going to deny you even more. You had a split pusher available, and I don't think Doctor will be happy about this. Yes, you have some damage, but it's going to be close. Meanwhile, your team has to figure out what the heck they're going to do about the second objective.
Okay.
Oh, well, maybe this one. 2 of the tankiest members, and they break through the wall, but the shove is back. Razor getting sharpened here in the worst way possible. But over the wall, they get a little bit of murder. They're going to go for it. They actually jump forward. Bodyman saying, I want to make the play happen, but instead you're stunned up and killed. And on the back line, Fruit Vendor Army, the army of carts, to take over Summoner's Rift. They annihilate 2 more and take the Baron to boot.
Okay, like that was the problem we mentioned earlier. Razor's already tanking up to shrug off damage, and right there, Bodyman, for all that Bodyman had a massively 10 kills here, almost full build, Kai'Sa just doesn't scale Orbital and doesn't have an easy, quick way to cut through that Orn, even with Blade of the Ruin King, even with Kraken Slayer, even once the Lord Dominic's Regard comes through. At best, you find that kill. I still don't think Bodyman gets out of that fight alive. Not always doom and gloom, though. We saw that there is still one person that can stand up to Defies, and that is Doctor, a level down, still effectively split pushing here. If University of Wisconsin can just buy them the space they need, maybe Doctor can salvage the situation.
I mean, stand up feels like a bit strong, right? Like, that is... I want to say stand up, more like can at least get up on a knee to try and fight back, because we saw the damage that was coming out of Defies, who now has a little bit of MR sacking inside. Like, this is Defies going, ain't nobody gonna stop me in this situation. Currently getting ready for this dragon that'll be coming up in about 2 minutes. I don't know why everyone's here. 2 minutes is a very long time for these teams, but needless to say, they just want to make sure they have a good time because they're losing mid lane. That wave is gonna crash in. Fruit Vendor saying, yeah, you better come check it. Everyone just jockeying for... Oh my gosh. Okay, listen. There's no objective. Please, guys, give us a moment to rest.
Okay, so overall, there might not be objectives, but the reason this is happening right now is Green Bay Pros have no choice but to move S5. If anybody's isolated, we saw what Defies did to Shade alone right now. We saw that they aren't winning these fights, so they need all 5 to find kills. Muskingum is the one who kind of wants to just split push at this point. They were trying to get Fruit Vendor to push mid, and that was why they were willing to kind of scrap a little bit. But then they realized that, wait, Fruit Vendor can't push fast enough and might get collapsed on. So now they're trying to reset. This is not optimal lane assignments. Fruit Vendors should not be on their own. Should be on this bot side here. If anything, they need to send Razor or Defies into this top lane to split push.
Please get the right people in. Poor Fruit Vendor does have double sums up. That ain't gonna stop you from Doctor just dropping the club on you. For what it is worth, though, they have stalled out long enough. Green Bay, they were searching for the kills, weren't gonna get it. It's gonna be forced here, though, because guess what's up now, RMC? The Vision battle has begun once again. It is currently in the favor of Green Bay, as Dragon will be up in 30 seconds. And my gosh, if it's not a Dragon to fight over, it is going to be the Hex Tech Soul that will zap you into oblivion, that will force you to slow down. Tark over the wall. Defies is still chasing. Look at his damage. Dropping in on him. Actually, Tark's quite tanky. I do want to say another shot, though. Froze shot being a deadeye. What a disgusting display there. And Defies actually did get stunned up. And you said it right. This is the one player that might be able to stand up in a 1v1. Do you get it? No, you don't. That is Defies once again defying the odds and surviving. That is 2 members down. Froshot still being an absolute menace. And with that Shade praying that they get a chance on this Dragon. It ain't gonna work, though. It's dragged out of the pit. That is MU with Soul. It ain't stopping, though. Round 2, round 3, round 4, round 5. Flash for flash into the opponent.
You don't want this?
Defies saying, bring it on. Maybe I went too far.
Bodyman still looking right now. And hey, I appreciate how scrappy Green Bay pros are. They're trying so hard to find any angle. They are not giving up there. Unfortunately, with 2 people down, if they just had Doctor, maybe they can make something happen. Not KM. Gets tagged.
The zap makes it work, and it slows him just enough. Shade, if you ate one more bit of damage, you're almost dead. Bodyman burns. There's the burn we were looking for. It's a wave in, and it's a wave to break the base. You got some of the tankiest members. The towers fall like crazy. Late game OP as the Nexus is currently open. Doctor steps up a bit too far. The tree burns away from the Dragon's breath as this is GG to Muskingum University.
Orbital, after that series, it doesn't even feel like Wisconsin Green Bay pros were the losers of this match. I feel like we all won getting to watch the series. Yeah. Really good games from both of these teams. And, you know, I know you spoke to the teams, and Muskingum had mentioned that, you know what, they're very respectful of University of Wisconsin's entire roster. Yes, not KM is their standout player in terms of rank, but I want to give props to the entire team there. All of them did so incredibly well, played well above their ranks there. And the carries a lot of times felt more like Bodyman, like Tarek, the Doctor in that game too as well, you know, stepping up. So huge to them. But Muskingum, they're just like a machine. Like they just keep grinding out to level 40 or till 40 minutes, pardon me, and then they just come online.
Looking back at those games, it feels like I just watched the tortoise and the hare, right? It's the hare getting off to an early start, rushing forward, but instead of taking a nap, hits a brick wall, just straight up stopped in the middle of the road, and the tortoise just keeps trudging along, right? The tortoise had a plan, get to late game, wait it out. They played it to perfection. If I've ever seen teams try and play to their the win conditions, this was it. This was the closest you could get to, we know what our win condition is, and that's all we're going to get. I mean, fantastic job from both sides. And again, I'm going to piggyback off of you. Bodyman, a stellar player there, stepping up on that Kaisa. I mean, what else can we see, right? Not KM is great, but I mean, between Doctor and Bodyman, I mean, who would you like to see step up even further in future weeks?
After a match like this, overall, I think they both did incredibly well. So I'm not necessarily asking for any one person to step up on the Green Bay Pros here. I think they all did their job. I think just today, on this night, Muskingum just proved to be better. And their mentals, the resilience of this team as well. Let's not forget that Muskingum has been down both games this series here, right? In game 1, they went down 0-4 at level 1. And they fought their way back. Here in this game, they were down, what, 6,000, 7,000 gold at one point here. Both side lanes losing. Defies turret going down fairly early as well. Did not matter. They all held together incredibly well. So, yeah, huge props to, you know, both these teams. Muskingum has raised a question for every other team in this division right now, which is, can you break Muskingum before 40 minutes? If you can't, it doesn't feel like you're going to win.
Yeah, unless you're willing to challenge them to a cannonball v cannonball style of gameplay. I mean, this is gonna be it. This is gonna be interesting. I love it. I love seeing teams breaking out here in week number 3. But of course, we don't have all the answers. We need to see what the teams bring to the table themselves, gather a bit more, so please stay with us. We are going to have an interview with hopefully one of the members from Muskingum University to let us know about how their style is slowly evolving over the course of the season, why their late game is so infinitely strong, and what the heck is up with AP Shyvana. Please don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
We still are challenged with selling those sponsorships. So my last and final is, do we have any secrets around how to grow fandom or grow community on, let's just start with on campus.
I got the big one real quick.
Okay.
Best way to grow community: food nights. It has nothing to do with playing the game. I'll give you a real life example. We used to do dollar burger night at the University of Cincinnati. We'd just go out to Bar Louie. We used to have dollar burgers every Wednesday. We'd post in at this time it was Facebook groups, tell people where to show up. 6 people, 12 people showed up the first week. By the 3rd month, we had 40 plus people coming. And it was the biggest revenue night of the week for Bar Louie every week, purely because of us. But we had friendships, we had relationships, we had roommates, we had all sorts of great, wonderful things come from that. And that translated to our LANs, our club meetings, and everything from that. Mm-hmm. It was nothing beats food nights.
Just like pro sports, we need to focus on tribalism. And the way that you create tribalism is you have to prioritize in-person experience, in my opinion. I think that there's a lot of companies trying to become unicorn online platforms, but at the end of the day, I think we need pockets and hubs around the country that serve as regional and local hubs. Once you get a group of people together that share their love for the team that is on their campus, they start to develop a bond around that. You can do that online, but it won't be nearly as effective. Professional esports is having this tribalism problem because it's the majority of it's online. It's resulted in fans following players more so than the teams. I mean, that's a pretty broad topic, though. Like, we're starting to see those trends in traditional sports as well start to occur. People will follow LeBron and specific players on different teams to wherever they are. But I think for collegiate specifically, schools need to create meaningful live experiences. And if we're talking explicitly about fandom, you have to make the students on your campus care about the team first. That's the biggest thing. Either you create a level of pride through community engagement, or through the team itself. At a lot of schools, the groundwork is there for this. Like, there are schools like UBC, Ohio State, with Buckeye Gaming Collective that have clubs that number in the 2,000 to 3,000 range, right? So they have a base to begin with. At a school like Maryville, like, we kind of developed it the opposite way. When I came in and started building our esports program, we had 3 kids in our esports club. And so we've kind of built the team, and then the club has followed, which is kind of the opposite for a lot of schools. But I think that we have to develop tribalism, and that starts with meaningful live events. And the more that these events, the longer that these events continue to be like only online, the less effective it is in creating that final goal.
Agreed. Doc, you wrap it up for us, please.
I would just say this: clubs ebb and flow based on their leadership. But if all students, all clubs, all groups are given regular and meaningful invitations to come in, use the space, create what you want out of this, then it will continue to thrive despite the change in leadership. I can just imagine that Cincy student group with Chris heavy in the leadership there just being amazing. But there's not always someone with his skill set at the helm. So you just need to be open,
and look for opportunities to serve, even though it can be more difficult, especially in the scheduling of the space. I know a lot of people that don't like anybody else but the players they're recruited to use their space. As much as we can, if we want to build community, we have to open the space to people that we wouldn't normally see in there and let them do the types of things that they want to do.
One more thing, so like on a national level though, if we want to raise the general viewership of all of collegiate esports and not just different pockets, that's a hard one because people watch esports to see people do stuff that they're better than them at, right? So naturally at the collegiate level, we're going to be at a lower level than pro. So it's hard to get people to watch for that reason, but what we can sell are narratives and storylines, matchup histories. And as we start to build a longer history of collegiate esports, I actually truly believe that some of the CLOL storylines are more rich than what exists in Academy and
100%.
and the LCS, but no one's really covering it. No one's really drilling down into it. No one's creating narrative content. So I think that that's the key to getting people to care about it. Like if there's a storyline, people attach themselves to it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll add one.
After a thrilling 2-0 victory that you cannot go by the endgame screen, you have to watch it all the way through, we get an interview. We get a little time to pick into the minds of some of the players that brought you that exciting series, a team that their mental fortitude is some of the best I've seen, to lose the early game and still look completely fine and take those fights at the end. We have the amazing, the thrilling, the rift-walking mid laner, Defies, joining us here. Defies, thank you for joining us for the interview. How are you feeling after those 2 games?
To be honest, I have no idea what to feel. It was just a rush, and I kept saying, boys, we got scaling. We'll get there eventually. I trust me. And we got there eventually.
Definitely. I mean, both games was all about scaling, right? And game 2 especially, MVP, most vanishing player. You made a lot of people vanish that second game there. But the games were closer, I think, than the final score kind of lets on. You know, it looks like a Swift 2-0. Well, I say Swift, both games were almost 40 minutes. So, really good series. What were the comms like there? I know you mentioned that you were saying, oh, we're skilling, we're fine. Was the team ever, like, really worried? Or was it just, you know, more like, okay, we got this, guys. Like, we just
the first game, we weren't ever really worried. Even though they got those 4 kills early, we were like, guys, it's just wipe it clean. Let's come back at it. It happened, you know? Got to move on. And then what we kind of realized is I was saying, like, guys, they aren't pressuring. They aren't getting anything extra off of it. We can do this. We outscale. The second game, though, I was really nervous when the Kai'Sa had 5 kills. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, guys, this might not be good enough. Like, I was like, well, let's hope. Let's hope. And then they greeted on that mid wave, and I was like, thank goodness I got that shut down, thankfully. But whew, it was a rush.
I can just imagine the highs and lows where you're like, oh, they just greeted on this mid wave, and immediately after you greeted on the same mid wave over the wall there.
My comms are I just saw, you know, a rerun. I was like, this is deja vu. They're trolling on midwave. No, they weren't trolling on midwave. IR over. There's 4 of them. I'm just dead. It's okay.
Fair enough. That was your last death of that game, though. After that, you just kind of went deathless. They could not catch you. So huge props for that. Now, drafting-wise, though, the only change between the 2 drafts for you guys was the Victor, of course, getting banned. So you picked up Kassadin. But the interesting thing in your draft to me was AP Shyvana for Froshot, both games. Is that the new tech? Like, what's going on with AP Shyvana? Talk me through it.
He is probably one of the best mechanical players I have ever played with, period. And they kept 4-banning him. So we were just like, well, what's good here? And he's like, Shyvana, trust. And I was like, okay. You almost saw Master Yi in the second game. He's like, guys, I think it's really good here. And I was like, I don't know. But he is that good. He would do whatever he wants. I'm like, you do you. He's like, AP Shyvana, let's do it. I was like, okay, bet. Insta-lock.
I'm disappointed, Defies. You robbed us of an opportunity to see Master Yi on the ring.
Yeah.
Well, Maybe in future games, hopefully we get to see it. Now, last question from me here has to do a little bit to do with how your season started, because you started off a little bit rough in your first week against Pace Low Gold, and I believe you guys had some roster swaps. In fact, I think it was you and Froshot were in the bot lane. So what happened in week 1? Because you guys look great jungle mid, but the bot lane.
We kind of came into the season and we were wanting to try something new, and so we were like, let's go in the bot lane together. And we were stomping in scrims all leading up to it, so we were like, yeah, this will be great. And then we played against a team that just sent 5 bot over and over again, and we were like, yeah, this isn't great anymore. It's like, we got to change something. So we changed it, like right there. We were like, nope, this is not going to work. Move on.
Just one hard thing and you guys broke up? That relationship didn't last long.
Yeah. He is going to be my best man at my wedding, but our relationship's not that. We were like, yeah, no, we're done in the bot lane.
All right. Well, hey, listen, with that note, I got to say congratulations. 1 to the wedding. That is an awesome announcement to have here. And you know what? Congratulations to you and your lucky other. The question, of course, I'm going to pose here is taking a look at this. Are there any shout outs here? Because, I mean, number one, you guys played a fantastic series, very long. A lot of players would even say that's more strenuous than you're used to, right? 40-minute games is not exactly the most common thing in League of Legends now. Any shout-outs that you would like to give? Anyone that you would like to give a heartfelt thanks to for the series win tonight?
I definitely, first of all, have to thank my teammates because we've been on a grind. I mean, we're not all the most talented players, but they've really been working hard, and they've been playing whatever I've asked them to, so I couldn't thank them enough. I also got to thank my coaches. I mean, they've been great. They aren't really in league specialty, but they've helped me with problems many times throughout my career. And that's really all. I got to thank both of them so much. So also big shout out to Professor Davis. He usually casts our games, but I liked you guys tonight.
Hey, did you like it? No, I'm not going to ask that question. All right. All right. So again, though, Defies, an amazing series. I hope to see you guys again later, maybe even in the playoffs, playing for that top rank. It'll be so cool. Congratulations on the wedding. Congratulations on the victory tonight.
Thank you guys so much. You guys are amazing.
Of course. With that, though, that'll be the end of the broadcast here tonight. We had a fantastic time. We had some awesome moments, some spicy team fights, and a lot of fun. Hopefully everyone out there enjoyed it just as much as us. Now, keep in mind, there's going to be even more action starting next week, week 4, kicking up with some awesome times, so make sure. We also have the CECC Midwest Invitational, I think, coming on this Sunday, so make sure to tune into that one if you can't wait for next week. With that, though, we will go ahead, and I think maybe one more announcement, but we'll see that here in just a little bit. All eyes open for the amazing content, though. Please keep eyes with ESU. It's all amazing time, and thank you so much to Colton for also getting us on here and running the production. Ebrom for the observation, giving us those amazing kill feeds, and hopefully you enjoyed myself and RMC. I'll return RMC back to the Rift. He has to go home, make some dinner, you know. We'll go ahead and say goodbye. Don't have a great night. Have a great night, everyone.
It's right for many. Campus ministry and Greek life are always the largest groups on campus. Why? It's because of the concept of family. Let me explain. With a club or a program, many people identify, oh, I am a gamer, but I am also A, B, C. And usually it's I am A, B, C, and I'm also a gamer. Not everyone is a gamer first and foremost, and you're only going to capture that population if you're promoting purely competitive and purely esports. And so I said food nights and social activities, I'm really stealing from campus ministry and Greek life, because what you want to do to build community at your school is to make it so that the thing that you're doing is the number one thing in the students' lives. Now, that's a very selfish thing to say, but it's a true statement. For you to grow the largest community, your community needs to feel that the thing that they're a part of is the most important part of their social campus experience. That's why Greek life is so successful. That's why campus ministry is so successful. And when you treat esports as a program of just competition, practice, and development, that's an outlet. That's not a way of life. not for at scale, not when 55% of the campus body at a Division One school identifies as a gamer in some way, shape, or form. You're not going to touch that 55%. You're going to touch 5%, maybe. You're probably going to touch 0.05% or 0.5% at a Division One school. And so what you really need to do is build that community authentically by, as Doc said about Dan, what are the people prioritizing, and do that. And how do they enjoy their life? What would they find meaningful? Do that. And then do everything else, because the financials and everything else, the planning and all that matters too. And that's why we have a talent problem in Scholastic Esports. But I will wrap up and say, for the national level, Dan's completely right on narrative. But I'm not worried about that, because the only thing we need to build community nationwide is just time. We are 2 generations away from critical mass. And all it takes is that the current generation of students to grow up, get in the professional workforce, and have kids and raise them on the things that they were fans of. It's how baseball grew. It's how basketball grew. It's how rugby and all those other sports grow and sustain.
Cornhole grew.
But in all seriousness, all we need is time. All we need to do is ensure that our products get better, our opportunities become more authentic, accessibility remains open, and monetization remains enough to us to continue to what we're doing and grow.
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out, how do we replicate what you guys are doing? How do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more, I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this, because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been all over the world. You've worked with a lot of different professional teams and different regions. My question, I think a lot of people want to know, how did you end up at Maryville, and why a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with Immortals, with the academy team, and I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist that's very unique to NA and esports, right? Where there's this very interesting intersection, because unlike traditional sports, in esports, players, they don't start training under a structure or a system or a coach. From a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like, you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and you're very used to working in a team environment, a coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players, they go through they go up, they climb the ranks in solo queue, where everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed into a team environment. And I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams. They have the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive B team systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank on the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there at the facility, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to retain you on as a training partner or as a trainee in whatever capacity, given how well you perform in those scenarios. So the West was very lacking in all of this, and culturally, to do the same things and try to replicate the B house environment or what they do in China or Taiwan would not be possible to do. But the West has a very successful model of developing sports and talent, especially in America, when that is in the collegiate space. So I looked at this, I saw the resources that was available, and when Clerky pitched his vision to me, it's like, yeah, this is what I think should be the future for development in the NA ecosystem for esports.
Oh, right on. And I think, well, maybe let's follow up on that a little bit then. Because Dan, okay, so Dan, you pick up Jensen, you've got this going. I think that's going to be my question then is, or to any other schools that want to be competitive like you guys on that level, is this something that we should be expecting to see in the future, right? Is this now, the standard that you guys, Jensen, you and Dan, do you guys feel that this